Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Ethan, 12 years old apprentice plumber. Hello, please store your brain here. Azimuth will perform an upgrade. This is the sign-in area. Please check in to receive your Omnitrix template. Handsome men and beautiful women, check-in spot. In the heart of Bellwood, on a busy pedestrian street, a burly old man in a Hawaiian shirt sat on a bench, staring at the data on his handheld computer with a stunned expression. Ethan, 12 years old, apprentice plumber. Even if Ethan's parents had been excellent plumbers, this was still outrageous. Grandpa Max rubbed his temples. As a legendary plumber himself, he had never heard of anything so absurd. 12 years old, a plumber, he muttered in disbelief. Grandpa Max? A familiar voice came from behind. A young man with short black hair and a clean fade hairstyle walked over. He wore an oversized t-shirt, his face calm yet strikingly handsome enough to draw glances from passing girls. Ethan, how on earth did you become an apprentice plumber? Max couldn't help but stare at the silver badge pinned to the boy's chest, the official symbol of a plumber apprentice. Ethan smiled faintly. Grandpa Max, we're going to be together for 2 months, right? You'll find out soon enough. Max sighed with a wry smile. Your plumber evaluation and my grandkids' summer trip just happened to line up. Guess I'll be your examiner for the next 2 months. A spark of excitement flashed in Ethan's dark eyes. The story was finally about to begin. Ethan was a transmigrator, someone who had crossed into the world of Ben 10. The good news, his parents had once been plumbers in the Bellwood branch. The bad news, they died shortly after he was born, leaving him to grow up in an orphanage. Over the years, Grandpa Max had often visited him, treating him like family. Earlier that year, when Ethan became a plumber apprentice, he finally left the orphanage, and now, Max was tasked with evaluating whether he could be promoted to a full-fledged plumber. Just how strong is this kid, anyway? Max muttered, sizing him up. Suddenly, whoosh! From down the road, a school bus roared past, engine screaming as terrified voices filled the air. The driver looked panicked, stomping the brakes to no effect. The bus was completely out of control. Brake failure. Max's eyes widened. Ethan, don't just stand there, we've got to act. But Ethan didn't move. Instead, he calmly said in his mind. System, claim today's Omnitrix template. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully claimed the Omnitrix template, Original Omnitrix Max Level Edition. Original Omnitrix Max Level Edition contains tens of thousands of DNA samples, unlimited transformation time, and can freely switch forms at will. This was Ethan's daily sign-in system every day, a random Omnitrix template. A bright green glow burst from his left wrist as a sleek Omnitrix materialized. Max's jaw dropped. Omnitrix, and spatial manifestation. Ethan tapped the dial with a click, turned the core, and locked onto a familiar silhouette. Whoosh! Countless DNA particles swirled around him, reshaping his body in a flash of green light. Standing in Ethan's place was a slim, blue alien with a sleek helmet and roller-like feet. Echinoceleron. XLR8. Max exclaimed. I'll handle this. XLR8's mask snapped shut as he shot forward like a blue lightning bolt, chasing the speeding bus. In seconds, he was at its front bumper, matching speed, pressing both hands against it with inhuman strength. Is that an alien? The driver screamed. Wait, that's the alien hero from Bellwood, shouted one student. Can he really stop it? XLR8's legs blurred as he ran backward at incredible speed, sparks flying beneath his feet. The heavy bus began to slow, inch by inch, until finally, screech! It came to a complete stop. Cheers erupted from the onlookers. But just as they relaxed, click! The bus suddenly rolled backward a few feet. Ah, sorry about that, XLR8 said sheepishly, steadying it again. The sunlight reflected off his visor as he grinned at the crowd. Guess I kicked a little too hard. Ah! Alien hero! Sign my notebook! He's so cool! Girls screamed, and even the boys couldn't hold back their excitement. Max watched from a distance, shaking his head in awe. Calling him an apprentice plumber feels like an understatement. When the bus was safely stopped and the crowd dispersed, XLR8 returned to Max's side and reverted to human form. Grandpa Max, it's handled. Max smiled. Just call me Grandpa. And how long have you had that watch? Ethan shrugged vaguely. About half a year. In truth, his system had appeared 6 months ago, granting him a new Omnitrix every day. By now, he had mastered countless alien forms. Max chuckled. Looks like this summer's going to be an interesting one. Come on, time to meet Ben and Gwen. He patted Ethan's shoulder as they walked off together. Later that day, Ethan met Ben and Gwen for the first time. Ben, with messy brown hair and his usual grin, scratched his head awkwardly. You know, Ethan, when we first met, I was stuck in that tree because, I'm an environmentalist. I was observing trees. Gwen folded her arms and smirked. You were trying to play hero and got yourself stuck. Maybe if you ate fewer snacks, you'd save the environment faster. Do you have to embarrass me in front of my new friend? Ben shot back. Ethan chuckled softly, watching the two bicker just like in the show he used to watch as a kid. This summer was going to be fun. By the way, Ethan, that watch looks awesome. Where'd you buy it? Ben asked eagerly. Ethan smirked. Found it. Maybe you'll find one too. Yeah, right, Ben scoffed, unconvinced. As night fell, Grandpa Max's rusty old RV rolled to a stop at a forest campsite. Ben wandered off for a stroll just like in the original story. And at that moment, the gears of fate began to turn. Chapter 2, The Power of the Feedback. Vilgax's Surprise. Ethan sat on a bench beside Gwen, chatting casually about recent news and getting to know each other. Every now and then, his gaze drifted toward the forest beyond the campsite, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Deep in the woods, thin wisps of smoke began to rise, followed by flashes of fire. And those flames were spreading fast. Someone was setting the forest ablaze. Ding! Mission: Ben Tennyson's criminal path issued. Objective: stop Ben Tennyson from accidentally setting the forest on fire and ruining his future. Reward: 5 reward points. Ethan's eyes lit up. The system had issued a mission. After each daily sign-in, the system occasionally assigned special missions. Completing them earned reward points, which could be used to enhance his physique, learn new abilities, or even permanently save an Omnitrix template for future transformations. In other words, reward points were everything. Suddenly. Boom! 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 Ah! Ethan! I'm on fire! A panicked voice echoed through the trees as blazing flames surged toward the campsite. The forest erupted into a roaring inferno, the heat wave rolling through like a furnace blast. What's happening? Gwen gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Max's eyes widened. The forest is burning, and I could have sworn I heard someone screaming from that direction. Ethan twitched slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting. Don't tell me Ben transformed and came straight toward us. This plot was definitely getting out of control. Rumble. Flames consumed the trees, and the wave of fire charged toward the campsite. In the sea of fire, Ben, transformed into Heat Blast, froze as he realized the destruction he'd caused. Oh! Ah! Gwen screamed and stumbled backward as a pillar of fire barreled toward her. Max yanked her out of the way, then reached for Ethan. But Ethan was already gone. He stood before the advancing flames, calm and focused, tapping the Omnitrix on his wrist. Ethan! Be careful! Gwen shouted, voice trembling with worry. How are you going to stop a forest fire alone? Max shouted, anxiety etched on his face. Click. Ethan slammed down the Omnitrix core, and a burst of brilliant green light engulfed him. When the glow faded, a tall, slender alien stood where Ethan had been, his body crackling with arcs of electricity, yellow fins on his head sparking with energy. Feedback. The alien known in Ben's world as Feedback, or Amphibian's electric cousin, Ben's favorite alien in Omniverse, stepped forward like a walking lightning god. The flames surged toward him, and vanished. The heat was instantly drawn into his body, absorbed like smoke pulled into a vent. He exhaled slowly. Refreshing. Crack. 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 Flames roared again, but each time, Feedback inhaled, drawing the fire into himself until not a spark remained. Whoa! Gwen murmured, eyes wide, completely mesmerized. Is this a movie? Max swallowed hard. 12 years old, an apprentice plumber? This is way beyond that. Feedback raised his hands, sparks dancing across his fingertips. All right, time to make a fire break. 10 crackling bolts of energy shot from his hands, slicing through the trees like divine lightning. The fallen trunks crashed down, forming a barrier zone that stopped the fire's advance. In the distance, Heat Blast stared, mouth hanging open. Ethan, how do you even get an alien like that? That's insane. He wanted that transformation so badly. Ethan, there are still flames deeper in the woods. Max shouted. Got it. Feedback twisted the Omnitrix dial again. Whoosh. The green light flared once more, and his body reshaped into a towering, blue-armored alien with barnacle-like armor plates. Water Hazard. Water Hazard raised his arms, his barnacles glowing as powerful streams of pressurized water burst forth. Ben, move, he warned. Hey! Rumble! Twin water cannons erupted from his palms, blasting a massive surge of water across the forest floor. The flood swept through the burning trees, extinguishing the flames and nearly washing Ben away. He barely managed to take off using fiery propulsion from his feet, dodging the wave. It still wasn't over. Water Hazard aimed upward, releasing a final barrage that burst into the sky like fireworks. Moments later, rain began to fall, cool, heavy, and cleansing. The flames hissed and died, and the forest was finally calm. The air smelled of smoke and fresh rain. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, plus 5 points. Water Hazard smiled as the notification echoed in his mind. Ben, quit running around. I'll explain everything later. Wait, Ben. Gwen's eyes widened. So, both my cousin and my new friend are aliens. She turned to Max, face pale. Grandpa, you're not secretly an alien too, are you? Max blinked, speechless. 2 Omnitrix users in one day? That was definitely not in the manual. Meanwhile, aboard Vilgax's ship. Inside a dimly lit chamber, Vilgax floated in a regeneration pod, his body half-wrecked from his last defeat. His eyes snapped open. Any Omnitrix signals detected, he growled. A robotic attendant replied nervously. Yes, Lord Vilgax. Not just one, but 2 Omnitrix signals on Earth. What? Vilgax's eyes burned red as he roared, sending bubbles swirling in the pod fluid. 2 Omnitrixes. That traitor Azimuth must have forged another one in secret. What is he planning? Orders, my lord. Deploy the drones. Vilgax bellowed. Send every last robot to Earth and retrieve both Omnitrixes no matter what it takes. The chamber's hatch opened with a hiss as dozens of spider-like drones launched from the ship, streaking toward Earth like a metallic swarm. Vilgax clenched his fists, voice rumbling through the ship. Azimuth, whatever your game is, you won't stop me this time. Chapter 3, the nuclear Steel King appears, wipes out the mechanical army instantly. So. Ben raised his wrist, looking at the Omnitrix on it. This thing is called the Omnitrix. I can transform once every 10 minutes and I can turn into aliens, 10 of them. That's right. Just don't mess around with it, Ethan said calmly, giving some genuine advice. Do good deeds within your ability like me. No wonder there were rumors of aliens in Bellwood before. So, it was you all along. Gwen stared at Ethan in surprise. Ben scratched his head. By the way, Ethan, how did you even know I was gonna find the Omnitrix? The question made Ethan sound like some kind of prophet. Ethan shrugged innocently. I just said maybe you'd find it. Didn't expect you actually would. Ben's eyes lit up. Guess I'm lucky. From now on, I'm gonna be a hero too. Ethan suddenly remembered something important. Oh, and one more thing, whatever you do, don't smack the screen. Don't smack it. Ben repeated, nodding like he understood, but clearly didn't. Meanwhile, Grandpa Max had fallen silent, his mind full of questions. 2 Omnitrixes? And 6 months ago, before the Omnitrix had even appeared publicly. Ethan was already transforming? Ethan, come help me chop some wood. After a moment of thought, Max found an excuse and led Ethan aside. Once they reached a quiet spot, he turned to him. Ethan, how did you get your Omnitrix? What exactly is going on? Grandpa, Ethan said earnestly, 6 months ago, just like Ben, I came across a meteor and found an Omnitrix inside. I still don't fully understand its secrets, but I'll use it well. I want to become a proper plumber. He hadn't really answered the question, but emotionally, it was perfect. Max's eyes softened. He patted Ethan's shoulder approvingly. With your knowledge of the Omnitrix and your sense of responsibility, you might just become the brightest plumber of them all. Ethan exhaled softly. Phew, past that one. They chatted a bit more as they gathered firewood. But when they returned, they were greeted by a sight that made Ethan's stomach drop. Just like in the original timeline, Ben was fiddling with the Omnitrix, tapping the screen, selecting an alien. Then his eyes lit up, and slap. My God! Ethan groaned, rubbing his temple. A flash of green light burst out. Hey? What's this tiny thing? A small, squeaky voice rang out. Grey matter appeared, or rather, a mini version of him squirming on the ground in disbelief. Ben, Ethan said darkly, I told you not to smack it. Now you've turned yourself into a pint-sized alien. Haha, let me teach him a lesson so he won't forget. Gwen grinned, reaching down and gently scooping grey matter up like a hamster. No. Grey matter squealed in despair, flailing helplessly. Everyone laughed. The moment was oddly heartwarming. Then suddenly. Ding! Mission, Vilgax's mechanical army attacks issued. Objective, destroy Vilgax's robot army and eliminate at least 20 drones. Reward, 10 points. Ethan froze. 20 robots? Really? Is my existence making Vilgax lose his mind already? Whoosh! 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 Streaks of red light flashed across the night sky, a swarm of mechanical drones forming a glowing red tide overhead. The enemy's here, Ethan said evenly. I'll handle this. So many alien battle drones, they're after the Omnitrix. Max warned. Be careful. Ethan, don't get hurt, okay? Gwen added, her voice full of concern she didn't even notice herself. Grey matter looked guilty. Sorry, Ethan. I can't help you like this. Ethan smiled. It's fine, Ben. Just don't smack it next time. He turned toward the incoming army, tapped his own Omnitrix, and muttered, to me, these guys are nothing but walking scrap metal. With a flash of green light, Ethan transformed. A massive armored alien emerged, molten energy pulsing through the cracks in his furnace-like armor. "This is NRG!" Ben shouted in amazement. All the robots instantly locked onto NRG, weapons whirring. They opened fire, a storm of energy blasts and explosions engulfing him in smoke. The others tensed, hearts pounding. But when the smoke cleared, NRG stood unmoved, not a single scratch on his armor. He slowly raised his head. "Now, it's my turn." Boom! A searing nuclear beam burst from the vents in his armor, vaporizing a drone instantly. Then another. And another. NRG moved methodically, sweeping his nuclear energy across the field. The drones tried to flee, but it was useless. The air shimmered with heat as they were melted down one by one. In moments, the battlefield was silent. Only glowing embers and piles of twisted metal remained. "It's over." Max blinked, stunned. That was faster than swatting flies. Gwen stared, awe flickering in her eyes. So, he's the alien hero everyone's been talking about in Bellwood. Even Grey Matter watched in admiration. "That's the kind of hero I want to be." Meanwhile, far across space, Lord Vilgax, Omnitrix signal detected, a robot reported. Vilgax's eyes gleamed. "Excellent." And then, 15 seconds later, Lord Vilgax, it's over." Vilgax smirked. "Good. Did they capture both Omnitrixes already?" "And not exactly, all our robots were destroyed." Vilgax froze, then his expression twisted with fury. "Impossible. Send more drones, deploy the ACE units." Even he couldn't destroy that many bots so fast. He refused to believe there was anyone in the galaxy stronger than him. Chapter 4, Gwen's heart skips a beat. The supergiant appears. Ding! "Congratulations, host, mission complete. You've earned 10 reward points." NRG let out a satisfied rumble, smiling under his molten armor. "Looks like Vilgax losing his mind isn't such a bad thing. He's practically handing me extra reward points." System, open personal panel. A faint growl echoed as he focused, and a translucent blue screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Ethan. Physique, average Earthling level. Spirit, normal. Genetic type, human DNA, moderate resistance to alien gene fusion. Skills, general combat training, firearm proficiency. Ability pool, none yet. Reward points, 115. Ethan had spent 6 months in Bellwood and had only exchanged his points for 2 minor skills, managing to save up 100 points. But now, just after joining Ben's storyline, he already had 15 more in hand. Not bad. Bayou. "Hey, Ethan. How do I get those awesome aliens of yours? They're seriously cool." Ben, still in grey matter form, waddled over, eyes full of admiration. "Don't just slap your Omnitrix and hope for the best," NRG advised, his deep voice echoing. "Use it properly, and the watch will gradually unlock more transformations." "Got it." Grey matter nodded firmly. This time, he actually meant it. Just then, a familiar voice called out. "Dinner's ready." Grandpa Max approached with a plate full of wriggling alien bugs. The classic bug dinner. Grandpa, I'm not hungry." "Me neither." Ethan instantly reverted to human form and backed away, while Gwen quickly followed, pretending to look busy. Only grey matter was left behind, groaning in despair. "No." Inside the rust bucket, Gwen sat gloomily with a half-empty bag of chips. "Oh no, only half a bag left," she sighed. Ethan rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a sealed sandwich. "Here, take this." "Thanks. You're such a gentleman." Gwen smiled sweetly, her tone softening. "What about you?" "This'll do." Ethan shrugged, grabbing the half-empty chips instead. For a moment, Gwen just looked at him, a warm flutter rising in her chest. He gave me his sandwich, and took my half-eaten chips instead. Grandpa, thank you for bringing him along. Then Ethan casually tapped his Omnitrix and transformed into grey matter, hopping onto the table and diving into the chips, munching happily. Wait, using grey matter to eat? Gwen blinked, then laughed. Ethan, you're a genius. Grey matter gave a proud grin. I do this all the time. Snack freedom. Fried chicken freedom. Total food freedom. Gwen giggled, breaking off a piece of the sandwich and handing it to him. The two shared an easy laugh, eating and chatting like old friends. Across the RV, Max tried to feed Ben a few bugs to little success. Some suffered, others enjoyed themselves. Meanwhile, outside, families at the forest campsite were busy barbecuing and relaxing under the night sky. Until... boom! 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 Massive shadows crashed down from the heavens. Giant robots towering 10 meters tall landed on the ground with thunderous force. Their bodies were armored in steel, with laser cannons mounted in their palms and spider-like legs that moved unnervingly fast. One among them stood out, arms replaced with laser blades, a reactor glowing viciously in its chest. For a moment, everyone at the campsite froze in shock. Then came the screaming. 3 large robots and 1 enormous war machine tore through the peaceful night, turning the camp into a nightmare. Inside the rust bucket, the 4 travelers had no idea what was happening outside. Ethan lay on the floor mat, frowning. Strange. I could have sworn this was the part where someone calls for help over the radio. Right on cue. All entertainment programs are now interrupted for urgent news. The cheerful TV show cut off, replaced by a stern-looking news anchor. There has been a violent attack near the forest campsites. 2 to 3 camps have already been destroyed. Citizens are advised to avoid the area immediately. The broadcast ended abruptly. So that's why no one called for help, Ethan muttered, sitting up. Grandpa. I know. Max was already slipping into his slippers, sprinting to the driver's seat. Let's move. The RV roared to life, speeding into the night. Inside, no one spoke. They all knew this was because of them, because of the Omnitrix. They passed several destroyed camps before finally reaching the highway. Dozens of RVs blocked the road, people screaming and running as 3 giant robots blasted through the convoy. And ahead of them a colossal war robot landed with a crash, its blade arm cutting a fissure straight through the asphalt. Panic spread like wildfire. For ordinary humans in this world, alien invasions were terrifyingly common. If not for Ben, Earth would have fallen 100 times over. But this time, they had someone else too. Ethan. Let's do this. Ben jumped out of the RV, slapped his Omnitrix, and transformed into Diamond Head, his body glimmering with crystalline energy. I'm taking them all down. You're right, Ben. Ethan raised his wrist and activated his watch. His expression darkened. They like to pick on the small ones, huh? Fine. Let's show them what big really means. A blinding green light shot skyward, piercing the clouds. The ground trembled as a shadow eclipsed the stars. A massive, godlike figure stepped out of the light. Way big. Every robot froze, sensors glitching as they looked up at the towering titan. The crowd fell silent. Then, one by one, people dropped to their knees in awe. A miracle stood before them. Ding! New mission, smash everything. Objective, destroy all giant war robots threatening humanity. Reward, 10 points. Max's jaw dropped. AA trainee plumber. You can transform into that. Even he, a veteran of countless alien battles, could only stare in disbelief. Way Big stood like a living colossus, power radiating off him in waves easily 10,000 times stronger than Vilgax himself. And the battle was only beginning. Chapter 5, Permanent Full-Level Omnitrix. Vilgax's awakening. Boom! Wei Big raised his colossal foot and strode toward the giant robot. Each step sent shockwaves across the ground, trees trembled, and even Diamond Head staggered from the tremor. One by one, the massive machines faltered before the towering figure. "I'll crush you first." Wei Big clenched his fist and drove it down toward the mechanical giant. Boom! The robot's reactor blazed to life, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy that slammed against Wei Big's chest. "Hey!" Wei Big lowered his head, watching as the searing beam splashed harmlessly against his armor-like skin. He took a deep breath. Then whoosh! Exhaled with hurricane force. The gale scattered the energy blast, blowing the massive robot clean off its feet and hurling it across the field. The giant machine crashed into the wasteland with a thunderous impact. It blew that thing away with one breath. "This isn't a hero, it's a god." Everyone watching stood frozen in disbelief, their world views shattered. Then came awe, cheers, and pure adoration. Bang! Wei Big crouched slightly, then leapt into the air and landed right in front of the dazed robot. The machine slashed wildly, twin plasma blades cutting arcs through the air. Wei Big lifted one arm to block. Crack! The twin blades shattered instantly upon contact, as if they were made of glass. They couldn't even scratch him. Given Wei Big's durability, only Vilgax's raw power could ever make him flinch. The robot's sensors blinked erratically, unable to calculate or comprehend the being in front of it. Boom! Boom! Wei Big's fists came down like meteors, pummeling the giant robot into twisted metal. In a matter of seconds, it was reduced to nothing but scraps. Ding! Mission complete. Host has earned 10 reward points. Wei Big straightened up, the mission finished in moments. Nearby, Max leaned against a tree, staring in disbelief. "Man! Ethan joining the plumbers might be the best thing that's ever happened to us." He swallowed hard. "How is anyone supposed to match that?" Gwen's eyes shimmered with awe as she watched the towering alien vanish into the distance. With Ethan around, everything just feels possible. On the battlefield, Diamond Head was still struggling against 3 smaller robots, his diamond armor chipped but unbroken. "Hey, Diamond Brother!" Wei Big's booming voice echoed. "Just call me Diamond Head." Ben grunted, bracing himself. I can handle this. I don't need help." Even as one robot pinned him down, Ben tried to sound tough. Wei Big sighed and reached over. Boom! With one casual swing, he tossed the massive robot 100 meters away. It exploded on impact like a crushed soda can. "These two next." Wei Big grabbed the other 2 robots, one in each hand, and hurled them aside like toys. "Diamond Head! Finish them off." "Got it!" Ben shouted, shaking off his pride. He summoned twin diamond Gatling guns and shredded the robots into debris. Moments later, silence fell. Then came the cheers, loud, endless cheers. "Wei Big! Diamond Head!" The survivors were crying, laughing, celebrating their heroes. Ben waved to them. "All good now. Everyone's safe." Then, exhausted, he reverted back to normal and trudged toward the RV. Wei Big simply spread his arms and soared into the sky, disappearing like a meteor. By the time ambulances and news crews arrived, the footage of the giant alien savior was already flooding the headlines. Inside Grandpa Max's rusted old RV, the atmosphere was finally calm again. Max and Gwen sat quietly until Ethan and Ben returned, both visibly drained but unharmed. Gwen rushed forward, worry clear on her face. "Are you okay, Ethan?" "I'm fine," he assured her, flashing a tired smile. "But next time, we have to be faster. We can't let them hurt people again." "You're right," Ben said firmly, nodding. Max smiled proudly. "You both did great tonight. Get some rest, you've earned it." Past midnight. Ethan stirred awake as the familiar system voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's original Omnitrix, Max Level Edition, has expired. Would you like to permanently store it in your ability pool? His eyes snapped open. How much does it cost? Original Omnitrix, Max Level Edition 120 reward points. He had 125 total, just enough. He clenched his fists. Do it. Save it permanently. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully stored the original Omnitrix, Max Level Edition, in your ability pool. A satisfied grin spread across his face. Now, no matter what random template he drew, he'd always have a reliable backup. He remembered the time he accidentally drew a Blood Watch template and spent an entire day craving duck blood. Yet, better safe than sorry. Then he whispered, "System, activate today's template." Ding! Host has successfully drawn a new Omnitrix template, Ultimate Alien Omnitrix. Features: second generation aliens and the Ultimate Evolution function, with full voice control mode. Ethan's heart pounded with excitement. Perfect! He smirked. Let's see how anyone's handle my ultimate aliens. Meanwhile, aboard Vilgax's flagship, a combat robot knelt before its master, its voice trembling. Report, our elite units and primary assault mechs were all destroyed instantly. Vilgax's face darkened. His claws clenched, trembling with rage. He refused to believe it, but the truth was undeniable. Someone on Earth wielded the Omnitrix better than him. Impossible, he growled. How could a single human possess such power? His crimson eyes flared. Prepare the regeneration chamber. I'm resuming training immediately. I'll grow stronger, stronger than ever. I'll reclaim what's mine. The chamber hissed open, steam filling the dark room as Vilgax stepped inside, his monstrous determination burning brighter than ever. Chapter 6, Dr. Onimo's arrival and the first activation of the Ultimate Watch. Washington, D.C. A residential building was engulfed in flames. My child's still inside. Someone, please help. A terrified couple tried to rush into the blaze, but others held them back. The fire was far too fierce. Boom! A burst of heat and light and then heat blast landed in front of the building, 2 children safely in his arms. The crowd erupted in cheers. Inside Grandpa Max's rusted RV, Ethan watched the live broadcast with a smile. This is Ben's first real hero moment, he said proudly. He's doing pretty well. He made a note to himself, it was time to properly train Ben. From now on, Ben could handle the smaller missions and Ethan would take care of the heavy hitters. Grand opening today. The biggest supermarket in Bellwood, we've got everything. The excited voice came from the radio as the team drove. Grandpa Max grinned. Once Ben's back, we'll stop by there for supplies. Not long after, the RV pulled into the parking lot of a huge supermarket. The 4 climbed out and stepped inside. Rows of colorful shelves stretched in every direction, packed with food and gadgets. The place was bustling. I'll grab ingredients for dinner, said Grandpa Max, pushing a cart toward the seafood section. He stopped at a tank of live turtles, muttering about fresh protein as he examined them. Meanwhile, Ethan, Ben, and Gwen wandered aimlessly through the aisles until something caught Ben's eye. Rampage Sumo Limited Edition chips, he exclaimed. If you're lucky, you might get the gold card inside. In this world, Rampage Sumo was practically legendary. Any kid who owned a gold card was instantly the coolest in school. Ben, you dork, Gwen teased. We don't have that kind of money. Or are you betting on one-shot luck again? Hey, I've got powers now, remember? Ben tapped the Omnitrix screen with a grin and hovered over Spitter. But then, he hesitated. Was it really okay to use alien power for something like this? Ethan noticed and smiled approvingly. At least he's learning restraint, he thought. He stepped forward. Ben, let me handle it. Hey? Ethan, you're gonna transform? Ben asked, confused. Ethan, we really don't need that many chips. Gwen added, pulling out a crumpled $10 bill. Ethan didn't respond. He simply pulled out a black card and handed it to the cashier. Charge it. And I'll take every bag on this shelf. The clerk blinked. Sir, you're joking, right? Wait, the card went through. The man's eyes went wide with excitement. Oh my, you're serious? Right away, sir. Gwen's jaw dropped. How much money do you have? Ben's eyes gleamed. So, this is the power of money. Ethan crossed his arms, serious. Remember, Ben. If something can be solved with money, it's not a problem. Don't rely on the omnitrix for everything. He wasn't exaggerating. Even as a trainee plumber, Ethan had already saved up tens of thousands of dollars. Not bad for a high school hero. Boss, Ben said, eyes shining. From now on, I'm following your lead. Soon, the three of them sat on the floor, tearing open bag after bag. After dozens of tries, Ben finally pulled out a shimmering Rampage Sumo gold card, drawing envious looks from nearby kids. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A thunderous crash echoed from the distance. Ethan's expression darkened. He knew that sound Dr. Onimo had arrived. Ben and Gwen looked alarmed, thinking it was another Vilgax attack. Ding! New mission issued. Mad biologist Dr. Onimo. Objective: repel Dr. Onimo's giant bullfrog and prevent civilian casualties. Reward: 5 reward points. Ethan's eyes sharpened. He stepped out from behind the shelves, gaze locking on the electronics section. There, sitting like a small car, was a giant mutant bullfrog, croaking lowly. Perched on its back, a crazed-looking man in a tattered coat and horned helmet rummaged through boxes of electronics. Ha ha ha! Just like the ad said, this store really does have everything I need. Onimo crowed. Bang! Green light flashed as Ben slammed the Omnitrix down. In a burst of energy, 4 arms appeared, towering, muscular, and ready for battle. Ethan, let me handle this weirdo. 4 arms cracked his knuckles. If I stop Onimo, I'll complete the mission too. Ethan nodded. Go for it. 4 arms charged across the aisle, shouting, Hey! What are you feeding that bullfrog? Protein shakes? Dr. Onimo spun, sneering. Another mutant freak? Bullfrog, deal with him. Don't interrupt my work. The massive frog leapt forward, its jaws gaping. 4 arms caught it midair and slammed it into the floor, locking in a chokehold. Within seconds, the frog went limp, out cold. Not bad, Ethan muttered. Onimo's eyes narrowed. TCH, troublesome brat. He snapped a switch on his gene variator, and the device on his chest began to glow ominously. Then I'll get serious. 3 arcs of green electricity shot from his helmet, striking the pet section. Hamsters ballooned in size, shrieking as they charged forward. A bearded dragon grew massive, stomping through shelves. And a Brazilian turtle transformed into a hulking, tank-like monster with a snapping jaw. The supermarket descended into chaos as 4 arms fought desperately to hold them back. Ding! Mission update: repel Dr. Onimo's mutant beasts. Reward: 10 reward points. Ethan sighed. Guess I'm up. He raised his wrist. The Ultimatrix on his arm glowed with green light. Ethan, what's going on with your watch? Gwen gasped. Even Grandpa Max, who had hurried over, stared in disbelief. That's not the same Omnitrix. Ethan smirked. Just a little upgrade. He turned the dial. The holographic silhouette of Atomix appeared. Time to clean up. Click. A surge of power exploded outward, his body expanding, glowing green light spilling across the supermarket. Chapter 7, Please call me One Punch Saurian, not defeated Saurian. Roar. Humongousaur unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the entire supermarket, revealing his towering, muscular figure. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, his body was a fortress of strength, brown-green scales layered like natural armor, every muscle bulging with raw power. He looked like a humanoid dinosaur, the kind that ruled the food chain. It's a Vaxosaurian. And not just any one, that's the strongest I've ever seen. Grandpa Max exclaimed, eyes wide. The Omnitrix's DNA is always perfectly optimized, and Ethan's transformation was no exception. Ben, I'm here. Humongousaur lowered his head slightly to avoid the ceiling and stepped out from behind the shelves, his heavy footsteps shaking the ground. His glowing green eyes locked onto the 3 mutated creatures attacking Ben. Then, without hesitation, he turned his gaze to Dr. Onimo. What the another giant? Dr. Onimo's heart skipped a beat. That monstrous figure, that calm, terrifying stare, the pressure was suffocating. Bullfrog. Hamster. Lizard. Attack him together. Take down that dinosaur. Onimo shouted in panic. The giant frilled lizard was the first to lunge forward, hissing and charging. Humongousaur stopped in place. His stance shifted, his massive fists tightening. For years, Ben's Humongousaur had been mocked as defeated saurian, all power, no technique. But Ethan's version wasn't the same. He'd trained. He knew how to fight. Crack! The air trembled as he drew back his fist, his body coiling with power. When the frilled lizard came within reach. Boom! The punch shattered the sound barrier. The frilled lizard froze mid-leap as Humongousaur's fist slammed into its face, launching it through the far wall like a meteor. A long streak of blood trailed behind it before it disappeared into the rubble. One punch. No way. Dr. Onimo's eyes bulged. He must have used all his strength. That's impossible otherwise. Even with 4 arms, I couldn't win that fast, 4 arms muttered, stunned. Boxing stance, controlled power. Ethan's clearly trained in hand-to-hand combat. Grandpa Max said, astonished at how skilled the so-called plumber trainee really was. The giant hamster screeched and lunged. Humongousaur's tail suddenly whipped out like a steel bat, thwack, slamming the hamster right between the eyes. It dropped instantly, fainting on the spot. Then came the giant turtle. It stretched its neck to bite, but Humongousaur grabbed it by the shell and threw it over his shoulder in a perfect wrestling move. The ground cracked as the turtle slammed down, its legs twitching helplessly. The entire supermarket fell silent. He hadn't even used full power, just basic strikes. Efficient. Lethal. Overwhelming. A monster, that fights like a human martial artist. He just used boxing, wrestling, and tail techniques. He's insane. Alien Bro's a total beast. The crowd erupted in cheers, their blood pumping with excitement. Few the nickname defeated saurian ends today, Humongousaur said with a confident grin. From now on it's one-punch saurian. He turned to 4 arms, who was still in awe. Ethan, I mean, Super God Humongousaur, teach me those moves. That was awesome. Humongousaur frowned. Super God? No. Just call me Humongousaur. Then his expression hardened as he turned toward Dr. Onimo and began walking forward. Onimo's breathing grew ragged. No, stay away. He frantically activated his gene splicer, mutating every nearby animal in sight. Birds, lizards, and rodents twisted into hideous monsters and charged. But Humongousaur didn't flinch. Every punch was decisive, 1 hit per creature, each one dropping instantly. Seeing his creations fall like paper dolls, Onimo panicked. He leapt onto a giant parrot and flew out of the shattered roof, terrified beyond words. Mission complete, the system chimed in Ethan's mind. Reward, 10 points. Humongousaur sighed. Too bad he got away. Then he grinned. Oh well. Maybe he'll come back with something stronger next time. I could use better missions. Ben and Four Arms regrouped near the ruined aisles. Everything's fine now. Four Arms scratched his head. Sorry for breaking half the store. Instead of anger, the crowd clapped and cheered for them. Soon after, the four heroes regrouped in the rust bucket. Ethan, I think we should investigate that scientist, Gwen said, typing on her laptop. Here Dr. Aloysius Onimo, former biologist, repeatedly rejected for the Truth Prize. His entry this year? The Gene Splicer. Grandpa Max nodded. Then we'll head to the Truth Prize ceremony tonight. I bet that's his next move. Meanwhile, Ben wouldn't stop pestering Ethan, asking for fighting lessons, touching his Ultimatrix, and throwing endless questions his way. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, the giant parrot crash-landed, exhausted and vomiting from stress. Dr. Onimo tumbled off, gasping, eyes still wide from fear. The image of Humungusaur's massive frame crushing his monsters haunted him. The strongest creature on Earth, that thing can't be real. Then his face twisted into determination. No. I'll make something even stronger. If I have to go all out, then so be it. He adjusted his goggles, stood up straight, and muttered coldly. Humungusaur, next time, I'll be ready. Chapter 8, The Dinosaur Army Appears. Ultimate Evolution begins. It was already past 7 in the evening. The Truth Prize ceremony venue was packed to the brim. Under the bright lights, the new Truth Prize winner received their award as cheers erupted from the crowd. At the entrance, inside an old, beat-up car, Ethan watched the broadcast on the small TV, frowning. The Truth Prize ceremony's over already, and Dr. Onimo still hasn't shown up. No matter how much the plot changed, it shouldn't change Onimo's obsession with the Truth Prize. Maybe he won't come at all, Ben Tennyson groaned, lying flat on the car floor, exhausted. Ethan, I'm done with training for today. I can't move another inch. You only learned a couple of moves. Is that enough? Gwen teased. Hey, Ethan said those Muay Thai moves are super strong. Ben shot back defensively. Beep. Beep beep. Two urgent alerts went off at the same time, one from Ethan's backpack and another from Grandpa Max's radio. The two exchanged quick glances. It was the plumber's alert system, signaling an emergency nearby. What Ethan didn't expect was that Grandpa Max had actually hooked up the full plumber system inside this clunky old car. Hey! Grandpa Max calmly adjusted the radio, reading the report as his eyes widened. Breaking news: Dr. Onimo has stolen several dinosaur fossils from the museum. He's now the most wanted criminal in Bellwood. Well. Ethan smirked, getting out of the car. That's a big move, even for him. Ethan, where are you going? Gwen asked, confused. He twisted the car door handle and grinned. If he's making that much noise, he's definitely heading here. I'll make sure he spots me first. This wasn't recklessness, it was confidence. Confidence in his own strength. Time to teach Dr. Onimo a lesson. Bang! Ethan stepped out of the car and into a dark alley nearby. He twisted the Omnitrix dial, selecting Humungusaur. His body expanded rapidly, muscles bulging as he transformed into the mighty alien powerhouse. Whoosh! Humungusaur exhaled deeply, the ground trembling beneath his feet as he walked toward the Truth Prize stage. Ding! Mission, the deranged biologist, Dr. Onimo issued. Mission details. Dr. Onimo has completely lost his sanity, stealing countless dinosaur fossils and creating a monstrous army. Eliminate his dinosaur horde and bring him to justice. Reward, 20 system points. Humungusaur cracked his neck and smirked. 20 points? Sounds fair. Roar. A deafening roar echoed through the night as a pack of velociraptors charged straight toward him. Humungusaur yawned. He didn't even bother attacking. Boom. Boom. From behind him, a massive orange figure 4 arms leaped into the fight, smashing several raptors with ease. "Ben, you handle the appetizers," Humungusor said casually. He looked ahead. The ground began to shake violently as if a giant had arrived. Through the darkness, massive shapes emerged, a raging Tyrannosaurus, a horned Triceratops, a towering Brontosaurus, and a deadly Therizinosaurus with scythe-like claws. A full dinosaur army was marching straight for the city. In the sky above, Dr. Onimo rode atop a mutated parrot, glaring down at Humungusor. His face twisted with rage. "I only wanted to do a little field test, and you turned me into a wanted man. You'll pay for this." Seeing Humungusor's calm smirk only made him angrier. "Quite the show," Humungusor chuckled. "Fine, Doctor. Out of respect for your efforts, I'll go all out." "All out?" Onimo sneered. "You think you can scare me with talk?" Inside the car, Grandpa Max frowned. Is Ethan bluffing, or does he really have another trick up his sleeve? He remembered how Ethan had fought earlier. Even when holding back, his strength was terrifying. Click! Humungusor pressed the ultimate dial on his chest. "Ultimate evolution activate." A cold, mechanical voice echoed as deep green DNA energy engulfed him, transforming every inch of his body. His muscles grew denser, claws sharper, tail longer. His back and shoulders bristled with armored spikes. When the light faded, standing there was Ultimate Humungusor, a towering green titan armed with built-in missile launchers and the aura of a war god. 4 arms stood there, dumbfounded, tapping his own chest symbol with no effect. Dr. Onimo panicked. All dinosaurs attacked together. The ground thundered as tyrannosaurs, triceratopses, and other prehistoric beasts charged all at once. Ultimate Humungusor's expression hardened. "He's close by. I'll crush these first, then find him." His right arm shifted, forming a quad-barreled missile launcher. He aimed at the Brontosaurus leading the charge. Boom! 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 Red missiles streaked through the sky, exploding against the Brontosaurus. Flames engulfed the beast, bringing it down in seconds. The nearby crowd gasped. "What's that noise? Are those fireworks? Wait, is that a giant dinosaur?" Spectators stepped outside and froze in horror. Ultimate Humungusor turned to them with a grin. "Sorry, folks. Bit of a dinosaur problem. Please wait inside." Everyone nodded numbly, then bolted for the exit screaming. "Good. That's safer." He turned just as the Therizinosaurus lunged, its massive claws slashing toward his neck. Crack! The claws snapped in half against his armored skin. "Was that supposed to hurt?" Humungusor asked with a grin. The dinosaur wailed in pain, collapsing. "One down," he muttered, stepping over it and heading for the Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. In under a minute, he showed why dinosaurs had gone extinct the first time. High above, Dr. Onimo slumped on his flying beast. "Parrot, save some strength. We're going to need to retreat." Chapter 9, Dr. Onimo's time comes to an end. The Devil Watch awakens. Boom! The Triceratops charged first, roaring as it lunged to bite Ultimate Humungusor. Humungusor didn't hesitate. He turned, swinging his massive tail like a meteor hammer. At first glance, his tail looked small compared to the Triceratops's enormous skull. Crack! The impact shook the ground. A shockwave burst outward, shattering concrete and sending a burst of air rippling across the battlefield. The Triceratops's skull split open under the blow, and the creature was flung high through the air before crashing into the distant plaza. Third one, down. Ultimate Humungusor flicked his tail calmly, his deep voice echoing in the smoke. The remaining Tyrannosaurus froze, eyes wide in horror. Its instincts screamed louder than any command, and after a long, terrified pause, it turned and bolted. Up in the sky, Dr. Onimo gritted his teeth. He didn't dare shout orders now, afraid his voice would reveal his hiding spot. He could only watch as his prized creation ran for its life. Humongousaur didn't bother chasing it. Inside the car, Grandpa Max frowned. Maybe he's getting tired. That form must drain a lot of energy. Meanwhile, Animo rubbed his chin, analyzing from above. So, his weakness is stamina. Good. If I can just... Boom. Before he could finish, Humongousaur's arms swelled with power. He raised both fists, aiming straight at the fleeing T-Rex. Planet Buster Cannon. He slammed his fists together, unleashing a thunderous shockwave that streaked through the air like a green meteor. Rumble. The blast struck the Tyrannosaurus head-on. Flesh and bone vaporized in an instant, crushed like a mosquito under a tank. Last one, finished. Ultimate Humongousaur's voice was cold, his eyes glowing faintly. One punch. One kill. That was enough. Dr. Animo's jaw dropped. One dinosaur, per hit. This is insane. He finally realized this creature was the most terrifying thing Earth had ever seen. He couldn't fight this monster. Not yet. Not ever. P-Parrot, retreat. Now. The giant parrot squawked nervously and began to turn around but froze mid-flight. From the rooftop of a nearby building, a red blur streaked through the night sky. Nice timing, Ben, Humongousaur grinned as forearms dove in, smashing the parrot from the air and grabbing Animo by the collar. They made a perfect team. Ethan handled the invincible battles. Ben handled the cleanup. Unstoppable. The plumber's rising star just took down one of their biggest threats, Grandpa Max said proudly, watching from the van. Moments later, police cars arrived and cuffed Dr. Animo. Finally, one officer sighed. Those two monsters won't cause any more trouble. Animo glared out the window as he was shoved into the car, trembling with anger and humiliation. Damn it! I'll come back. I'll create something stronger than you, monster. He didn't realize it yet, but deep down, his obsession had shifted. He no longer wanted to defeat Ben Tennyson, but to surpass Ethan. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission complete. Reward, 20 system points. Back inside the old rust bucket, Ethan smiled as the voice echoed in his mind. Beside him, Ben was shadowboxing enthusiastically. I totally used those Muay Thai moves you taught me on that parrot. Did you see that? Alright, champ, Grandpa Max chuckled. Dinner first. Rest later. Tonight's dinner was smoked beef tongue. Ethan had craved it even before crossing worlds, and now that he finally tasted it again. Authentic and perfect. Ben and Gwen hesitated at first but eventually joined in. Later that night, Ethan set up his small floor mat, insisting on sleeping separately so he wouldn't disturb anyone. At midnight, he stirred awake. Huff! His eyes opened slightly. Ding! Host, your ultimate evolution watch time has expired. Would you like to retain it permanently in your ability pool? How much? Ultimate evolution watch price, 220 reward points. No thanks, Ethan said firmly. It was powerful, sure, but not worth draining his balance. The original Omnitrix Max Level Edition was far more versatile in the long run. As the ultimate watch faded from his wrist, he muttered. Claim today's Omnitrix template. Ding! Congratulations, host, new template acquired, Devil Watch. Ethan's eyes widened. Devil Watch. System explanation. The Devil Watch seals 10 ancient demonic aliens. Their power is monstrous, but if you can control them, you can become the undisputed king of demons. Yeah, no. System, switch it to the original Omnitrix. Ding! Original Omnitrix Max Level Edition available in Ability Pool. Switch. Ethan hesitated. The Devil Watch was dangerous but intriguing. System, Open personal status. Host, Ethan. Physique, standard human, Earth level. Spirit, normal. Genes, human, slight resistance to alien DNA. Skills, hand-to-hand combat, firearms proficiency. Ability pool, none. Reward points, 35. How many points to strengthen my body and mind? Ding. First upgrade costs 10 points each. Every subsequent upgrade increases by times 10. Same for both stats. Ding. Yes. Then strengthen both once. Ding. Physical enhancement complete. Mental enhancement complete. 20 points consumed. His body surged with energy, muscles tightening. His mind sharpened, every thought felt faster, clearer. Perfect. He looked at his watch and smirked. I confirm to claim the Devil Watch template. A deep purple glow erupted from his wrist. His right arm twisted, the Omnitrix morphing into a sinister black and purple device, its core pulsing like a living heart. The Devil Watch. It radiated power, but Ethan's enhanced mind kept it under control. In Ben's story, this watch had nearly driven him insane. But Ethan wasn't Ben. He knew how to handle it. I remember, there's a demonic version of Diamond Head sealed inside this one. He smiled faintly. Tomorrow, I'll test him and see how far I can push the Devil Watch. Pulling the blanket over his mutated arm, Ethan closed his eyes, a satisfied grin on his face. The room went quiet. The Devil Watch pulsed once in the darkness as if it were breathing. Chapter 10, Chapter 10. Ethan's devil arm knocks back the water monster with one punch. Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight broke through the sky, faint and silvery like a fish's belly. Gwen Tennyson woke up groggily, yawning as she carefully stepped around Ethan, who was still sleeping on the floor. She went to the bathroom, washed up quickly, and tiptoed back. Ethan stirred, stretching and rubbing his eyes with his left hand. Sorry, Ethan, did I wake you? Gwen asked softly, her voice full of guilt. Ethan smiled, waving it off. It's fine. I'm used to light sleep. But then... Ah! Gwen's scream pierced the quiet morning. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Ethan's right arm, jet black and monstrous, with a strange crimson device embedded into it. The watch's face looked like a demonic, scarlet eye. Ethan, she gasped. Grandpa Max frowned, studying the arm closely. Is there anything unusual about your right arm? Unusual? Ethan looked at his hand and shrugged. Not really. Except, it's a lot stronger. He picked up a lemon, squeezed gently, and the juice burst out in a single motion, splashing perfectly into a glass of water. He took a sip. Freshly squeezed lemon juice. I want some too. Ben Tennyson said eagerly. Lemon juice made with a devil arm, awesome. Are you sure this is safe? Gwen asked, her tone full of concern. She could barely look at the eerie red watch on his arm. Ethan smiled faintly and made another glass for her. Don't worry. My arm's changed like this before. It usually goes back to normal by the next day. The others exchanged worried glances. If it's not better tomorrow, Grandpa Max said firmly, we'll have it checked. After breakfast, Max went to wash up and then started the rust bucket. Gwen and Ben stayed behind, curiously inspecting Ethan's strange arm. First, Ben challenged him to an arm wrestle, then used Ethan's hand to crush soda cans into cool shapes. Gwen followed up with a magnifying glass, gently holding his hand and examining the details. Oh my gosh, this doesn't look like any earth creature's arm, she murmured. An hour later, the old rust bucket drove down a misty forest road and stopped beside a wide, sparkling lake. Max yawned. You kids go have fun. I'll catch some sleep. The lake's beauty was irresistible. Without hesitation, Ben, Gwen, and Ethan changed into swimsuits and headed for the water. Cannonball! Ben shouted, leaping in and splashing everyone. Ah! It's freezing! Gwen dipped her toes in, shivering. After a moment, she adjusted to the temperature and waded in fully. Ethan crouched by the water, dipping his right arm in first. The water around it was warm. He stepped in and immediately felt the chill, except where his arm was. The devil arm was radiating heat. How weird! It's actually warm near you, Gwen said, swimming close and resting her hand against his arm. Her fear faded a little. Then let's swim together, Ethan said with a grin. He started to move, his powerful arm slicing through the water easily. Gwen tried to keep up, but as they reached deeper waters, her pace slowed, and her nerves returned. Ethan reached out and supported her shoulder gently. Relax. I've got you. Watching them from a distance, Ben frowned. Hey! What are those two doing? They're supposed to be having a water fight, not a romance. He pouted and swam toward the center of the lake. Suddenly. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles erupted violently around him. Hey? What's that? Ben stopped, staring curiously at the disturbance. Boom! A massive splash exploded upward, and Ben was flung back with a startled yell. Ben! Gwen cried. Alarmed, Ethan instinctively pushed Gwen behind him and swam toward shore. But before he could reach it. Gurgle, gurgle. The water in front of him boiled with bubbles again. A cold dread crept over him. Gwen, he said quietly, stay behind me. Don't move. Oh okay. She whispered, rubbing her shoulder where he'd gripped her, and backed away. Boom! A giant shadow burst from the lake, sending waves crashing. Rising nearly 8 meters tall, it loomed in the mist, its massive frame like the legendary lake monster seen online. Roar! The creature lunged straight at Ethan. Too fast, no time to transform. Even the Omnitrix couldn't help now. Ethan's eyes narrowed. He clenched his teeth and tightened his fist. Muscles bulged, veins flared blue beneath his dark skin, and the air itself began to crackle around his arm. The monster surged forward. Ethan's fist blazed with a deep red glow. He swung. Rumble! The impact thundered through the air. Waves exploded outward. The water monster froze mid-attack, then a massive bump swelled on its head. With a dazed ow, it retreated, diving back into the depths. The lake fell silent again. Ethan lowered his fist, breathing hard. His arm ached slightly, but he'd done it. One punch had driven the monster away. Just how strong would he be if he transformed? The devil watch truly was something else. Then. Gurgle, gurgle. Gwen. Ethan turned to see her struggling, coughing up water as she tried to stay afloat. He didn't hesitate. He dove forward, wrapped an arm around her, and swam hard toward the shore. I'm fine, Gwen said between coughs, clinging to him tightly, her face flushed. Really, I'm fine. Ethan smiled faintly as they reached the shore. Ben, soaked and exhausted, was already recovering. The three of them hurried back to the rust bucket. We've gotta tell Grandpa Max, Ben said, still panting. There's a monster in that lake. Deep in the forest, hidden among the trees, a group of men watched with sinister smiles. Inform the boss about what we just saw. That kid's arm. It's not human. Looks like a devil's. He could be worth a fortune. They exchanged malicious glances, then boarded small boats and headed toward the center of the lake. Chapter 11, Chapter 11 The Demon Watch activates, Diamond Demon's shocking appearance. About the lake monster? Got it. Grandpa Max nodded, looking serious. Ethan, let's head out to fish later. Maybe we can handle this water monster situation before it gets worse. No problem. Ethan grinned, flashing an okay gesture. Hey, Grandpa. I've got an Omnitrix too, remember? Ben immediately complained. Why does he get to go and not me? To outsiders, it might have looked like Grandpa Max simply didn't trust Ben. But the real reason was simple: both Max and Ethan were plumbers. It was natural for them to handle alien-related incidents together. "Grandpa," Ethan said calmly, "let Ben and Gwen come along. With me here, it's the monster that should be scared." The tone was arrogant, but confident. He clenched his right hand, his voice carrying quiet dominance. "Even if I don't transform, I can still knock it down." Max sighed. "All right. Better that than you two sneaking aboard." After changing clothes, the four of them stepped out of the rust bucket and walked along the lake. Before long, they spotted a small cabin with a worn fishing boat tied to the dock. A gruff old man stood there. "I'm Captain Swan," he said curtly. "You folks here to fish? Grab your gear and hop on." Everyone climbed aboard and took their seats. The boat engine sputtered to life, heading toward the misty center of the lake. "Captain Swan," Grandpa Max began, "you ever hear stories about the creature that lives in this lake?" The captain squinted ahead as he steered. "You mean the Kraken? Been around for years. Most people don't believe it's real. But one day, I'll prove it." "Has it ever attacked anyone?" Max asked. "Nah," the captain replied, a little impatiently. "The Kraken's always been calm. Never bothered me." The group chatted as the boat glided further out, until a large ship came into view, blocking their path. A man in a formal suit stood on deck and called out, "I'm Jonah Meyer, president of the Fish Enthusiasts Association. We're conducting a species survey here. Fishing's prohibited in this area. Please stay near the shore." He smiled politely. But behind him, one of his crew whispered, "Boss, that family we've been watching, they're on their way here now." Jonah's smile sharpened. "Perfect. Once they head into the deep, the little devil and the Kraken will clash. We'll swoop in afterward and take what we need." His crew grinned. "Boss, you're a genius." The ship soon drifted off, leaving Captain Swan's small boat free to move deeper into the lake. "Strange," the captain muttered. "Never seen that ship before. Ah well. Time to fish." The group cast their lines into the shimmering water. Beneath the sun, ripples sparkled gently. Ethan didn't cast a line. Instead, he crouched at the edge of the boat, eyes fixed on the still surface. The lake was calm, too calm. "They're all using worms for bait," he muttered. "Guess I'll try something better." He slowly dipped his black, demonic right hand into the water. Deep beneath the surface, two glowing eyes opened. The Kraken saw that arm, that same cursed arm. Its body stirred with fury. This was its home. No intruder would make it suffer again. Suddenly, a mechanical chime echoed in Ethan's mind. Ding! Mission: Attack of the giant lake monster Kraken initiated. Objective: defeat and subdue the Kraken. Reward: 10 points. Note: the Kraken's aggression stems from stolen eggs. Recover them after the battle. Ethan smirked slightly. Got it. First the monster, then the eggs. He raised his right arm and tapped the crimson watch embedded in it, the demon watch. The eye on its surface snapped open, projecting holographic silhouettes of various creatures. He spun the dial until it landed on a crystalline figure, Diamond Demon. "Let's go." He slammed the watch face down. Whoosh! A crimson beam shot skyward. A blinding flash followed, and when the light faded, a towering warrior stood beside the fishing boat. Its body was made of dark purple crystal, sharp and spiked from head to toe. Its eyes glowed red like molten gems. Captain Swan staggered back. What kind of monster is that?" Ben's eyes sparkled. "Whoa! Diamond Demon. That's actually a pretty cool name." Grandpa Max blinked in disbelief. Ethan again, where does he keep finding these insane transformations? Gwen, ever alert, noticed the rippling water. He must have sensed danger, she said quickly and ducked into the cabin. Everyone stays back. In Ethan's mind space, a blood-red void surrounded him. On a crystal throne sat the Diamond Demon, arms folded, watching him with amusement. You seem familiar with this device, the demon rumbled. You picked me the most talkative one for your first transformation. Why? I could just suppress your will, Ethan said calmly. But I'd rather use 100% of your power, not half. So let's cooperate. The demon smirked. Then let's make a deal. I'll lend you my strength, but in return you'll use the demon watch more often. Every day. Let each of us escape our prison for a while. Ethan's lips curved slightly. Deal. The crimson void shattered. Back in reality. The Diamond Demon's eyes flared. Power surged through every vein of his crystalline body. The lake began to quake. Boom. The Kraken erupted from below, water exploding in all directions. It roared furiously at the towering purple figure. The creature might look different now, but the devilish pattern on its body told the Kraken everything. This was the same being that had wounded it. It lunged. The Diamond Demon crouched slightly, energy building across his spiked armor. Diamond bind. Bang. 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 Glowing chains of purple crystal shot outward, wrapping around the Kraken's massive body again and again until it could barely move. The beast thrashed, roaring in rage, but the crystalline chains only tightened, forming a radiant prison of amethyst light. That's insane, Grandpa Max whispered. I've never seen crystal generation that fast. Ben gawked. No way. I can't even do that when I have stomach cramps, and he's making crystal chains like it's nothing. Kraken, the Diamond Demon said coldly, stepping forward. Each step froze the water beneath him into glowing crystal. Calm down first. Then we'll talk. He dragged the bound monster across the lake like an adult disciplining a child, leaving trails of glowing crystal in his wake. Captain Swan stood frozen, jaw slack. Who's the real monster here? Underscore 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 un. Author's note. The Demon Watch's version of Diamond Head. The Diamond Demon looks and fights far beyond the ordinary Diamond Head. He's an evolved, ultimate form worthy of the title Diamond God of War. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Diamond Demon Unleashed, Jonah Meyer meets his doom. The Diamond Demon strode from the center of the lake to the opposite shore and brought the Kraken down to its knees. He shrank the crystal chains, released the beast, and set it into the water. The Kraken gulped greedily, drawing in massive quantities of lake water to replenish itself, then, without learning its lesson, snapped at the Diamond Demon. I was too busy subduing you to tickle you, the Diamond Demon said casually as he scratched his cheek, barely bothered by the attack. Before the Kraken's jaws could close, the demon flashed upward. In an instant he rocketed more than 10 meters into the air, appearing above the beast. Your back looks sore, let me give you a massage, he joked. Crystals erupted from the demon's foot and fused into an oversized, diamond-like boot more like a hammer than a shoe. He brought it down with a thunderous strike. The Kraken howled as a concussion of waves slammed it into the depths. Time and again the monster lunged, only to be slammed back by the Diamond Demon's crystal strikes. The demon used the Kraken's own body as a springboard, kicking off it to stay airborne, each blow sending the beast skidding into the water. Soon the Kraken learned not to show its head. It slunk beneath the surface, refusing to give itself away. The Diamond Demon removed his crystal boots and stepped lightly ashore as huge waves crashed against the bank. You want to use waves to push me under? He asked, amused. Fine, let's go for a swim. He dove. The lake dropped 20 or 30 meters to black water below. The Kraken charged from the deep, furious. Diamond. Spider Lance, the demon intoned. Spines bristled along his back. Hundreds of thin crystalline spears like a shower of spider legs shot toward the kraken, stabbing and pinning at every vulnerable spot. Water resistance slowed them but could not stop the onslaught. The kraken was driven deeper and deeper toward the lake bottom, where the spear web tightened around it until it could hardly move. One final spear lodged in the beast's brow. The kraken froze. The diamond demon slowly retracted his spears, then ascended. When the monster burst free and surfaced, it stared at his back with a pleading, almost childlike expression. Ding! Mission complete, attack of the giant lake monster kraken. Host awarded 10 points. The diamond demon regarded the kraken with a softer tone. You're smart. You attacked because your eggs were stolen, right? The kraken nodded fiercely. I'll help you recover your eggs, the demon said. But promise me you won't hurt anyone else until then. The kraken thrashed its tentacles in assent and dove away, an apology in motion. As the demon walked back toward the fishing boat, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, how do kraken eggs get fertilized around here? There's no other water monster in this lake. He paused and cocked his head. The kraken's embarrassed dive told him the answer. He snorted and walked on. Some mysteries could wait. When the diamond demon climbed onto the boat, it was empty. Where'd everyone go? He muttered, and then he saw the big ship anchored nearby. On the deck, Jonah Meyer smiled down with a thin, greedy grin. You returned. I never expected you to transform like that. Truly priceless. Drop your weapon and surrender, Jonah called. Or they die. His crew pointed out Ben and the others, tied and helpless, smirking with the mean certainty of poachers who thought they'd won. Ethan! Gwen cried. They tied us up. This was a trap. Jonah's voice hardened. Drop it, or they die. The diamond demon sighed, as if indulging a bothersome child. He moved toward the pattern on his chest, the demon watch's sigil, apparently to remove it. Everyone watched the glowing motif, certain the fight was over. They didn't notice the spikes along his forearms shifting. In the next instant, the spikes exploded outward, converting into colossal crystal fists that hammered the ship's hull like battering rams. The vessel lurched. Jonah and his men were thrown off balance. I'm faster than a flash, the demon declared as he sprang across the water. In a blur he crossed the short distance from the small boat to the larger ship and was on deck in the same heartbeat. As Jonah's crew fumbled for their guns, they were swept off by surging arcs of purple energy. One by one, the poachers were flung back onto the water. The demon's power created huge diamond platforms beneath them that marched steadily toward the shore dozens of meters at a time. Retreat! Retreat! Jonah's bravado dissolved into raw panic. The realization hit him, they had failed to control the situation. He barked orders to open fire, but no one wanted to be first to confront a crystal colossus. Back on the shore, the diamond demon slowed and half-kneeled, winded by the sprint. He had pushed himself to the limit to haul Ben and Gwen to safety. His chest heaved as he tried to catch his breath. Ethan, you, okay? Ben panted, rubbing his wrists as the ropes were cut. I'm fine, Ethan said, voice steady though his legs trembled. You look after the others. Turn into a support alien, keep civilians clear. Don't let anyone get hurt. The demon's eyes were cold as he spoke. The lake was crowded with tourist boats now. Any stray bullet or rock could hit an innocent person in a flash. A new system chime rang in Ethan's mind. Ding! New mission issued, Blood and War. Objective: eliminate Jonah Meyer's poaching gang by any means necessary. Reward: 15 points. Jonah Meyer's face registered the truth. The lake's monster wasn't a rampaging animal, this was an avenger. The men on his ship swallowed fear and braced for a fight that had just become very personal. Chapter 13, Chapter 13 The Burning Nether Fire, Ethan, the flame that terrified everyone. Bayou Bayou. A flash of red light burst out as Ethan reappeared, calm and composed. Time's up? Fine, then I'll transform again later. Jonah Meyer and his crew wouldn't reach the area for a while yet. Well, if I say I didn't see anything, would you believe me? Captain Swan stammered, his voice trembling as he stared at Ethan and the others. Don't worry, Captain, Ethan said with a faint smile. Even if you've seen the truth, it's like the Kraken, it's something the world isn't ready to accept. In other words, as long as he didn't transform in front of crowds, it didn't matter if a few witnesses saw. Captain Swan gulped and nodded silently. The group sat down to rest, the tension in the air thick as they waited. Ben, Ethan said, glancing over. Keep the Omnitrix ready. Ben raised his wrist and left the watch's screen active, ready to transform at a moment's notice. Jonah's crew could arrive any time. Ethan's calm wasn't recklessness, it was preparation. Every movement was deliberate. Every breath was control. Captain Swan watched in confusion. I keep learning more and more secrets, he muttered under his breath. But I guess that's none of my business. Seconds crawled by. The demon watch on Ethan's wrist began to recharge, the eye in its center flickering open. He rolled his wrist, selecting Diamond Head, but the watch resisted, rejecting the command. Hey? It won't activate. He frowned, turned the dial again, and the icon shifted, landing on Heat Blast. He smirked. Guess we're going with fire. A blood-red flash engulfed him. When the light faded, a towering figure stood there, his entire body cloaked in blazing red gold flames, his face sharp and angular like molten glass. The air itself trembled around him. Whoa! Ben breathed. Is that nether fire? Inside the conscious space. A dark void. Countless chains coiled around a flaming figure, the true nether fire. Don't even think about using my power to play hero, kid, the spirit growled. Even with your willpower, I can stop you. Who said anything about being a hero? Ethan folded his arms. What do you want me to do? Netherfire's laughter echoed like burning coals. My power exists for one thing only, killing. You'll have to kill someone for me, or I'll take over your body right now. Ethan blinked. Just one. Netherfire sneered. You're scared already, hey? Humans so pathetic. What? Only one? Ethan interrupted. That's not enough. I'm planning to take out an entire ship full of them. Netherfire froze. What did you just say? I said, if I'm doing this, I'm wiping them all out. One kill's not gonna cut it. The flame spirit stared, then began to laugh, low and dangerous. Ha, interesting. Fine then. Show me what you can do. Ethan's vision snapped back to the real world. His fiery eyes locked onto Ben. Ben, get ready. Got it. Ben smacked the Omnitrix. A flash of green light, he transformed into Stinkfly, wings spreading as he shouted, Stinkfly ready to roll. Clear the civilians, Netherfire said, his flaming body roaring brighter. Now. Stinkfly darted into the air, swooping between boats, scattering panicked tourists to safety. Ahead, the outline of Jonah Meyer's ship loomed like a steel fortress on the dark water. There it is, Netherfire muttered, eyes narrowing. The men aboard saw him coming, a streak of living fire in the sky, and began firing wildly. Shoot him down. Kill that freak. Bullets whizzed through the air, then melted before they even touched him. Wrong move, Netherfire growled. You chose fire as your enemy. He dove like a meteor, slamming into the deck with explosive force. The ship shook, flames spreading instantly across the hull. The air turned into a furnace, the metal itself began to warp. The poachers screamed as molten fists struck one after another, burning through armor and flesh alike. Each hit turned a man into ashes in an instant. No one could stop him. It wasn't a battle, it was annihilation. Some dropped their weapons and fell to their knees. Please don't kill us. We surrender. We were wrong. Please. Netherfire's eyes flickered. You're not wrong, he said coldly. You're just afraid of dying. He clenched his fists, then exhaled, suppressing the killing urge. Stay where you are. Don't move. I'll have the authorities handle you. The terrified survivors nodded frantically. Bang! The ship's hatch burst open. Jonah Meyer appeared in a mechanized exosuite, rage twisting his face. You think I'll just die like this, boy? Netherfire tilted his head. Perfect timing. He spread his flaming wings and launched upward, slicing through the air. Boom! The instant he passed the mech, it detonated in a massive explosion, fire swallowing Jonah Meyer completely. The difference in power was absurd. Jonah had never stood a chance. Netherfire landed among the wreckage. The water monster's egg, bring it here. One trembling henchman staggered forward, clutching a box. He opened it and revealed the shimmering egg. At Netherfire's signal, he threw it into the water. Beneath the surface, the kraken emerged briefly, catching the egg in her tentacles before vanishing again. Then, Ethan raised both arms. A sphere of roaring fire gathered between his hands, bright as a miniature sun. Burn! He released it. The fireball fell upon the ship, consuming everything, steel, wood, and flesh, until all that remained was a floating grave of molten debris. Even those who tried to swim away were overtaken by the inferno. From below, the kraken watched in terrified silence. The devil in flames was far scarier than she could ever be. Inside Ethan's mind, Netherfire's laughter rumbled approvingly. Ha 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 ha. Once this kid decides on something, he doesn't hold back. I like him. Ding. Mission complete, Blood and War. Reward, 15 points. Netherfire no, Ethan smiled faintly beneath the flames. And then, without another word, he turned and disappeared into the smoke. Chapter 14, Chapter 14 New Combat Uniform, Ethan's Way of Self-Protection. Night had fallen. After saying goodbye to Captain Swan, everyone returned to the rust bucket. As Gwen climbed in, Grandpa Max stopped Ethan, who was about to get inside. What's wrong, Grandpa? Ethan looked puzzled. Max spoke seriously. Ethan, the plumbers checked the lake. They found fragments of a sunken ship and a large amount of grey residue. I was the one who took care of them, Ethan admitted without hesitation. Max frowned, rubbing his forehead. Ethan, wouldn't it have been better to let them be arrested? They knew who we were. If we captured them alive, they'd become a threat to us. Any threat needs to be eliminated at the root. Ethan's voice was firm and unwavering. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Max sighed. He couldn't really argue, so he said earnestly, Ethan, remember to stay calm. Don't let your emotions take over. I understand, Grandpa, Ethan nodded. Max released his shoulder, letting him climb into the rust bucket. As he watched Ethan leave, Max's expression softened with conflict. Ethan's actions clearly clashed with the plumber's no-kill policy. But Ethan's combat power is already beyond what the plumbers can offer him. It's not him who needs the plumbers, it's us who need him, Max muttered to himself. He could only hope that, over time, Ethan's mindset would change. That night, they had dinner with the fish they'd caught during the day. Afterward, everyone turned in for the night. As usual, Ethan slept lightly. Around midnight, his eyes snapped open. Ding! The host's Devil Watch template has expired. Would you like to keep it permanently in your ability pool? How much? Ethan asked casually. Devil Watch. Price, 600 reward points. What the? Ethan froze, eyes widening. That's 3 times the price of the Ultimate Evolution Watch. No way I can afford that. Fine, let's just get today's sign-in reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Omnitrix template. The template acquired is Error Omnitrix. Error Omnitrix, the most dangerous Omnitrix ever created. It possesses limitless functionality, no safety restrictions, and special combat-enhancing features. The only drawback: once activated, it can control its user. Without hesitation, Ethan said, "Nope. Change it. Change it right now." He was brave enough to face the Devil Watch, but the error Omnitrix. Even he knew better. Ding! The host's ability pool contains, first generation Omnitrix, max level. Replace current template. Replace it. Ethan commanded. His right arm reverted to normal, and the familiar green Omnitrix appeared on his wrist once again. Much better. He exhaled, finally at ease. System, open my personal panel. A digital display appeared before him. Host, Ethan. Physique, peak human level. Spirit, excellent. Genetics, human, partial resistance to alien DNA. Skills, advanced hand-to-hand combat, firearms mastery. Ability pool, first generation Omnitrix, max level. Reward points, 40. 40 points left, not bad. System, open the shop. A virtual screen expanded in front of him, with 3 major categories. Genes. Skills. Items. Can't afford gene upgrades, and I don't need new skills right now. Open the Items tab. The list unfolded. Alien Gene Enhancer 40 points. Mini Military Drone 30 points. Plumber Combat Uniform, Special, 10 points. Stone Guardian 10 points. Unlike templates, these items were tangible, they could appear instantly in the real world. Ethan's eyes landed on one. System, what's the Plumber Combat Uniform? Ding! This uniform automatically adapts to your body size, provides moderate defense, and regulates temperature, keeping you cool in summer and warm in winter. Nice. I'll take it. Ding! Purchase successful. 10 reward points deducted. A neatly folded set of high-tech plumber combat gear materialized on his bed. Ethan picked it up and slipped it on. The material was surprisingly soft, even more comfortable than pajamas. As he imagined a different look, the uniform shifted, transforming into a yellow and white t-shirt perfectly fitted. Perfect. Ethan smiled, lay back, and drifted off into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Max woke early. Seeing Ethan's right arm back to normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay, kid." He started up the rust bucket and drove it out of the woods. By the time the old vehicle rolled onto the open road, everyone was awake and ready for the next leg of their journey. A new day had begun and new adventures awaited. Chapter 15, Chapter 15 The Devil. Ethan enters town, the pus monster's nightmare. A lonely stretch of desert highway. Only one old RV rolled along the empty road, the rust bucket. "Ethan, this is your first time meeting Aunt Vera and Uncle Joe, so remember to make a good impression," Grandpa Max said cheerfully as he drove. "Got it, Grandpa." Ethan checked his reflection in the small mirror. His hair was neatly combed back, and under his white t-shirt he wore the new plumber combat suit. The outfit felt surprisingly comfortable. "Ugh, Great Aunt Vera's house is so boring," Ben complained, resting his chin in his palm. Gwen glanced at Ethan, pursing her lips slightly. "With Ethan around, it won't be boring," she muttered under her breath. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts until the rust bucket entered a quiet, eerie town. The streets were lined with old-fashioned houses. A few elderly folks sat silently on porches or lawns. It wasn't peaceful, it was lifeless. "So boring." Ben groaned, staring out the window. They passed a house where an old man was repairing his roof. He slipped, flipped in the air, and landed on his feet perfectly. "Whoa! Did you see that?" Ben exclaimed. Ethan and Gwen both looked out the window, puzzled. Everything seemed too calm. "I think your brain's overheated again, Ben," Gwen said dryly. "Yeah, twice over," Ethan added with a smirk. Hey! Ben slumped in defeat as both of them laughed. Our teamwork is flawless, Gwen said with a grin, high-fiving Ethan. Ethan chuckled softly but his expression turned thoughtful. He remembered what was supposed to happen today. Better to be prepared. The rust bucket stopped in front of a small house. An elderly couple stood waiting by the door. The woman, plump, grey-haired, and smiling warmly, was Aunt Vera. The thin, stern-looking man beside her was Uncle Joe. The door opened. Max, Ben, Gwen, and Ethan. Aunt Vera greeted happily. Everyone climbed out to say hello. Hi, Aunt Vera, Ethan said with a grin. Then he mischievously pulled out a water gun. Here. Let me give you a refreshing welcome. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Max chuckled, shaking his head. Typical Ethan. Swish. Water shot out, splashing directly onto Aunt Vera before she could dodge. Her smile froze, then her skin melted. Ah! She screamed as her body liquefied into a disgusting, pus-like alien creature. Her husband roared, his mouth revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Oh my gosh, Ethan, you just killed Aunt Vera. Ben yelped. I'll get a band-aid. Gwen panicked. Max's eyes widened in horror. No, they're not Vera and Joe. They're aliens disguised as them. You little brat, the fake Vera shrieked. You're dead. Both aliens lunged forward. They thought the kid would be terrified, drop the gun and run. But instead, Ethan smirked. Not today. Bang! 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 Streams of water blasted from the gun, melting their pus-like bodies into puddles of sludge. The two imposters stared at him in disbelief as they dissolved. A human, fearless? Whew, that was close, Ethan said casually, patting his chest. Good thing I kept pulling the trigger. What's going on? Why would Vera and Joe? Max began, confused. Ben quickly explained what he'd seen earlier. Max's face turned grim. If that's true, this whole town might be crawling with these aliens. Everyone froze except Ethan, whose eyes narrowed in interest. Moments later, several elderly residents stepped out of nearby houses, their eyes glowing faintly. He's got a water gun, one whispered. Should we rush him? Just knock the gun away first. As they muttered, their forms began to bubble and melt, revealing more pus monsters underneath. Ethan aimed his water gun. Click. No water. Empty. Out of ammo. He muttered. The monsters grinned wickedly and charged. Ha ha ha. What now, kid? The girl's mine. I'll take the old man. They were ecstatic, ready to tear their prey apart. Get lost, you freaks! Max yelled, hurling a rock at one of them. Ethan! Gwen shouted. They're afraid of water, maybe use that alien that can control it. Good idea. Ethan smacked the Omnitrix dial, spinning it until the icon he wanted appeared. Let's make a splash. Click. A green flash burst outward. And standing there was Water Hazard. Nice call, Gwen. We really do make a good team, Water Hazard said, giving her a thumbs up. That's the alien you turned into back when I was Heat Blast. Ben said excitedly. Let's call this one Water Hazard. Sure, whatever you say, Ben, Ethan replied, amused. The battle began. Mission detected, the march of the pus monsters. Objective, eliminate all infected aliens in the town. Show them the power of a plumber in training. Reward, 10 points. Hat. I like the sound of that, Ethan grinned. Water Hazard spread his barnacle-like arms wide, then unleashed a torrent of pressurized water that merged into a massive roaring water dragon. Ultimate Attack Hydro Dragon Cannon. Oh no! What the heck is that? Please mercy! The pus monsters froze in terror, their bravado gone. The water dragon struck like a tidal wave, blasting them apart. They disintegrated into sludge, gone forever. As silence fell, Water Hazard's eyes gleamed coldly. "Now begins the cleanup," he said quietly. "Objective: purge every last alien parasite in this town." Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The Ichor Monster's trump card, War Machine, appears. In a quiet small town. An old man disguised as a slime-like creature leisurely mowed the lawn, tidied up the yard, and finally stretched out on a lounge chair to enjoy the warm sunlight. He looked content, basking in the heat. "I really don't know how much longer I have to keep this disguise," the slime creature sighed. "Maybe until our ship is repaired." Boom! A torrent of pressurized water blasted down, instantly tearing the slime creature apart and sending the lounge chair flying. Another one down. Ethan, transformed into Water Hazard, calmly lowered his hand and walked down the street with confident, unhurried steps. Every time he spotted a slime creature, he simply raised his arm and another water cannon roared to life. Each blast struck true. Each target was obliterated. Before long, panic spread among the alien creatures. "It's that water-shooting monster. He's wiping out the surface troops. Run! He's coming!" Groups of slime monsters fled in terror, but they couldn't outrun Ethan's water cannons. With another wave of his arm, jets of water burst forth, blasting them apart in an instant. "Come on," Ethan said with a faint smile. "Running together just makes it easier for me." To the slime monsters, that smile was the face of death itself. "Forget this. I'm out of here." One of them jumped into a nearby car, started the engine, and sped off. He glanced into the rearview mirror. Ethan was far behind. The creature sighed in relief. "Saved. He's a demon. A total demon. He kills us without even blinking." Drip, drip. Raindrops splattered across the windshield. The slime monster looked up. "Hello." Ethan was flying above him, propelled by streams of water shooting from beneath his feet. With one hand, he pried open the car window. "Demon! You're a demon!" The creature's desperate screams ended in another jet of high-pressure water. Silence followed. Within minutes, the entire town fell eerily quiet. Not a single slime creature remained in sight. Only in the dark corners did a few survivors tremble in fear, barely daring to breathe. He's a monster. This is worse than Vilgax raiding a city." Whoosh! A blue blur zipped past. XLR-8 came to a halt and called out, "Ethan! I found them. They're hiding over there, and over there." He quickly reported their locations before speeding off again. "All right, let's finish this." Ethan flew over and unleashed another wave of water cannons. Under the terrified gazes of the remaining slime monsters, the blasts hit. And the creatures were completely disintegrated. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, 10 points. Ethan landed lightly, stretching his arms. "That's all of them already? Man, that was too quick. I wasn't even warmed up yet." Mark blinked in disbelief. "Wait, what? Isn't the villain supposed to get the upper hand first before the hero wins? What kind of anime logic is this?" Gwen chuckled, her eyes gleaming. "With Ethan around, is there really any problem we can't handle?" Ethan grinned. "Let's eat first, then we'll hunt down their base." "Eat? Oh yeah." XLR-8 zipped back, laughing. "I wanna see how fast I can finish a burger." The group entered a deserted fast food restaurant. Since the owner was gone, Mark left some cash on the counter and headed to the kitchen to whip up a few handmade burgers. Switch 4 arms. Ethan deactivated his transformation and became 4 arms, grabbing several burgers with ease and tasting them happily. Now this was living. Meanwhile, XLR-8 challenged himself to see if he could finish a burger in 3 seconds flat. As the group enjoyed their meal, a massive explosion echoed in the distance. "I saw it with my own eyes," a slime monster sobbed hysterically inside their hidden base. That devil came to town and slaughtered our entire surface force. My sister begged for mercy, he still killed her. The Earthlings sent their strongest monster after us. Damn it, we can't just sit and wait to die. He knows we're weak against water, we'll use that weapon. Anger burned in their gelatinous eyes as they shuffled into their spaceship one by one. Moments later, they emerged again, each carrying strange metal parts. Their bodies began to merge, fusing together along with the machinery. Ding! New mission, the supreme form of the slime monsters. Objective, defeat their ultimate combined form. Reward, 20 points. Ethan wiped his mouth with a napkin, crumpled it, and tossed it into the bin. He looked up, eyes gleaming with excitement. Everyone, let's go find their base. Gwen sighed. We're about to face terrifying aliens, and he's excited. Ben groaned. Please. To aliens, the terrifying one is Ethan. They piled into Grandpa Max's old rust bucket, driving toward the coordinates XLR8 had found. After some time, Mark's eyes widened in shock. Whoa, this is insane. Ben leapt up from his seat, grinning. That's so cool. Ethan paused for a second, then nodded. Okay, that's actually pretty awesome. Gwen nearly fainted. What is wrong with you two? That thing is terrifying. Up ahead, a towering war machine, nearly 30 meters tall and made entirely of gleaming metal, stomped across the road. Its silver armor shimmered like a giant mecha, but inside, dozens of slime monsters had fused together, their bodies powering the monstrous machine. This was their ultimate weapon, their last trump card to destroy the water-wielding demon. And Ethan was smiling. Chapter 17, Chapter 17 Ethan, this alien is one of my 3 mythic gods. Whoosh! Bang! Ben jumped out of the car and slammed the Omnitrix on his wrist. A flash of green light engulfed him. And in an instant, 4 arms stood tall and charged straight toward the enemy. So fast! Ethan's mouth twitched. You really can't wait, can you? Let him get some practice, Grandpa Max said, watching Ben run ahead with a proud smile. Even if Ben couldn't win, he could at least hold his own. And besides, Ethan was here. Hey! You big metal freak! 4 arms shouted up at the towering robot. You got a toy model of yourself? I'd totally buy one. Courting death. The war machine roared, its movements disturbingly smooth for something so massive, each joint powered by the fused slime monsters within. Its metal arms swung down like giant whips. Boom! The ground split open where 4 arms had stood just moments ago. He leapt high, landing against the war machine's chest. If you're not selling, fine. I'll beat you up and take the parts myself. 4 arms unleashed a flurry of punches. 4 fists slamming into the war machine's chest in rapid succession. Crack! A dent actually formed, but before it could deepen, the soft, gel-like structure of the fused monsters absorbed the force completely. What? 4 arms stared, stunned. Softness beats strength, kid. The war machine clenched its huge fist and swung. Bang! 4 arms was sent flying across the field, crashing into the grassy lawn. He groaned. Ack! That thing's tougher than Vilgax's robots. Struggling to get up, he watched the war machine advance step by step. Kid, you should have stayed that water-spraying freak. Turning into a musclehead was your last mistake. Oh! 4 arms smirked. You'll regret saying that. He turned his head. Ethan, it's your turn. The door of the rust bucket creaked open. Ethan stepped out calmly, eyes locked on the towering war machine. Is he gonna use NGR? Gwen guessed. Grandpa Max's face grew serious. If he does, that'll level half the town. Only something like atomic steel or Titan Giant could tear that thing apart. But Ethan shook his head. I've got someone even stronger, more destructive, and far more stable. He raised his wrist, scrolling through the Omnitrix. I call him, one of my 3 mythic gods. He slammed the dial down. Whoosh! A bright green flash erupted. And standing there was a massive, white and green mech-like alien. Its arms were fitted with huge cylindrical reactors glowing with dark green energy, its armor thick and gleaming like forged steel. Atomix. The war machine blinked once then sneered. You've got a robot too? It's smaller than me. I'll crush it with one punch. 4 arms grinned from the sidelines. Super cool name. Go get him, Atomix. Game over, the metallic voice rumbled. Boom. Atomix shot forward like a bullet, flying with a sonic boom that tore the air apart. The war machine barely had time to raise its hands. Crack boom. A green energy-charged uppercut slammed into its jaw, the impact shaking the entire town. A massive explosion of emerald nuclear energy burst outward, punching clean through the war machine's jaw and torso. I'm made to absorb attacks. The war machine's voice faltered. You can't. Croc-oom. The nuclear energy detonated inside it, shattering the monster from within and launching the 30-meter titan high into the sky. For a moment, even Ben, Gwen, and Max forgot to breathe. Nuclear energy. Atomix raised both arms, his eyes glowing green. Melt. Boom. A beam of pure dark green energy shot upward, engulfing the falling war machine completely. Its silver armor liquefied in seconds, the metal dripping away like wax under the sun. Slime monsters began spilling out, faces twisted in shock and horror. What kind of demon is this? We're immortal. He can't kill us. Hide. Hide. But the energy wave swallowed everything. Their bodies melted, their regenerative cells destroyed. They realized the horrifying truth. Even immortality meant nothing before atomic energy. What immortality? Atomix's voice boomed coldly. One blast from me and you're gone forever. His eyes glowed brighter, unyielding. There was no mercy, only judgment. Moments later, silence returned. The war machine, the slime creatures, everything was gone. Atomic power lowered his arms, energy fading away as calmly as if he'd just finished a light workout. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, 20 points. Ethan smirked. Mission cleared. Grandpa Max leaned against the rust bucket, still processing what he'd seen. How do I even write this in the report to the plumbers? Our intern destroyed an entire alien race with one shot. He shook his head. No one would believe it. If he hadn't seen it himself, even he'd think it was fiction. Oh man! Ben gasped, eyes shining. That was so awesome. I need an Atomix action figure right now. Wait, Gwen suddenly said, her expression changing. The townspeople. We need to find the missing residents before anything else. Atomic Power turned slightly, his voice calm and heavy. Thanks for your help. I'll leave the rest to you. That was how Ethan's strongest aliens operated. Do what they do best, destroy the enemy completely. Leave the cleanup to the others. Before they left, Ben couldn't help but ask. Ethan, is Atomix your strongest alien? Ethan smiled faintly inside the armor. There are stronger ones. Ben froze, speechless. If this wasn't the strongest, then just how terrifying could the other 2 mythic gods be? Author's note. Ahem. Power Stone please. Chapter 18, The War Watch appears. Vilgax strikes. With everyone's efforts, the people trapped in the underground nest were rescued, and the town slowly began to recover. They worked tirelessly until evening. In a bedroom on the 2nd floor of Aunt Vera's house, Ben was sprawled across the bed, snoring loudly in an utterly undignified manner. At the foot of the bed, Ethan slept lightly, waking the moment the clock struck 12. Ding! The host's full-level first-generation Omnitrix has expired. A robotic chime echoed in his mind as Ethan slowly opened his eyes. Since the full-level version of the original Omnitrix had already been stored in his ability pool, the system didn't prompt him to repurchase it. System, receive today's Omnitrix template, Ethan ordered calmly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a new Omnitrix template. Template acquired, War Watch. War Watch, Azimuth believed his own race wasn't strong enough, so he created the War Watch. Every DNA within it belonged to a natural-born warrior. Each form was built for battle, overflowing with raw, violent power. The watch automatically calibrates to match the user's strength. War Watch. Ethan frowned in surprise. He knew of the three mythical prototypes: the Love Watch, the Error Watch, and the Blood Watch. But War Watch? That was something new. In the original story, Vilgax should be gathering bounty hunters around this time to target the Tennysons. This War Watch might come in handy against them. Ethan thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, let's do this. Equip it. A brilliant orange light flashed on his wrist. In seconds, a powerful, battle-hardened watch formed the War Watch. Almost immediately, its display began to rotate and recalibrate. Click, click. It scanned Ethan's body, reading his data and upgrading itself at a shocking pace. Ultimate evolution loading. Unlocking additional DNA slots. As the calibration completed, the War Watch finally settled down. Ethan smirked. Good. Stable. Oh, right. System, open my personal panel. A glowing screen appeared before him. Host, Ethan. Physique, top tier for a human. Spirit, excellent. Genes, human, with limited resistance to alien DNA. Skills, mixed martial arts, marksmanship. Ability pool, full level first generation Omnitrix. Reward points, 60. Ethan studied the panel for a while, then closed it with a sigh. I've got what I need. Time to save up those points for later. That night passed quietly. The next morning, Aunt Vera and Uncle Carl reluctantly saw them off as Grandpa Max's rusted old RV rolled back onto the road. Whoa! Ben leaned forward, eyes wide at the glowing orange device on Ethan's wrist. Ethan, dude! That new Omnitrix form looks awesome. Orange, the true color of a warrior. Haha, thanks, Ethan chuckled. Though personally, I still prefer the Devil Watch's style. He gazed out the window, watching the desert stretch endlessly ahead. A strange tension stirred in his chest. Meanwhile, deep in space. Inside Vilgax's massive warship, alarms blared through a metallic corridor. Laser blasts tore across the walls as small security drones swarmed toward three intruders. At the front charged a crab-like alien, one arm ending in a massive claw, a katana strapped to his back. Out of my way! Crab roared, slicing through the drones with his sword and crushing the rest beneath his claw. A purple armored figure shot past him, rockets flaring from his back. He drew a glowing laser blade and cleaved through a squad of robots in one fluid motion. One damaged drone tried to flee. Bang! Without even looking, the purple warrior raised his gun and vaporized it with a single shot. 6-6 reporting in, he said coolly. Then, a shadow fell over the corridor. Boom! A massive mechanical brute crashed through the wall only to be struck down instantly by a powerful punch from a towering armored alien on a hoverboard. The robot's torso shattered on impact. Impressive, a deep, resonant voice rumbled. The three turned toward the open bulkhead where Vilgax watched them from within his command chamber. You've passed my test, Vilgax declared. Now you'll carry out your mission. The trio stepped forward, bowing slightly. There are two Omnitrixes on Earth, Vilgax said darkly. Both in the hands of humans. Retrieve them for me, and you'll be handsomely rewarded. 2. Crab's eyes gleamed. Azimuth is getting clever. 6-6 smirked. 2 Omnitrixes, 3 of us, sounds fair. Vilgax's glare sharpened. Confidence is good, but don't underestimate them. He gestured, and robotic attendants rolled forward with 3 metal cases. These are weapons of war, Crab muttered, his grin widening as he accepted his. Vilgax's voice thundered, it's worth the price. Now go bring me the Omnitrix. The ship's lower hatch opened. 3 crafts shot into the void, streaking toward Earth toward the faint Omnitrix signals glowing on its surface. The latest war machines and the galaxy's deadliest bounty hunters. Vilgax growled, his crimson eyes blazing. Ben Tennyson. Ethan, you're both finished. Chapter 19, War Watch in action. Ethan transforms into a battle maniac. Dust rolled across the desert highway with every turn of the RV's wheels. When the engine finally stopped, the thick haze settled back over the road. Click. Grandpa Max opened the door and stepped onto the scorching sand. Ahead stood a long-abandoned training base. Well, what do you know, he said, eyes brightening. There's actually a training field out here. The place was fully equipped: obstacle courses, climbing walls, even a combat ring. Whoa! Ethan, we can totally train here. Ben Tennyson jumped out of the rust bucket, already brimming with energy. Ethan followed, scanning the facility that looked just like he remembered. So this is what it really looks like. The two of them stepped inside together. Following Ethan's suggestion, neither used their Omnitrixes. They relied only on their own bodies, pushing through each obstacle by hand and grit alone. It wasn't the fastest way to get stronger, but it built real determination. Half an hour later, Ben collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat. Ethan, after all this, I finally get it. Sticking with something isn't that hard. Ethan chuckled, sitting beside him. You're doing great, Ben. He'd not only trained Ben but also managed to keep their location hidden. Perfect. Ding. Mission detected, Ben Tennyson's perseverance. Objective, under your guidance, Ben has learned the value of persistence. Use the War Watch to push him further. Let him feel true despair. Reward, 15 points. Ethan blinked. Wait, this mission's about Ben. He hesitated, glancing at the orange War Watch glowing on his wrist. Should I really? Before he could decide, a flash of blue light burst beside him. Diamond Head. Ben stood grinning in his crystalline form. You looked like you wanted a match, so I transformed first. Come on, let's fight. Ethan sighed. Great, guess we're doing this. He raised the War Watch and flipped its dial. Alright, let's see what the War Watch can do. Let's go with Howling Wolf. SHHHHK. A blinding orange light filled the air. When it faded, a towering werewolf stood in Ethan's place. Jet black fur like armor, muscles coiled with power, eyes burning gold. If Ben's alien was Diamond Head, Ethan had become the War Wolf, the apex predator. Ben's jaw dropped. Ethan, your alien looks insanely cool. Ben. War Wolf's low growl vibrated through the air. Let's make this quick. Diamond Head clenched his fists, his forearms morphing into twin diamond hammers. The two faced each other, energy crackling invisibly between them, but War Wolf's aura was clearly stronger. Why do they always start fighting right away? Grandpa Max muttered, half amused, half exasperated. Gwen sighed. Two teenage boys who can both transform into aliens? I'd be more surprised if they didn't. Boom. Bang. Warwolf slashed forward, claws gleaming, while Diamond Head countered with a hammer strike. Clang. Warwolf's claws scraped across Diamond Head's chest, leaving only a faint mark. Diamond Head retaliated, slamming his crystal hammer into Warwolf's ribs, but Ethan barely flinched. Instead, his breathing quickened, and a wild, electric thrill surged through him. Deep inside, something awakened a hunger for battle that refused to be contained. You got hit, and you're getting excited. Diamond Head's jaw tightened in disbelief. Ben, Warwolf growled, a grin spreading across his muzzle. "Watch closely, this is how you fight." He let out a deafening roar, a shockwave of sound that blasted Diamond Head off his feet. Before Ben could recover, Warwolf lunged, attacking with claws, kicks, and even his tail, each strike faster than the last. Power and technique fused together seamlessly. Diamond Head's crystalline body began to crack under the relentless assault. He couldn't even counter. All he could do was block and get pummeled. "Why, is it just me, or does that feel like I'm getting hit?" Grandpa Max winced, rubbing his own chest. Gwen's eyes widened. He's not just fighting, he's enjoying it. The more intense it gets, the stronger he becomes. Warwolf was a whirlwind, a living engine of destruction. Each blow made him faster, sharper, more ferocious. His muscles tightened, his aura burned hotter, his power kept climbing. Diamond Head struggled to move, every attack deflected before it could land. Cracks spidered across his armor. In front of Warwolf, Ben had become nothing more than a durable training dummy. "No way! Ethan, is this what your enemies feel?" Diamond Head's voice trembled. "Rrrah! Keep fighting!" Warwolf's roar split the air as his fighting spirit erupted, his body swelling slightly with sheer power. "This is insane!" Diamond Head groaned. "He's unstoppable!" Ding! Mission complete. Reward, 15 points. The chime snapped Warwolf back to his senses. He halted mid-swing, breathing hard, as Diamond Head collapsed to the ground. Regaining control, Ethan forced the fighting urge down and scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. "Sorry. I kinda got carried away." Grandpa Max scowled. "You think? You looked like a full-on battle maniac." Gwen swallowed hard, uneasy. "That was terrifying." "It's okay, Gwen." Warwolf knelt down, gently patting her shoulder. "I'd never hurt you." She smiled faintly, eyes shining. "I know." But before Ethan could say more, his wolf ears twitched. A streak of light blazed across the sky, a meteor plunging into the desert nearby. It struck with a thunderous boom, leaving a crater and a rising cloud of smoke. From the haze, a shadow emerged, a hulking figure with one massive claw and a briefcase in hand. "Two stupid earthlings with IQs under 20, the creature sneered. "I've been watching from orbit. I waited for you to wear yourselves out before coming down, to finish you." Crab stepped out of the smoke, his armor gleaming under the sun. Diamond Head raised a shaky arm. "You came at the perfect time. I don't know why you're hunting us, but, thanks." "Crazy human," Crab muttered, unimpressed. His eyes locked onto Warwolf instead. In a blur, Warwolf dashed forward, his massive frame filling Crab's vision, golden eyes blazing with wild excitement. A fierce grin split his face. Another free punching bag had just volunteered. Battle Maniac Ethan was online and ready for round 2. Author's note: Ethan's War Watch debut. Thank you to everyone supporting this story, your encouragement keeps it going. Chapter 20, Super Limited Edition Crab vs Warwolf. You've turned into a wolf cub and now you're asking for death. Crab swung his massive claws with disdain, slashing toward the charging Warwolf. Warwolf lowered his head and unleashed a blast of sonic energy toward the ground. The powerful shockwaves cracked the surface, propelling his figure forward in a blur. Bang! Crab barely had time to raise his claws before Warwolf slammed into him head-on, his fists pounding like artillery. The metal suitcase beside Crab hit the ground with a heavy thud. Crack! Crack! Fissures spread across Crab's exoskeleton, even creeping up to his head. His pupils trembled in disbelief. This earthling isn't weak at all. He's a complete monster. Get out of here! Crab roared, drawing the samurai sword from his back and thrusting it toward Warwolf's waist. But Warwolf's sharp eyes caught the movement instantly. He twisted aside and avoided the strike. Dust fell from his fur as he straightened up, his tone turning dangerously calm. Your sneak attack worked once. That won't happen again. Crab didn't respond, he simply grabbed the metal suitcase from the ground. Clack clack clack. The case unfolded and transformed, snapping into a massive metal exoskeleton that locked onto his body. What is that? Warwolf narrowed his eyes, his pulse quickening. It's a specialized exosuite, Grandpa Max said sharply from a distance. It boosts kinetic energy to impossible levels. It's a planetary invasion weapon. He gasped. Only Vilgax ever used something like that, and now he's using it against Ethan. Ben clenched his fists. That's bad. Broke in. Ben tried to rise, but he was too weak to help. Come on, Ethan. A familiar mechanical chime echoed in Ethan's ears. Ding. Mission, Cosmic Bounty Hunter Crab. Objective, defeat over-limited crab using brute force. Reward, 20 points. Ethan grinned through the Warwolf's fanged snarl. A high-value target, hey. Crab's confidence wavered. What is he smiling for? Boom. Warwolf's muscles bulged. With a feral howl, he shot forward like lightning. Swish. Crab's exosuite flared with blue light. His kinetic energy spiked as he charged forward like a freight train. Crash. The two collided, shaking the desert itself. A massive crater formed at the impact site, sand exploding outward in waves. Inside the pit, claws and fists clashed in a blur. Warwolf's strikes tore through Crab's pincers, while his tail lashed like an iron whip, colliding with Crab's sword in showers of sparks. Neither could gain the upper hand. The entire desert trembled under their blows. This earthling! Crab thought, his body shuddering. Even with my exoskeleton, I can't overpower him. As the battle raged, Gwen exhaled in relief. Looks like Ethan's winning. He gets stronger the longer he fights. Ben nodded weakly. That's just how he is. Grandpa Max, however, looked toward the sky. I just hope there's only one cosmic bounty hunter. Seconds passed. Crab's movements began to slow, his exosuite running out of power. Warwolf's pace didn't falter. If anything, he got faster, more feral, more relentless. Crab could barely raise his claws now, only blocking blows, his offense gone. Warwolf bared his fangs. Boring. Let's finish this. He lunged, biting down on Crab's claw with savage force. What? Crab tried to pull back, but Warwolf's kick followed through, slamming into his neck like an axe. Once. Twice. Over and over. Crab's defenses shattered. He stumbled back, body twitching, before collapsing with a heavy boom. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, 20 points. Ethan, still in Warwolf form, exhaled deeply. It's done. Ben peeked over the crater's edge. He actually won, again. Ethan raised his claws, aiming for Crab's head, ready to finish it. Wait! Ben shouted. We haven't asked him why he's after us. Crab's voice rasped, weak but defiant. You really don't know? You've angered the overlord of the galaxy, Vilgax. He sent me, and 2 others. His eyes dimmed. Then a shadow passed overhead. Whoosh! A formation of alien craft streaked across the sky, descending fast. Warwolf's ears twitched. He glanced once at Crab, then leapt from the crater, scooping up Ben as he sprinted for the rust bucket. Let's move, Gwen! Max yelled. The old RV roared to life, kicking up dust as it sped away. Inside, Ethan's transformation faded. He wiped sweat from his brow, chuckling weakly. That got out of hand. Back in the crater, Crab groaned, clutching his cracked neck. I slipped. That's all. You believe me, right? Diamond Head and 666 exchanged unimpressed looks. Crab sighed. That Earth lunatic is strong. It'll take all 3 of us to bring him down. 66 smirked. Good. I like a challenge. Diamond Head nodded. Then it's settled. They turned their eyes toward the horizon, toward the one who had humiliated them all. The Earth Madman. The boy named Ethan. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, I will take on the ultimate evolution. The rust bucket rattled through the desert, finally rolling into a long-abandoned town. Dust coated every crumbling building. The cracked dirt roads were uneven, the wind howled through hollow windows, and the silence was suffocating. So, Ethan, Ben asked, glancing around warily, how are we gonna fight this time? There are 2.5 of them on the other side. Ethan raised an eyebrow. 2.5. Ben crossed his arms and said seriously, you beat that crab monster so bad he's half paralyzed, so that counts as half. Gwen groaned, rubbing her temples. Ben, now's really not the time for jokes. Ethan wrung out his towel calmly. Ben, is your Omnitrix fully recovered? Ben checked the dial. Yet. Cooldown's over. Ethan stepped out of the small bathroom section of the rust bucket and spoke clearly, every word measured. Good. Here's the plan. We rest for a few minutes. Then you transform into XLR8, release an Omnitrix signal, and see if they can track us. And then. Ben grinned, clearly expecting a tag team fight. We take them down together. Ethan shook his head. Then, you run. Hey. Ben's jaw dropped. I'll take on all 3 myself. His tone was calm. His face unreadable. But the words hit like thunder. The 3 bounty hunters aren't weak, Grandpa Max warned, his brow furrowed. Even if you use 4 arms or atomics, there's no guarantee they won't have counters ready. Yet. Ben protested. I'm part of this fight too. Ethan raised his wrist, the familiar green and black Omnitrix gleaming faintly. Do you remember what I told you about the ultimate evolution function? Ultimate evolution. Gwen murmured. Ben's eyes widened. You mean ultimate 4 arms? The 3 of them said it together, remembering the terrifying power of Ethan's last transformation. I'll use the ultimate form to finish all 3 of them. Ethan's voice dropped lower. But when that happens, I might lose control. I might even hurt you guys by mistake. So when it starts, run. Even Ethan didn't know what might happen when he unleashed a full ultimate evolution. Ben swallowed hard, recalling the chaos when Ethan became Werewolf. Okay, he said softly. I'll listen. Grandpa Max gave a weak smile. Good. Because if he goes off again, the 3 of us together still wouldn't stand a chance. Gwen placed her hand on Ethan's chest. If you feel yourself slipping, remember us. You're not fighting alone. Ethan's expression softened. I know. A few minutes later, Ethan and Ben stepped out of the rust bucket. The vehicle pulled away, disappearing into the sand dunes. Ben raised his Omnitrix, took a deep breath, and slammed down the dial. XLR8. Blue light flashed. The armored velociraptor-like alien appeared, his body humming with speed. He darted off through the ghost town, racing through every street corner, leaving trails of dust in his wake. Far away, 3 figures stopped at the same time. Diamond Head, 66, and Crab each pulled out a radar device. Omnitrix signal detected, they said in unison. Diamond Head clicked his tongue. How careless can he be? Transforming now, when there are 3 of us. Is he asking to die? 66 smirked under his mask. Crab's claws snapped together with a metallic clack. Then let's tear him apart. In the next instant, Crab's legs began to spin like propellers as he lifted off the ground. Diamond Head stepped onto his hoverboard, and 66 fired up his jetpack. The 3 bounty hunters rocketed toward the town like missiles. Inside the town, XLR8 skidded to a stop at the entrance, panting. Okay, I swear I'm not tired from running, it's just way too hot. He wiped his forehead dramatically. Suddenly, the sunlight dimmed. A shadow fell over him. A chill ran down his spine. "Ooh, refreshing," he muttered. "The murderous intent is cooling me off." He looked up. A tall armored figure floated above on a hoverboard diamond head. "Whoa!" XLR8 gasped, eyes sparkling. "That board is so cool!" Crab roared and charged from behind. 6-6 dove after him. XLR8 yelped and spun around, bolting down another street at lightning speed. The three bounty hunters gave chase, but all they saw were afterimages. Then, suddenly, boom! A brilliant orange light erupted around a corner, flooding the town with heat and pressure so intense it warped the air. 6-6 froze mid-air. Diamond Head braked his hoverboard. Crab stopped spinning, his metal claws trembling. They knew that light. The sound of heavy footsteps followed. Out from the dust strode a towering figure, four massive arms, crimson skin etched with scars, muscles bulging like coiled steel. A long white beard framed his grim face. The ultimate four arms. "Four arms, you're up!" XLR8 yelled, speeding off as planned. The bounty hunters stared. "What kind of name is that, god of war?" Diamond Head shouted. The Crimson Titan raised his fists and pressed the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. "Ultimate Evolution, activate!" The device emitted a roar of energy. Crash! The orange light exploded again, flooding every street. His muscles swelled. His height doubled. His crimson skin hardened into armor plates. The ground cracked beneath his feet as spikes jutted from his soles for traction. The very air trembled under his power. The true ultimate god of war had arrived. Diamond Head swallowed. What is that?" 6-6's scanner blinked red. "Power levels, off the charts." Crab's eyes widened, dread flooding his circuits. "I fought that energy before, and barely survived." Diamond Head's jaw tightened. "I don't get it. But I feel it." He clenched his fists. "This Earthling's evolution is terrifying." Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Diamond Head, "I'm sorry I couldn't satisfy you, Lord Ethan." "Ah! That's him, the lunatic from Earth!" Crab screamed, pointing at the towering figure ahead, the ultimate god of war. The ultimate god of war slowly looked up, his piercing gaze locking onto Crab. He waited silently for a few seconds. No mission prompt appeared. That meant Crab's fate was already sealed. "Oh no!" Crab gasped, fear flooding his eyes as he instinctively tried to retreat. Boom! The ultimate god of war bent low, his feet crushing the ground beneath him. In an instant, his body vanished, leaving behind only a massive crater where he had stood. A crimson comet streaked through the air and tore past Crab. Bang! Moments later, the ultimate god of war landed heavily on the cracked street, back turned toward Crab. Slowly, he stood up and said coldly, "You're already dead." "What?" Crab stammered. Before he could react, a violent red light erupted from his body. Cracks split across his armor, and then, boom! The red light exploded outward, obliterating Crab in a fiery blast. Instant kill. Diamond Head and 6-6 both swallowed hard, neither dared breathe too loudly. "Now then," the ultimate god of war said, rubbing his four hands together. His eyes glinted dangerously. "Show me your strongest forms. I don't want this fight to be boring." His tone carried a deep emptiness, like a warrior too powerful to feel challenged anymore. 6-6 placed his metallic case behind him. With a sharp click, it unfolded and transformed into a full-body mechanical exosuite. Diamond Head threw away his heavy gear, revealing his crystalline body underneath. His aura flared to life as he took a battle stance. Ding! Mission: the strongest bounty hunters in the galaxy issued. Objective: defeat 6-6, full power, plus Diamond Head, overdrive mode. Reward: 50 points. The ultimate god of war grinned. Not bad. Boom. His leg muscles bulged as he shot forward like a missile, charging straight at 6-6. Bang. Startled, 6-6 blasted his jetpack at full power, trying to flee. Get down here, flyboy! The ultimate god of war roared, throwing a massive punch that ripped through the air, creating a shockwave like a giant cannon. The air blast struck 6-6 mid-flight, swatting him out of the sky like a bug. Crash! 6-6 slammed into the ground, carving a deep crater. His jetpack sputtered, one leg twitching weakly outside the pit. Diamond Head gasped. Even Vilgax wasn't this terrifying. Your turn, the ultimate god of war said, fixing his gaze on Diamond Head. Boom! 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 He charged, shattering the ground beneath each step. All four fists clenched, he unleashed a barrage of punches. Diamond Head crossed his arms, rapidly generating crystal barriers, but the war god's blows shattered them effortlessly. My crystal growth speed can't even keep up with his destruction. Diamond Head realized in panic. He jumped onto his hoverboard and sped away, racing through the ruined town. Buildings collapsed as the ultimate god of war chased him like a rampaging beast. Don't come any closer! Diamond Head shouted desperately. He suddenly spun around, gathering his energy into one final strike. Crystals erupted from his arms, fusing into a massive diamond battle axe. Bang! The axe slammed into the war god's shoulder. For a moment, the colossal figure stopped moving, head lowered. No way, did I knock him out? Diamond Head muttered, stunned. That easy? But then... The ultimate god of war sighed deeply and looked up. His eyes, once burning with battle spirit, now shimmered with sorrow. Even after giving you every chance, you're still so fragile. That sneak attack? It only tickled. Diamond Head froze. Boom! A single hook punch pierced straight through his chest, sending him flying into a crater. He tried to move but couldn't. Every bone in his body screamed in pain. Why did I even evolve into the ultimate form, when the battle ends so quickly? The ultimate god of war crouched beside him, his expression heavy with emptiness. Ding! Mission complete. Plus 50 points. But even victory felt hollow. Ahem! Diamond Head chuckled bitterly. So this is it. I was just a piece of trash in your way. He smiled weakly. Sorry, Earthling, I couldn't make it fun for you. Still, even as he lay dying, he felt a spark of hope. If someone this strong fought for Earth, maybe Vilgax could truly be defeated. A flash of light appeared nearby. XLR-8 skidded to a stop beside the war god. Ethan! You did it, you took them both down. Wait, what's with that face? The ultimate god of war said nothing. He just started walking toward XLR-8. Uh-oh! XLR-8 turned and bolted. The war god chased him through the dusty streets, one tall, one fast, two figures running wildly under the afternoon sun. Moments later, Ben's transformation timed out. He stumbled and fell to the ground, exhausted. The ultimate god of war stopped before him, clutching his chest, gritting his teeth. Just a little longer. Ben looked up and muttered, Man, you really overdid it this time. 5 minutes later, the crimson armor faded, revealing Ethan's true form. He stood there awkwardly, face half buried in embarrassment. He'd been acting all cool a moment ago, now he just looked ridiculous. Outrageous. Chapter 23, Diamond Head's conviction. The new template turns out to be Love Watch. Ethan, Ben, Gwen, and Grandpa Max stood before the fallen bounty hunter, 6-6. The alien lay twitching on the ground, barely conscious. Ethan. Grandpa Max placed a hand on his shoulder and lowered his voice. My suggestion is there's no need to kill 6-6. I'll contact the plumbers to arrest him and you'll get full credit for the capture. Ethan glanced at Max, pretending to hesitate, then nodded. All right, Grandpa. I'll listen to you. Good. Ethan. Grandpa Max smiled proudly. I'm glad you listened to me. Finally, it seemed his words were getting through. Maybe Ethan wasn't as reckless as before. 6-6 coughed weakly, daring to speak now that the tension had lifted. Ethan's eyes narrowed, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. You think you're safe just because I promised Grandpa? Fine, I won't kill you directly, but an accident can always happen. The group turned and headed over to where Diamond Head was lying, still injured but conscious. You can still talk, right? Ethan asked calmly. Who sent you here? What was your mission? Diamond Head took a deep breath and replied without hesitation, Vilgax. Asmith, they want to seize the Omnitrix. He revealed everything he knew without resistance, handing over every detail and even the bounty credits he'd earned. Ben and Gwen were left speechless by the amount of information. Ethan and Grandpa Max, however, stayed calm. They had already suspected as much. So Vilgax really is the so-called overlord of the galaxy. Ben muttered. Ahem. Diamond Head glanced at Ethan and said firmly, Vilgax was the overlord because he's never faced Ethan before. Ethan chuckled softly. You're exaggerating. I don't care about being any kind of overlord. Hey. Diamond Head blinked. You sure didn't look so humble when you were beating the life out of us. But, Ethan added casually, if Vilgax comes looking for trouble, I'll deal with him. Diamond Head smiled in admiration. To show my sincerity, I've decided to give you something. He handed over his hoverboard. This is yours now. Thanks, Ethan said with a nod, then looked at Ben, who was practically glowing with excitement. Ben, I'm not really good with hoverboards. Why don't you test it out for me and keep it once you've got the hang of it? Really? Awesome. Ben jumped up, taking the hoverboard eagerly. After explaining everything, Diamond Head stood to leave. Before going, he gave Ethan a meaningful glance. Ethan met his gaze and subtly nodded, then flicked his eyes toward 6-6. SHHK. A crystal blade shot through the air, piercing 6-6 cleanly through the head. The alien's limbs went limp. Dead. Completely dead. And in a rather comical pose, too. Grandpa Max's jaw dropped. Diamond Head. What on earth are you doing? Diamond Head stammered, glancing between Ethan and Max before blurting, he and I had a grudge. So, I took care of it. Max groaned, rubbing his temples. Diamond Head, you can't just go around executing people. That's not how we do things. You're right, Diamond Head said quickly. Anyway, I'll be going now. Before Max could say another word, Diamond Head bolted into the distance. Max sighed helplessly, glancing down at 6-6's body. Unbelievable. Come on, he muttered. Let's go home. Ben hopped on the hoverboard and wobbled his way toward the rust bucket, nearly falling several times much to Gwen's amusement. Ethan chuckled quietly. Guess he's still learning. Back at the RV, the group had dinner, cleaned up, and turned in for the night. Only Grandpa Max stayed up, sitting in the driver's seat and typing on his plumber's PDA, reporting Ethan's recent missions. After some thought, he decided to leave out the more questionable parts. He only wrote about Ethan's heroics. I believe he can change, Max murmured. At least today, he listened. Meanwhile, at Plumber HQ, the officers reviewing Ethan's battle records were completely stunned. This kid's supposed to be a trainee, one of them exclaimed. Are you sure this isn't young Max Tennyson from 50 years ago? The whole department was in disbelief. Midnight. Ethan woke up on schedule, yawning and stretching. Ding! The War God template has expired. Would you like to store it permanently in the ability pool? Nope. Ethan replied instantly. Just give me today's new template. The system chimed again. Ding! Congratulations! You've unlocked a new Omnitrix template. Template obtained, Love Watch, prototype version. Love Watch, first edition contains 10 female alien DNAs. Each one is a unique warrior who may either fight beside you or fall in love with you. Hey! Ethan's eyes widened. System, what are you doing? I'm only 12. Still, the watch itself was stunning. A sleek heart design shimmered where the War Watch had been. The Error Watch, the Demon Watch, the War Watch, and now, the Love Watch, Ethan sighed. What a lineup! He checked his reward points, 145 total. Not a bad haul for one day. Suddenly, his backpack buzzed. He pulled out his phone, squinting at the bright screen. New message received. Payment from Plumber Federation, International Hydroelectric Organization. Amount, $100,000 USD. Deposited into Ethan's personal account. Ethan smiled. Looks like I won't be short on cash anytime soon. He put the phone away, lay back down, and drifted off to sleep. Author's note. Here comes the Love Watch. Your favorite arc is about to begin. If you're enjoying it, keep supporting and urging for updates. Your enthusiasm keeps this story alive. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, The Ghost Girl appears. The Love Watch activates for the first time. Somewhere in the Milky Way, aboard Vilgax's warship. Inside the massive control hall, Vilgax stood before a towering holographic screen. On it played battle footage, Ethan's various transformations, his fights against Ben, and the crushing defeat of Crab and Six-Six. The image froze on Ethan's final blow. Vilgax's crimson eyes narrowed. How could this little brat be so strong? He growled, his tentacles twitching with restrained fury. Then his lips twisted into a grin. It seems Earth will be the first symbol of my conquest across the galaxy. His blood boiled with ambition as he barked his orders. Continue monitoring that planet. And speed up construction of my training chamber. Yes, Lord Vilgax, a robotic soldier replied, voice filled with mechanical devotion. Despite his species being physically weak, Vilgax had pushed himself beyond all limits, conquering world after world through sheer will and brutality. And now, he was ready to begin again. The next morning, Grandpa Max's old rusted RV rolled through the blazing desert. Ugh! Ben let out a startled yell, pointing at Ethan's wrist. Ethan! What the heck is that? Gwen blinked. What's wrong? Don't tell me your arm turned all demonic again. Ben scrunched his nose. No, but he's wearing a pink watch now. Dude, seriously. The morning began with Ben's loud protest echoing through the van. Ethan rubbed his eyes, yawning. What's your problem this time? You all know my watch changes every now and then. Yeah, but pink. Ben crossed his arms. That's just weird. I think it looks cute, Gwen said, eyes sparkling. Grandpa Max smiled. All right, enough chatter. Eat your breakfast. I'm taking you kids somewhere unforgettable. After breakfast, the RV stopped in front of an old desert theme park. A sun-faded sign read, Fantasy Light Park. Even though it was peak season, the ticket line was nearly empty. The three easily got in. Inside, the park felt abandoned, broken rides, dusty souvenir stalls, and a hollow wind blowing through the empty paths. Grandpa, has this place always been this dead? Ethan asked. Hey, don't underestimate Fantasy Light Park. Max said proudly. I used to come here all the time. Back in the day, this place had charm. The group walked deeper into the park until they began noticing strange warning signs. Do not enter. Danger ahead. Do not touch anything inside the house. They followed the trail of signs to a small building. Cool. Ben grinned, pushing the door open without hesitation. Ethan and the others followed him inside. In the center of the room sat a giant ball of yarn with a sign, "Do not touch." "Oh, come on!" Ben groaned. "They lure us in just to say that." Ethan stepped closer, chin resting on his hand. Something about the ball felt alive. Was there an alien trapped inside? Or maybe DNA energy? Suddenly, the watch on his wrist chimed. Ding! Mission, DNA of Light issued. Objective, Ben's been obsessed with the feedback for a while. You can't give him the real deal, but help him get something close that light. Reward, 10 points. A smirk spread across Ethan's face. Looks like we've got a mission. He raised his wrist, flipping open the watch face. Let's see what you've got for me. He scrolled through the silhouettes, then pressed 1. Ghost. The watch pulsed with pink light. Zop. Everyone shielded their eyes as a glowing form took shape in front of them. When the light faded, a mysterious girl stood there, tall, with long silvery gray hair and ruby-red eyes. One side of her face was hidden behind her bangs, giving her a haunting beauty. A gray coat wrapped around her curvy figure, and a faint ghostly aura rippled beneath her feet. Whoa, Ben breathed. Should we call her Ghost Girl? Gwen narrowed her eyes, sensing the eerie energy around the newcomer. The Ghost Girl looked around, confused, then at Ethan. Why am I here? Did you summon me? Ethan met her gaze calmly. Ghost Girl, I need you to investigate that ball. Use your phase shift ability. Her eyes widened slightly. He knows my abilities? Without another word, she turned translucent and slipped into the massive ball of yarn. Moments later, she reappeared, voice echoing with static. There are many small creatures inside, glowing like batteries. Catch one. Bring it out, Ethan ordered. She hesitated, then nodded. Understood. After a moment's struggle, she dragged out a ball of crackling energy. It sparked violently, transforming into a bright, buzzing alien of pure light. The creature snarled, then fired a lightning bolt straight at Ethan. So fast! Ghost Girl gasped, unable to track its movements. Boom! The blast hit Ethan square in the chest. Ethan! Max shouted as Gwen ran to his side. But Ethan merely bent his knees, brushing the smoke from his jacket. Then he looked up, completely unharmed. He grabbed the dazed light creature by the head. Watch where you're aiming, kid. The alien froze, trembling. What kind of monster is this human? Ben, Ethan said calmly, this one's perfect for your omnitrix. Try scanning it, collect its DNA. As Ben followed his instructions, Ethan turned back to Ghost Girl. I'll let that little mistake slide, he said, voice firm. Next time, don't miss. I understand, she stammered, biting her lip. I didn't mean to. Though she tried to sound calm, her heart was racing. There was something about Ethan, his confidence, his control, that stirred something unfamiliar in her. Until I figure out how to escape this watch, she thought, glancing at him, I'll just have to obey, for now. But deep down, she knew this boy wasn't like the others. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, The Right Way to Use the Love Watch? The Magical Power of the Transformer Girl. Snap! The Omnitrix on Ben's wrist lit up with glowing DNA sequences, pulsing with energy. After a few seconds, the screen stabilized, displaying the figure of the light. The captured energy alien was released from the Omnitrix, landing on the ground with a tired, sulky expression. Awesome! Ben whooped. Ethan, I got the light's DNA. Ethan grinned. Nice. Looks like you've just unlocked a new form, Ben 11. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, 10 points. 10 points wasn't much, but hey, every bit counted. Nearby, Ghost Girl phased back into view. She scooped up the remaining stray energy and sealed the yarn sphere before turning to Ethan with folded arms. Her tone was cold but curious. "Anything else you need me to do?" "Actually." Ethan smirked. "Yeah, there is." "What now?" she asked, tilting her head. "Wait here." Ethan left the room and returned a moment later carrying a few bottles of Coke. He handed them out, including one to her. "For me?" Ghost Girl blinked, surprised. "Just a small thank you," Ethan said warmly. "You've done well. Have a drink with us." Ghost Girl turned away slightly, pretending not to care. "Tch. I don't even like Coke. I just happen to be thirsty." She took a sip and her crimson eyes widened slightly. The fizz and sweetness hit her senses. "Earthlings drink this stuff every day?" she thought, a small smile flickering on her lips before she caught herself. Watching them, Gwen felt an odd twinge in her chest she couldn't quite explain. Later that evening, after exploring a bit more of the park, the group checked into a themed hotel inside Fantasy Light Park. They turned on the AC, flopped onto the beds, and switched on the TV, not realizing that danger was quietly stirring nearby. Inside the building where the yarn sphere had been stored, a small surveillance drone buzzed into the room. The drone scanned the shredded sphere. Analyzing. Large quantities of electric energy detected, multiple alien entities inside. Its arms unfolded, cutting deeper into the remains. Zap! Zap! Bolts of lightning erupted from the debris, each one reforming into another light. The reborn lights looked at one another and then at the hovering drone. He he he. Their eyes flashed mischievously before they surged forward. Clang! Crack! The drone deployed cables to trap them, but the lights overloaded it with a surge of electricity. Sparks exploded across the room as they merged, growing stronger. Meanwhile, back in the hotel room, Ben stretched and yawned. "Ethan, you're like a summoner now and I've got my new light form. Wanna head out and test them? It's so boring in here." "Sure," Ethan said, shrugging. "TV's dull anyway." "Just don't break anything," Grandpa Max warned with a sigh. "If one of you transforms, I can deal with it. If both of you do, well, let's just say I hope Ethan's the responsible one." The two boys exchanged grins and snuck out through the back of the hotel. They emerged into a vast, empty stretch of desert behind the park. Ben slammed his palm onto the Omnitrix. "Time to shine." Green light flashed, and the alien appeared midair, crackling with energy. "Call me the light," he shouted proudly, electricity sparking from his fingertips. "All right, your turn, Ethan." Ben laughed. Ethan grinned, twisting the dial of his love watch. "All right then, let's do this for real." He selected one of the glowing silhouettes, the shapeshifter. Note, she is a female counterpart of Upgrade, the galvanic mechamorph alien from Ben 10. Like Upgrade, she can reshape her body, merge with devices, and change form at will, hence she's a shapeshifter. With a press of the screen, pink light flared and a curvy figure appeared, energy rippling off her metallic body. She looked at him shyly. "Ethan, what do you need me to do?" You know my name already," he asked, a bit surprised. "The ghost girl told us," she said softly. "Oh, do I have a name too?" Ethan thought for a second, then smiled. "How about Transformer Girl?" "Transformer Girl," she repeated quietly, her lips curling into a faint smile. Ethan pointed toward Ben's light form. "You'll be sparring with him." "Bring it on," the light shouted, fists crackling with energy. Just as they squared off, zap! Zap! Dozens of lightning streaks struck down from the sky, condensing into more light creatures above them. He he he! The lights laughed in unison, descending toward the group like a storm. Ben's eyes widened. "Wait, those are more of me." The nearest light lunged forward. Ben dodged and countered with an electric punch, knocking it aside. Ethan's instincts kicked in. Transformer girl, use your energy beam. Target the one on the left. Her eyes glowed pink, firing a focused beam that sliced through a charging light. Together, she and Ben held their ground for the moment. Let's move! Ethan shouted, leading them deeper into the park. The trio burst into the central square only to stop dead in their tracks. The ground trembled. Before them loomed an enormous electric giant, nearly 8 meters tall, its body made of tangled wires, metal scraps, and glowing energy cores. At its head was a uniquely shaped light fused to Vulgax's robotic tech, glowing like a god of thunder. Ding! Mission triggered, miracle of the light. Objective: the lights have merged into an electric giant. Stop it before it destroys the park. Reward: 20 points. Ethan's throat went dry. Oh, great, so much for an easy mission. The electric giant roared, its voice echoing through the desert. Ben charged in first, trying to absorb its power. Let's see who's brighter. But the giant's chest opened, firing a colossal electric beam that blasted Ben backward. Transformer girl, cover its head. Try to seize control. Ethan ordered. Got it, she called back, sprinting through the debris. But the giant launched shockwaves of lightning, forcing her to dodge desperately. Ben was caught in another laser barrage, barely keeping up. Ethan clenched his fists, frustration burning in his chest. The transformer can't reach it. Ben's pinned down. If this keeps up... He looked around frantically. No machinery, no metal, nothing nearby for her to merge with. Then his gaze fell on his own watch. A crazy, dangerous idea sparked in his mind. Wait a second. He looked at the love watch, lips curling into a grin. This might actually work. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, let the transforming alien fuse with the love watch, a new level of power. Transformer girl! Ethan shouted toward the shape-shifting woman. Come back! Ah! Yes, Ethan! The alien jogged back to him, panting. Did you find a mechanical object I can fuse with? Fuse with the love watch, it's the only mechanical thing here, and it's high-tech. Your power comes from the love watch, so it shouldn't reject you. Ethan raised the pink watch on his wrist, eyes filled with confidence. The love watch was a mechanical object too. So why couldn't it be possessed? Although Ben never tried anything like this in the original show, Ethan dared to experiment. All right, let's give it a try. The transformer girl took a deep breath and began to cover the love watch with part of her body. A small section of her form wrapped tightly around Ethan's wrist, while the rest coiled up his arm. How's it feel? Ethan's eyes gleamed. Shoom! The love watch began to glow. Bright pink energy condensed into the shape of a giant heart. The alien gasped in awe. Ethan, I think I can control the love watch's energy. What functions do you have? Explain while you show me. Ethan gave quick, steady orders. Click click. The love watch pulsed with DNA energy that reflected across Ethan's body. Dark green armor formed around him, wrapping him completely and giving him incredible strength. This was the transformer girl's power, forming DNA armor around him. Besides, she said excitedly, I can also channel the power of my 9 sisters. Ethan blinked. Biotech energy symbiosis? This was beyond anything he'd seen before. All right then. He turned toward the towering lightning giant in the distance. Give me the power of XLR8. As soon as the words left his mouth. Swoosh! DNA circuits flared in his ankles, simulating XLR8's pulleys. His body blurred into motion, rocketing forward at impossible speed. The lightning giant turned, eyes wide, hurling bolts as thick as tree trunks. But every strike missed. Ethan was too fast. What's happening? Did Ethan just become a female alien or something? Gwen gasped from afar. Zoom! Ethan skidded to a stop in front of the lightning giant. Simulate Ghost Freak. His armor turned lighter, semi-transparent, his form phasing between worlds. Die, the lightning giant roared, launching a thunderbolt. But it passed right through Ethan. He drifted upward, ghost-like, until he hovered above the giant's head. Wah, the giant stammered, firing lasers upward, but none hit. At last, Ethan's eyes burned with focus. Give me the power of Heat Blast. Boom. Flames erupted across his body, the armor morphing into a blazing suit of fire. He looked like a flaming tokusatsu hero, unstoppable, heroic, radiant. Fire Fist. He shot forward, landing an explosive uppercut straight into the giant's head. Kaboom! Flames burst outward, scattering arcs of electricity and light fragments across the park. Gwen stared, jaw dropped. That pink watch! I want one too, Ethan. Why could that pink love watch make him look so cool, like a real-life Kamen Rider hero? Man, he actually looks awesome, Ben muttered. Ethan hovered midair, flames flickering around him, grinning. Fighting with your own body, it's the best feeling. And the best part, he could switch states instantly. The love watch was unstoppable. Damn it! The other light creatures struggled to their feet, crackling with electricity again. Simulation Diamond Head. Ethan landed smoothly, raised both hands, and the DNA armor shifted his arms, turning into shining crystalline blades. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, he fired crystal shards in rapid succession. Each beam struck true, knocking the light creatures unconscious one after another. In moments, the entire group was down. Ben, Gwen, mission complete. Ethan smirked. Ding! Congratulations, host, mission complete. Reward, plus 20 points. Ethan. Gwen floated closer, eyes wide with curiosity. Your armor looks so cool, I wanna touch it. Ah! The Transformer girl squealed shyly, retracting her body from that section of the armor. You can't even touch it. Gwen pouted, tears forming in her eyes. That's unfair. Ah, sorry for the mess. I'll handle clean up. The manager of the theme park rushed over, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, hero. What a cool hero. Wow, he's like Kamen Rider. What's your name, Mr. Hero? Tourists surrounded him, cheering. Ethan coughed lightly, trying to play it off. I do good deeds anonymously. Gotta run. He leapt away, DNA armor still active, savoring the incredible rush of power. Finally, in a quiet alley. Click! The Transformer girl separated from him, collapsing weakly to the ground. What's wrong? Ethan knelt beside her, worried. Covering the love watch drains my strength and some of the watch's energy too. I can only maintain it for a few minutes, she murmured. A few minutes is more than enough. Ethan clenched his fist. Next time, I'll finish faster. All right then. Ethan, let's fight together again next time. Her eyes shone as she held up her pinky. Next time. Ethan's smile faded slightly. After midnight, the Love Watch's template would disappear. And when that happened, there might not be a next time. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, the Love Watch is permanently added to the ability pool. After the battle, the amusement park finally returned to peace. Mark led everyone back to the hotel to rest. During the trip, even Ben and Grandpa Max couldn't stop praising Ethan. When I was young, I always wished I had armor like that, Grandpa Max chuckled. Ethan's really something. Max looked at him with genuine admiration. Unrivaled power, multiple Omnitrix forms, and that sleek armor. But the thing he truly envied was that look. No man could resist that kind of style. It's really awesome, but it might be gone tomorrow, Ethan sighed softly, the excitement fading from his face. Dinner time. At dinner, Ethan couldn't help activating the love watch again. He summoned the female aliens one by one, letting them experience Earth's food. When it was the ghost girl's turn, she ate quietly, then said in her usual cold tone, "Not bad. You were smart enough to let the transformer girl fuse with the love watch. You're learning how we think." "That's because I understand each of you," Ethan replied firmly. The ghost girl froze for a second, a faint blush creeping across her pale face. Maybe she'd misunderstood his meaning. Ethan quickly coughed. "I meant your abilities, not that." The air grew awkwardly quiet. "I'm done eating," the ghost girl said at last, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Ethan lifted his wrist, about to tap the watch and return her to it, when she suddenly stopped him. "Wait." He blinked. "You want another Coke?" "I need to brush my teeth first," she said matter-of-factly, floating into the bathroom. After brushing, she returned, tapped the screen herself, and disappeared back into the watch. Ethan exhaled softly. "Hope I'll see you again." A faint, refreshing fragrance lingered in the air. Midnight. When the night fell silent, Ethan lay awake, staring at the ceiling until the clock struck 12. Ding! The host's love watch, initial version, has expired. Do you want to permanently include it in the ability pool? Ethan froze. How much? He braced himself. Something that powerful had to cost a fortune. It had to be even more expensive than the ultimate or fully evolved Omnitrix. Love watch, initial version 150 reward points. Ethan nearly fell out of bed. What? Only 150 points? That's it. The love watch is only in its initial state, host. Future upgrades or evolved versions will require additional points. The system's tone was calm and precise. So this was just the starter version, affordable now, with room to grow later. Ethan thought back to the DNA armor. The thrill of fighting in sync with the alien. The power, the partnership, it all felt right. He clenched his jaw and made his decision. Buy it. Not because he liked the female aliens, but because it looked damn cool. Ding! Congratulations! The Love Watch, initial version, has been permanently added to your ability pool. A grin spread across Ethan's face. He thought of the Ghost Girl and the Transformer Girl again. He'd be using them plenty from now on, in battle, of course. System, open my personal panel. Host, Ethan. Physique, peak human level. Spirit, excellent. Genetic type, human, resistant to alien DNA. Skills, mixed martial arts, firearm precision. Ability pool, fully leveled Omnitrix, Gen 1, Love Watch, initial version. Reward points, 25. Only 25 points left, but totally worth it. Alright, let's pull today's Omnitrix template. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've received the original Omnitrix Glitched Edition. Warning, due to excessive slapping by a certain Ben Tennyson, this Omnitrix occasionally malfunctions. It may refuse to transform or transform automatically. Handle with caution. Ethan's face twitched. Seriously? A glitched Omnitrix? Damn you, alternate universe Ben. He clenched his fists in frustration. System, replace this template with. He stopped mid-sentence. If memory served, Kevin was coming next. Kevin. The DNA-absorbing Osmosian. If that guy ever touched alien energy again. Ethan's expression darkened. Just imagining it made his blood boil. Fine. I want the full-level version of the original Omnitrix. He wasn't about to let Kevin or Vilgax, or anyone get the upper hand. Let them come. He had 2 watches now. And one of them could fight beside him. Flash. The Omnitrix on his wrist solidified into its classic green form. Ethan smiled, satisfied, and finally drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, deep space. Aboard a dark warship above the Milky Way, Vilgax watched the replay of Ethan defeating the lightning giant. He wasn't angry. He was inspired. A burning flame of ambition reflected in his crimson eyes. Lord Vilgax, one of his subordinates asked nervously, should we continue monitoring him? Monitor him. Challenge him. Let him grow stronger. Vilgax clenched his massive fists. He will become the rival that drives me to greatness. From now on, Vilgax declared, voice echoing through the ship, Ethan is my sworn enemy. Back on Earth, New York City. A black-haired boy in torn clothes picked up a $10 bill from the sidewalk. He laughed, grinning ear to ear. Ha! I knew today was gonna be lucky. Tomorrow too. Kevin Levin's luck never lies. Author's note. A maxed-out love watch would have been broken from the start, and besides, the initial version fits the story better. Plus, let's be real, the Ghost Girl and the Transformer Girl are still the most iconic ones. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Ethan demonstrates mixed martial arts. Kevin kneels to become his disciple. Welcome to New York. In downtown New York City stood a 4-star luxury hotel. Parked right in front was an old-fashioned RV that looked hilariously out of place among the expensive cars. Grandpa Max led the way inside, handing the room reservation form to the receptionist with practiced ease. Ethan looked around curiously, while Gwen pointed at the wall with excitement. Wow, this hotel has a buffet, swimming pool, sauna, and even a spa. This is awesome. That sounds good, Ethan said, taking a deep breath. The air inside the hotel felt crisp and fresh. Whoa, they're hosting a Sumo Slammers press conference. They'll have the latest gaming consoles and a new Sumo Slammers game too. Ben's eyes lit up the moment he saw the sign. He ran toward the event hall, only to be stopped by a tall, muscular security guard. Invitation, the guard demanded. I'm an expert at Sumo Slammers. You guys invited me. Ben said confidently, making it up on the spot. Naturally, the guard didn't buy it and threw him out without hesitation. Man, that guy's so rude. No matter how tough he thinks he is, he's nothing compared to an alien hero. Ben grumbled as he walked back to the group. Ethan shrugged. Ben, did you already forget what you promised me? I wasn't going to mess with the Omnitrix. I just wanted to teach that jerk a lesson. Ben argued. Why was it that every time Ben got into trouble, it always had something to do with Sumo Slammers? Ethan sighed and said calmly, Ben, if you want to use the Omnitrix, go ahead. But remember, every time you lose control, you betray all the times you've managed to hold back. Geez, that's so dramatic. I've only been holding back for a few days. Ben muttered, scratching his head. Before he could say more, Grandpa Max had already checked them into their room. Once they settled in, Ben finally started to calm down. Done, Ethan said with a satisfied grin. He'd successfully stopped Ben from getting them kicked out again. But then, Ethan stood up. Grandpa, I'm going downstairs to check out the restaurant's menu. Ben, Gwen, see you later. He left the room, slipped through the lobby, and quietly exited the hotel. In the original timeline, it was Ben's reckless Omnitrix use that got them thrown out of the hotel. After being scolded, he'd stormed off to an arcade, where he met Kevin Levin for the first time. But this time, Ethan planned to change the story. He wanted to meet Kevin himself. Hey, Ethan! You think we didn't notice you sneaking off for an adventure? Ben's voice rang out from behind. Ethan turned to see both Ben and Gwen jogging toward him. Gwen sighed, pretending to be annoyed, but secretly, she was amused. This doofus has a sixth sense for trouble, she whispered. Fine. Let's go together, Ethan said, helplessly rubbing his temples. The three walked through the busy streets, wandering aimlessly while looking for the arcade. Then, a group of thugs suddenly rushed into a nearby gaming arcade, shouting furiously. Kevin Levin's in there. He's juiced up again, knocked out half our crew. This time, he's not getting away. The sounds of fighting and a boy's angry shout echoed from inside. Those jerks! Ben clenched his fists, fuming. Ethan's face hardened. Ding! Mission triggered, Master of Mixed Martial Arts Ethan. Objective: stop the gang harassing Kevin Levin using your fighting skills. Reward: 15 points. Ethan twitched slightly. 15 points? Guess Kevin's worth something. I can't just stand here. Ben said, ready to rush in. Ben, wait! Gwen stopped him. There are too many people around. You can't transform here. Ben gritted his teeth. But... Ethan took off his coat and tossed it toward him. Hold this, he said calmly. Ben caught the coat, stunned, as Ethan walked past them. His steady, confident stride carried the weight of someone who didn't need powers to be dangerous. I'll handle this, he said over his shoulder. Inside the arcade, customers had already fled. A handful of thugs were beating up a teenager in the corner. Kevin. Hey! Beat it, kid, one of them barked. This doesn't concern you. Ethan didn't respond. The thug snarled and swung an iron rod at him. Whoosh! Ethan sidestepped, slammed his knee into the man's chest. Thud! The thug's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed instantly. The others froze for a moment before charging at him with weapons raised. Ethan didn't flinch. He let one of their rods strike his chest, absorbed perfectly by the advanced combat suit he wore. What the did it just bounce off? Is he even human? Before they could recover, Ethan moved. He punched one square in the jaw, spun the fallen iron rod in his hands, and unleashed a blur of short stick techniques, each move precise, efficient, and brutal. One by one, the thugs fell to the ground. Kevin, bruised and dazed, watched in awe from the corner. Bang! 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 In less than a minute, the entire gang was down. Ding! Mission complete. Reward: 15 points. Ethan exhaled, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned to Kevin. You okay? He asked coolly. Kevin stared at him, his eyes wide. Kung Fu! He muttered, then suddenly dropped to his knees, bowing deeply. I want to learn from you. Please, be my master. Ethan froze for a moment. What? He muttered under his breath. Kevin Levin wanted him as a master. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, Kevin and Ben's ill-fated friendship. Ethan takes action. Stop that nonsense. I'm 12 years old, how could I possibly take a disciple? Ethan glared down at Kevin, who was still kneeling on the floor, forehead pressed to the ground. Kevin sniffled, eyes brimming with tears as he clutched at Ethan's leg. Please, master. Teach me. I don't want to be bullied anymore. The pitiful look might have melted Ben's heart instantly, but not Ethan's. He knew Kevin Levin was a troublemaker to the core. I said no. Ethan snapped, pulling his leg free. I don't take disciples, got it? Hey, man, what are you doing? Ben called as he and Gwen ran up. Your snot's about to get on his pants, Gwen muttered, pulling Kevin back by the collar. Kevin still refused to let go, eyes wide and desperate. I think you don't really want to be my student, Ethan said dryly. You just want to get rid of us. Come on, let's go. Wait. At least let me thank you. Kevin said quickly. He ran to an arcade cabinet, placed his hand on it, and released a surge of electricity. Bzzzt clatter. Coins spilled out from the slot like a waterfall. Ben's eyes went wide. Whoa! You've got powers too. Ethan and Gwen both covered their faces. Oh, great! He just gave away the secret. What? Kevin's face lit up. You've got powers too, hey? You're a kung fu master or something. Yeah. Totally. Ben said, still trying to recover. We're, super awesome. Kevin immediately dropped to his knees in front of him. Brother, please. Teach me. If someone helps me control my powers, I'll never do bad things again. Ben puffed up proudly. You got it. I'll help you. Ethan sighed. Kevin had just played Ben like a fiddle. Ben, Ethan said sternly, we need to head back soon. Grandpa's waiting, and we leave tomorrow. I just want to stop by my base with Ben. It won't take long, promise. Kevin said, putting on the world's most pitiful face. Oh boy, Gwen muttered. Ben folded his arms. Fine. Let's go. I'll make you stronger, bro. And just like that, the two of them walked off, arms slung around each other. Ethan. Gwen tugged on Ethan's sleeve, worried. Are we seriously letting them just go? Relax, Gwen, Ethan said calmly. Ben's fired up right now. If I interfere, it'll just make things worse. I'll keep an eye on them, and step in if things go south. He smiled faintly. Besides, I'm curious how many quests Kevin can trigger. Then his eyes darkened slightly. Maybe it's time Ben learned a little about how dangerous people can really be. A soft flash of light shimmered over him, and in an instant, Ethan vanished like a shadow. Gwen swallowed hard. Watching him disappear into thin air always gave her chills. If Kevin finds out Ethan's right behind him, he'd probably die of fear, she whispered. Then realization hit her. Wait. Those two just ditched me. Grandpa's gonna ask where they are. Ugh. She stomped her foot, then bolted after them. A short while later. In a dark, cluttered basement filled with broken arcade machines and stolen electronics, a red-skinned alien with 4 massive arms stood over Kevin. The forearm stance was solid textbook Muay Thai. Got it? This is called Muay Thai. Power comes from your hips and shoulders. Ben, as forearms, said proudly. I think I got it. Kevin said, awkwardly copying the motion. Not bad. But your form's off here, let me show you. Forearm stepped forward to correct him. Zap. Kevin's hand brushed against him, and a spark of energy jumped between them. Kevin smiled faintly. Guess I picked it up faster than I thought. Good work. Forearm said, completely oblivious. You learn quick. Yeah, real quick, Kevin muttered, trying not to grin. As the red light of the Omnitrix flickered over him, Kevin's skin began to harden, mimicking Forearm's tough hide. He'd stolen Ben's DNA. This time, Kevin whispered, flexing his new muscles, no one's ever pushing me around again. I wouldn't be so sure about that. A calm voice echoed through the basement. Kevin froze. He turned around to see Ethan walking out of the shadows, eyes sharp. You've got murder in your eyes, Kevin, Ethan said flatly. You sure you're learning to defend yourself, not to hurt others? Kevin feigned confusion. Ben, what's your buddy talking about? Hey, Ethan, don't be so paranoid, Forearms, crossing his arms. Kevin's a good guy. But the moment Forearms walked past him. Crack. Kevin's elbow smashed into Forearms' ribs. The alien let out a pained roar and fell to his knees. Kevin, why? Forearms gasped, stunned. Kevin sneered. Sorry, brother, Ethan's right. You both saw too much. He clenched his fists, his newly absorbed power glowing. I'm done being weak. People only respect strength, so I'll take it for myself. You fool. Forearms growled, clutching his side. I taught you to protect yourself, not to hurt people. Kevin kicked him hard, sending him crashing into the wall. Ethan stepped forward, his tone cool. Ben tried to help you. And this is how you repay him. Kevin laughed. You think I care? I'll crush both of you. Four Arms groaned, slowly deactivating the Omnitrix. Kevin, don't make him fight you. Oh, you're gonna have to. Kevin smirked. Kevin, Ethan said softly, Ben was worried about you. And you repay him with betrayal. He lifted his wrist, the Omnitrix symbol glowing bright green. Guess it's time for your lesson. KRRRCHHK. With a flash of green light, Ethan transformed into a bulky, armored alien surrounded by crackling energy. Shock rock. Four Arms gasped from the floor. Ding. Mission triggered, Kevin's path of crime. Objective, Kevin Levin has turned against Ben. Teach him a lesson: never underestimate anyone. Reward, 15 points. Shock Rock's visor gleamed as he squared up to Kevin. Anything else you want to say? Ethan asked, voice cold and robotic. Kevin's eyes narrowed, electricity arcing around him. Yet. I'm gonna beat you down too. Chapter 30, Chapter 30. Kevin's most desperate day, the fusion watch appears. Bang, bang, bang. Kevin charged at Shock Rock with everything he had. Shock Rock's body suddenly curled into a golden armored ball and rolled across the floor like a wheel, sparks flying from the friction. Damn it! Kevin sensed something was wrong and tried to dodge. Boom! Shock Rock bounced high and slammed into Kevin, sending him flying. Kevin's body, like a kite with a snap string, crashed hard at the very edge of the base. He coughed, blood at the corner of his mouth. Shock twisted his face. How can the gap be this huge? Damn it! Keep going, Ethan! Four Arms shouted. Shock Rock's expression stayed cold as he rolled again, slamming into Kevin with brutal, frantic blows. Kevin rose, fell, staggered up, and fell again helpless. If Ethan had activated his old war form or used transforming armor, Kevin would already be torn apart, Four Arms observed quietly. In the end, it was still Ethan who cleaned up the mess. Don't underestimate me. Kevin pushed himself up and this time unleashed terrifying electric currents from his hands. The bolts struck Shock Rock's armored shell, but Shock Rock ignored them and smashed Kevin down again. Bang! Kevin hit the ground, features contorted in pain. His body shifted rapidly, his form altered, becoming a scrawny mirror of Shock Rock's armor. He glared and growled, "Now I'm you. What will you use to suppress me?" Shock Rock sighed, helpless. You really are beyond saving. It's infuriating that someone this weak is so stubbornly durable. Durable. Kevin's face twitched. He clenched his fists. Let's see who hits whom next. He curled into a ball and lunged. The two armored spheres met. Boom. At impact, Kevin seemed to defy gravity, launched like a missile and slammed into the base wall. He knelt there, stunned. He couldn't believe how strong Ethan no, how strong Shock Rock was. This next move will kill you, Shock Rock warned coldly, stopping his roll for a second. Pray you survive. Boom. He hurtled forward again, turning his body into a pinball, crashing through the underground base. Each collision damaged the structure. With every rebound, Shock Rock's speed and force built until he was a streak of golden lightning, smashing through corridors. Kevin's throat tightened. He stared at the blur charging him and felt his legs go weak. I can't block this, he whispered. A heartbeat later, Shock Rock launched off a wall, became a golden streak in the air, and struck Kevin full force. Kevin's face contorted, his body deformed, then smashed through the wall and fell into the subway tracks. His alien DNA started to decay, his scrawny, human form lay exposed. Cough. No. Don't kill me, Ethan. Kevin pleaded, looking at the young man who had subdued him twice already. Ding. A cheerful system voice broke the momentary silence. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The host has received 15 reward points. As expected, Kevin's trouble had been worth points. Kill him? He's worth points. I'm a little reluctant. Shock Rock reached out and grabbed Kevin by the throat, grinning. Killing Kevin would limit future template progress points. Not killing him made more sense. Ethan's forearms snarled, rushing forward, teeth bared. I can hear sirens. The commotion must be drawing attention. Let's go. If this guy causes trouble again, I'll personally take care of him. A flicker of clarity left Forearm's eyes, replaced by raw ruthlessness. Shock Rock shrugged, loosening his grip. Kevin collapsed to the floor, gasping, heart pounding. He was saved. Beep, beep, beep. The subway lights swept across Kevin as the train approached. Hat. Good luck, Kevin, Shock Rock laughed and left with Forearms. Back at the hotel, Grandpa Max eyed Ethan and Ben warily. Both were sweating, their clothes disheveled. You two? Max hesitated, then used the nearest English name. Gwen said you two went out to play games. How did you end up like this? The game was intense, Grandpa, Ethan said with a straight face. Forget it, let's enjoy the 4-star hotel, Gwen stretched, already eager. That day the three of them enjoyed the comforts of the hotel, tasting the feeling of being rich. It was midnight when his daily template expired. Ethan lay on the bed and spoke to the system in his head. System, claim today's Omnitrix template. He had 2 guaranteed options, one for fighting, one for summoning, but the daily draw was always important. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the Omnitrix template. The Omnitrix template obtained is Fusion Watch. Fusion Watch, this is a unique Omnitrix variant similar to the dual wrist devices seen in Omniverse. It features Omnitrixes on both wrists and allows cross-fusion. However, remember you are not the original owner, some overly powerful aliens may be difficult to control. Ethan flipped off the bed and took several deep breaths. Golden Legend, this was big. Who would he face tomorrow? No matter. He raised his chin. Claim it, he said. Tomorrow I'll hunt down the Love Watch alien ladies again. Omnitrix devices appeared on both his wrists. The Fusion Dual Watches had debuted. Far away, in the Milky Way aboard a warship, a cultivation pod hissed open. Vilgax emerged, towering and domineering, heading toward the training room without looking back. A subordinate reported, Lord Vilgax, our robots have been tracking Ethan for a day. He defeated another Earth rival, we've collected that person's data. Humph! Why collect data on those Earth pests? When I finish my training, it will be Ethan's death day, Vilgax said arrogantly. Still, he ordered, send more robots to gather his combat data. I want to understand him. Strategically, Vilgax despised Ethan. Tactically, he took him very seriously. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Fusion Aliens' First Appearance 1+1-2. It was another quiet morning. Grandpa Max's old rust bucket rumbled into a dusty gas station running on fumes as usual. While Max refueled outside, Ben and Gwen wandered into the convenience store. Inside, Ben's eyes instantly locked onto Ethan's wrists now gleaming with 2 Omnitrixes. Whoa! 2 Omnitrixes! Ethan, don't tell me you built the other one yourself. Ethan smirked, tapping both watches so that their holographic alien menus floated in midair. Nope. Both are the real deal. Ben blinked. Wait, 2 real ones? Ethan nodded solemnly. Looks like my Omnitrix pulled off some kind of clone technique. Guess I'm just lucky like that. He said it with complete confidence even though it was absolute nonsense. Gwen glanced at Ben, and they both shrugged. After everything they'd seen this summer, a cloned Omnitrix didn't even crack the top 10 weirdest things. Outside, a red sports car zoomed down the highway toward the gas station. Before it could even reach the pumps. Boom! A laser blast came out of nowhere and struck the car dead on. The vehicle exploded into a ball of fire, thick smoke billowing into the sky. What the heck? Screams erupted as people ran for cover. Grandpa Max's expression hardened. This is a gas station, if that fire spreads, it's going to blow. Bang! 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 3 masked figures strode out of the smoke, each wearing black combat armor, white smiley helmets, and armed with laser rifles. They fired warning shots into the air, laughing as civilians scattered in terror. One of them spotted Max trying to quietly start the rust bucket. "Hey, old man, what are you looking at?" Before he could fire, another shouted, "Boss, check that kid in the store, he's asking for it." "Hey!" The leader turned and froze. Ethan stood in front of the convenience store window completely unfazed. He raised one hand and flipped them off. Then, he slammed both Omnitrixes together, their holographic dials locking in place with a glowing pulse. Phoom! A blinding green light enveloped him. The robbers panicked. "He's transforming! Open fire!" Zap! 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 Lasers poured into the light, tearing through smoke and glass, but when the glare faded, a massive figure stepped out of the flames. His body was made of thick vines and bark, his head blazing with emerald fire, and 4 muscular arms flexed as the wounds on his chest healed instantly. Ben's jaw dropped. "No way! That's swamp fire mixed with 4 arms!" Gwen blinked. "A fusion alien! Ethan can combine them!" Even Grandpa Max looked stunned. "I thought I'd seen it all, but that's something entirely new." The hulking creature turned its burning gaze on the robbers. "You picked the wrong gas station." Wait, don't shoot," the leader stammered, trembling. Too late. The 4-armed swamp fire charged forward, shrugging off every laser blast that hit him. Each wound sealed instantly as vines regrew over molten bark. The robbers' courage evaporated. "We surrender! Don't kill us!" they screamed, dropping their weapons and throwing their hands up. Ethan's fusion form stopped in front of them, firelight reflecting in his eyes. "Relax. I'm not that cruel." He clenched one massive fist, flames gathering around it. "I just want to make sure you never try this again." He drove his fiery fist into the ground in front of them. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, the shockwave sending the robbers flying like rag dolls. When the smoke cleared, they lay sprawled across the road, clothes scorched black alive, but completely out cold. Ethan smirked. "See? I'm merciful." Ben winced. "Yeah, merciful, sure." Just then, a faint metallic buzzing filled the air. Tiny hovering surveillance drones appeared overhead, cameras glowing red as they scanned the area. "Unidentified DNA detected. Unidentified DNA detected." The drones zoomed closer, trying to get clearer readings. They'd catalogued thousands of species across the galaxy but never encountered fused alien DNA. Ding! Mission triggered, smash everything. Vilgax has dispatched surveillance drones to gather your data. They've spotted your new fusion form, eliminate them before they report back. Reward, plus 10 points. Ethan sighed. Figures. Vilgax's spies again. He turned his blazing eyes toward the incoming swarm. "Guess I'll have to smash you too." Whoosh! In a flash of green, XLR-8 skidded to a stop beside him. "Need a hand?" Ethan grinned through his burning jawline. "Nah. I've got this. Help Grandpa Max get people to safety." "On it." XLR-8 darted off in a blur, helping Grandpa Max pull survivors away from the fire. Ethan cracked his knuckles and faced the drones. "All right then." He launched forward, fiery thrusters bursting from his feet like rockets. The ground cracked beneath him as he leapt high into the air, slamming one massive vine arm toward the nearest drone. Web! His arm split into dozens of vine tendrils, snapping through the air like whips. The first drone exploded instantly, scattering debris across the parking lot. "Target DNA, impossible to replicate," the remaining drones buzzed. Species fusion not recognized. Data corrupted. Boom. Ethan's next strike obliterated the rest. He landed heavily, vines retracting as the flames around him dimmed. Sorry, Vilgax. This data's classified. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, The Female Robber's Mutation and the Diamond Giant's Fury. Bang! 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 The other small drones continued firing, their laser beams tearing through the smoke and striking the fusion alien again and again. The four-armed swamp fire raised his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he glared at the hovering drones before him. His arms split open slightly, releasing a stream of methane gas. Boom! With a massive clap of his hands, a violent gust swept across the battlefield, spreading the methane and shrouding the drones in a hazy cloud. Unidentified gas detected, warning, evacuation protocol initiated. The drones' alarms blared as they tried to retreat. But the four-armed swamp fire only smirked. He raised a single finger and a spark of flame ignited at the tip. Rumble! The methane gas erupted into a roaring inferno, the explosion engulfing the drones in midair and blasting them apart. Those that survived were now scattered, damaged, and isolated. All right then. The fusion alien grinned. Let's finish this in style. He extended one arm, releasing more methane, while the other arm ignited with blazing fire. Explosive punch. He slammed his fists together. The two forces collided and rocketed toward a lone drone like a living missile. Boom! The explosion consumed it instantly, scattering molten fragments across the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining drones began fleeing upward, trying to escape. But the four-armed swamp fire wasn't done. He cocked his arms like cannons and fired rapid punches into the air, each one bursting into a dazzling explosion that lit up the sky like fireworks. The fleeing drones were vaporized one by one. From the ground, the three defeated female robbers stared in horror, their mouths wide open. Is this monster actually holding back?" one of them whispered. "When he'd fought them earlier, if he'd used this move, they'd be dust." The four-armed swamp fire landed heavily, lowering his fists as the last of the drones fell apart in burning pieces. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, 10 points. He smiled in satisfaction, cancelled his transformation, and returned to human form. Ethan brushed off his hands, slipped them into his pockets, and strolled casually back toward the old rusty car. Grandpa Max, Gwen, and XLR8, Ben, were already there. "Everyone's clear," Max said, stretching. "Gas tank's full. Time to roll out." "Just another day," Ethan said with a grin. But then... Ding! New mission, evolution of carbon-based life forms. Mission, the drone fragments have merged with the female robbers, transforming them into enhanced biomechanical monsters. Subdue them. Reward, 15 points. Ethan froze mid-step, his eyes darting back toward the debris. The shattered remains of the drones were now moving, crawling across the ground toward the unconscious women. Wait! The fragments clung to their bodies, wrapping around them like living armor. When they stood again, their skin had turned dark red, muscles bulging under gleaming cybernetic plating. Their eyes glowed with cold mechanical light. "Charmcaster, what do we do now?" one muttered. "What else?" Charmcaster snarled. "We get revenge." The three aimed their new laser cannons at Ethan and the others. "Not good!" Max shouted. "Ben, get Gwen out of here now." XLR8 darted forward, grabbing them both and speeding away in a blur. Ethan stayed behind, stepping forward fearlessly and activating both of his Omnitrixes. Bang! 3 laser blasts shot toward him, the scarlet light reflecting in his calm eyes. "He's not dodging. He's insane," one of the women yelled. "Too late," Charmcaster sneered. "Kill him before he transforms." But Ethan's hands snapped together, the twin Omnitrixes collided, and light engulfed him. The lasers struck. Boom! When the dust cleared, a towering crystal giant stood where Ethan had been. His entire body shimmered with blinding diamond light, golden eyes burning with fury. He stood unmoving, chest out, letting the lasers hit him harmlessly before they fizzled out. "You're fast," he said in a thunderous voice, "but I'm faster." "You guessed it right, the ones who'll die are you." Fusion Alien, Diamond Head plus Way Big equals Diamond Titan. XLR8 skidded to a stop a few meters away with Gwen and Max. "No way, that's Diamond Head fused with Way Big." "Impossible!" Gwen whispered. Charmcaster screamed, opening fire again. The Diamond Titan didn't move. He simply raised one massive arm, condensing crystal matter in the air. Boom! A 10-meter-wide diamond fly swatter materialized in his hand. "What the hell, an oversized fly swatter?" Charmcaster gasped. Whoosh! The fly swatter came down like a meteor. Crash! Charmcaster was crushed into crimson mist, her body completely pulverized. Blood splattered across the Diamond Titan's crystalline armor, making him look like a glowing demon. "One." He turned his cold gaze on the remaining two. The second robber took off, flying backward in panic. "Running!" The Diamond Titan raised both hands. Dozens of crystal missiles launched from his arms like a sparkling storm. The robber looked back just in time to see her doom. Boom! 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 When the smoke cleared, nothing remained of her but glittering shards. Finally, the giant's gaze locked on the last woman, Rojo, who dropped to her knees, trembling. Please, let me live." He raised his palm to strike. "Ethan! That's enough!" Max's voice roared through the chaos. He stood beside the Diamond Titan, glaring up at him. "Take off that mechanical armor!" Max barked at the woman. "Now or I won't stop him next time." The woman hesitated, then screamed in pain as she tore off her own cybernetic arm and threw it to the ground before collapsing unconscious. The Diamond Titan lowered his hand slowly. "She's brutal, even to herself." Ding! Mission complete. Reward, 15 points. Max sighed heavily. "I stopped you from killing her, Ethan, but she might wish she hadn't survived." Before Ethan could reply. Phew! A red laser beam pierced through Max's chest. Everyone froze. The detached cyber arm lying on the ground had activated itself, its cannon glowing bright. The laser turret fired again. And this time, it hit its mark. Aboard Vilgax's ship. Vilgax stood before a holographic display showing the battle footage. "Although we suffered losses, the data was worth it." He smirked, tentacles twitching. "Ethan is powerful indeed." He turned toward his subordinate. "Well done. Even from afar, you managed to seriously injure Max Tennyson." He grinned, eyes gleaming with cruel delight. "Ethan, your grandfather has paid the price. Serves him right." Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Grandpa Max is in danger. Alien X unleashes. Bang! Ben Tennyson teleported forward and crushed the laser turret with one boot, face set in a grimace. "Grandpa!" Gwen covered her mouth and staggered. A cough. Grandpa Max stared down at the hole burned into his chest. The wound wasn't bleeding much, but he still swayed and collapsed at Diamond Head's feet. "Thank goodness it didn't pierce my left lung." "Grandpa!" Ben shouted. Diamond Head reached out and cradled Max gently. His expression was eerily calm, his voice unusually steady. Before any of them could react, the attack had already happened. "Grandpa!" Ben cried again as he rushed closer. Gwen stumbled after him. Diamond Head shifted suddenly, folding and realigning until he took the shape of Ethan. Ethan carried Grandpa Max's heavy body and strode toward the battered old rust bucket, eyes blazing. "Grandpa, I won't let anything happen to you," he growled, determination cracking his voice. Together, the three of them eased Max into the rust bucket and laid him on the little cot inside. Max's breathing was thin, his voice a thread. "Get the med kit, the tools inside." He leaned back, fading in and out. "Grandpa, Grandpa!" Ben's claws flexed until his fists ached. Gwen watched in disbelief, heart pounding. "What do we do?" Gwen whispered. "Ethan, transform, merge with the rust bucket and get him to a hospital as fast as you can." Ben urged through tears. He'd never used the Omnitrix properly, but he'd trained with the original 10 aliens a lot. Ethan's face was solemn. "Grandpa's hurt this badly. Even if I merge with the vehicle, I can't drive at high speed, he won't make it." "Then what should we do?" Ben asked, panic rising. Ben reached out, holding Max's arm and lifting him gently. "I'll carry him to the hospital myself." "Ben, are you crazy? You'll just make it worse." Gwen snapped, her voice breaking. "Enough. Let me handle it," Ethan said sharply, cutting off their argument. His authority silenced them instantly. Click. Ethan activated the Omnitrix on both wrists. One screen flashed the silhouette of Alien X. Another flashed atomic power. Everyone who'd studied the Omnitrix knew that the most powerful alien in the full Ben 10 timeline was Alien X, the Celestial Sapien, a godlike being who could reshape reality itself. Only Alien X could save Grandpa Max now. Mission update: the best Grandpa Plumber Max Tennyson. Objective: you cannot yet withstand Alien X's divine power. You are not Ben. But even if it destroys you, you must save Max. Heal all internal wounds and hidden injuries. Reward: 20 points. Before the system could even finish, Ethan slammed his palm down on the Omnitrix. He didn't need an explanation. He just needed to save him. A surge of emerald light exploded outward. The Omnitrix unleashed ancient alien DNA, merging Ethan with the boundless energy of a celestial sapien. Two unimaginable forces intertwined, the essence of creation and destruction fused into a single, divine existence. From the blinding surge of cosmic light, a figure emerged, his body a vast expanse of stars, his face and hands pure white, and the Omnitrix symbol glowing upon his chest. The universe itself seemed to swirl within him. Alien X. Alien X took a deep breath and stepped beside Max. He raised one glowing hand over the wound in Max's chest. Sizzle. Max winced in pain. "Can you really do this?" Gwen asked, trembling. Ben wiped his tears and gripped a roll of bandages tightly. Alien X's hand shimmered, the cosmic light within him converging into a single force, the pure essence of creation. The divine power flowed into Max's chest. The hole began to close. The burn marks faded. Max's breathing evened out. A groan turned into a sigh. "Feels good, so warm," he murmured. "As long as it's working," Alien X said softly, lips curling into a faint smile. The longer he healed Max, though, the more pain surged through Ethan's own body. His vision blurred, energy threatening to tear him apart. Still, he refused to stop. This is a miracle." Ben gasped. "Is there anything Ethan can't do?" Gwen watched in awe. Maybe he really is some kind of alien god." With a final flash of light, Max sat up suddenly, looking completely restored. "Morning, Ben, Gwen. I feel like I just had a great nap." Alien X smiled weakly and released his transformation. Ethan collapsed to his knees, pale and trembling, faint scars glowing across his skin. Ding! Mission complete. Plus 20 Omnitrix points. Half an hour later, Ethan had recovered enough to sit upright. Max, now fully aware of what happened, sighed deeply. "Ethan. I just hope you don't lose yourself in this. Don't kill needlessly." Ethan's eyes hardened. "Grandpa, I understand how you feel. But we're not dealing with ordinary criminals anymore. These people have powers that can destroy lives. We have to stop them whatever it takes. If Kevin escapes, I'll stop him. If Vilgax or anyone threatens innocent lives again, I'll end it. His voice was calm but unshakably firm. That's how we protect everyone. Gwen looked at him softly. I'd rather see you use that power than see Grandpa hurt again. Max fell silent. Ethan's words stung with truth. Superpowered criminals weren't just dangerous, they were catastrophic. Today it was him. Tomorrow, it could be Gwen. Finally, Max sighed. Ethan, from now on, I trust your judgment. Whether they live or die, do what you must. Ethan nodded quietly. For the first time, he was free to decide the fate of his enemies. Whatever anyone said, he'd protect his family, no matter the cost. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, The Error Omnitrix returns Ethan's choice. The next morning, dawn crept through the window. Ethan slowly opened his eyes, then shut them again with a groan. He was still sleepy, but something felt off. He frowned. Wait. Did I forget something? Then it hit him. Oh no, I didn't wake up early to sync the Omnitrix template. He sat up quickly, letting out a helpless laugh. Both wrists were empty, no Omnitrix in sight. Well, even heroes oversleep sometimes, he muttered. Taking a breath, he spoke into his mind. System, receive the Omnitrix template. A familiar chime answered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the Omnitrix template. Template obtained, Error Omnitrix. Description: the most unstable version of the Omnitrix, a corrupted model with access to every alien function but no moral limiter. It can amplify combat efficiency, but carries one fatal flaw: it can control its host. Ethan froze. His eyes widened, and he almost fainted. The Error Omnitrix, again? How many times is this cursed thing going to show up? He rubbed his temple, thinking hard. System, I want to replace the Error Omnitrix. Ding! Available replacements in ability pool. First generation Omnitrix, full level. Love Watch, initial version. Would you like to replace it? Ethan didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked, if the Error Omnitrix can control the host, what if the host's mental strength is strong enough? Could I resist it? If the host's mental strength surpasses the Omnitrix's influence, control will remain with the host. Just as I thought. He murmured. It was the same with the Demon Omnitrix. Whether it controlled him or not depended entirely on his willpower. Ethan currently had over 100 reward points saved up, enough to push his mind to new limits. Yesterday, when I used Alien X, I nearly collapsed from the strain, he muttered, eyes sharpening. If I want to wield stronger aliens, I have to get stronger first mentally and physically. He clenched his fist. System, enhance my mental strength. Ding! Mental enhancement successful. 100 reward points consumed. A rush of clarity flooded his mind. Thoughts became sharper, his awareness expanding like an endless horizon. Even his focus felt superhuman. Perfect, he said softly. I'll stick with the Error Omnitrix. Let's see if I can keep this thing under control. Snap! An Omnitrix suddenly materialized around his wrist. Its shell was blackened with claw marks, strange tendrils writhing beneath the surface. One of them shot out, trying to pierce into his arm. Ethan immediately adjusted his armored jacket, blocking the attack. Click click click. The Error Omnitrix jabbed at him several times, but couldn't pierce through the reinforced combat suit. Then, as if realizing resistance was pointless, it retracted its tendrils and settled snugly around his wrist like a normal Omnitrix. So you can attach without stabbing me? Nice to know, he muttered dryly. But a second later, a violent surge of energy invaded his mind, trying to seize control. Ethan's eyes widened, but his strengthened will flared like a storm. He pushed back the pressure, holding on with sheer concentration. Bit by bit, the energy subsided. The error omnitrix went still. Good, he breathed. Looks like I can suppress it barely. That's enough for now. He lowered his wrist and nodded. Next, I'll focus on strengthening my body and upgrading the watch itself. System, open personal panel. Host, Ethan. Physique, top tier for Earthlings. Spirit, beyond ordinary human limits. Genes, human, with partial alien DNA resistance. Skills, mixed martial arts, expert marksmanship. Ability pool, first generation Omnitrix, full level, Love Watch, initial version. Reward points, 5. Ethan smiled faintly. Not bad. Satisfied, he lay back down. As he drifted to sleep, the error Omnitrix glowed faintly red. It probed at his consciousness, testing for weakness. But found none. Its corruption met an immovable mind. This human's will was annoyingly strong. By evening, the rust bucket rolled through a dusty road and into a small town. Ethan leaned against the window, yawning. Grandpa, we've been driving all day, this is seriously boring. Grandpa Max chuckled from the driver's seat. Patience, kiddo. Our stop is the hottest attraction in town right now, a traveling circus. A circus? Ben perked up. Please tell me there aren't any clowns. Ethan grinned. You afraid of clowns, Ben? Gwen smirked. Honestly, letting Ben go on stage and transform would be the best act they've ever had. Their laughter filled the RV as the rust bucket pulled into a crowded circus lot, bright lights shining against the twilight. The four of them stepped out together, Grandpa Max leading, Ethan and Gwen on either side, while Ben hung back nervously. They wandered among rows of colorful stalls selling glowing trinkets and magic toys until a crowd gathered near a small stage. At the center stood a short ringmaster with a cane and a booming voice. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's freak show extravaganza. Introducing our incredible trio of superpowered wonders. First came a massive bald man who bent a steel bar with his bare hands. Then, a woman with writhing, snake-like hair that twisted metal like paper. And finally, a gaunt man whose breath corroded the same steel in seconds, leaving it sizzling. The crowd erupted in applause. Ethan, however, noticed a faint sound from his wrist. He looked down. The error Omnitrix's screen had flickered to life, displaying alien data. Ding! Mission detected. The weird trio. Targets, Acid Mouth, Bald Titan, and Serpentina. Objective, defeat these 3 wanted criminals. Reward, plus 10 Omnitrix points per capture. Ethan smirked. Looks like playtime's over. He turned to Grandpa Max. Grandpa, take Ben and Gwen to the clown tent first. I'll catch up. Without waiting for a response, he slipped away into the shadows. Moving silently through the tents, Ethan circled behind the stage. His dark eyes glowed faintly with reflected red light as he spotted the trio relaxing behind the curtains. He raised his wrist. The Omnitrix glowed crimson. Showtime! A sharp flash of blood-red light burst through the night. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, First Encounter with the Error Watch. Invincible Combat Ability. A flash of crimson light erupted from the wasteland before fading into the dusty air. The Frightwig flinched, her pale face tightening as she turned sharply toward the empty stretch of land. Her snake-like hair hissed restlessly, flicking their tongues as she crept forward. Someone was out there, she could feel it. But as she stepped deeper into the wasteland, her eyes darting around, she saw nothing. Only the cold wind whispered through the air. A ridiculous thought crept into her mind. Could it be haunted? Frightwig, what are you staring at? The acid breath frowned impatiently. Once everyone in town goes into that clown house, we move. Keep it together. There was some strange noise just now, Frightwig said uneasily. But when I came to check, there was nothing. Ha ha ha. The thumbskull burst out laughing, holding his stomach. We're all hardened criminals. What's a ghost got on us? If there is one, it's the ghost who should be scared of us. Well, you've got a point, Frightwig muttered, swallowing hard as she rejoined the group. They waited patiently until the townsfolk began filing into the clown house, eager to watch the evening show. Frightwig's eyes gleamed with greed. She stood abruptly and whispered, "The whole town's savings are about to be ours." The acid breath snickered. "Let's go." The thumbskull smirked and hoisted his massive hammer. The three crooks strode forward, laughing until a shadow streaked past them like lightning. They froze. What was that? Their heads whipped around, scanning the empty air. Then, a faint, cold breath brushed across Frightwig's cheek, like something invisible was right beside her. Her body stiffened. Slowly, she looked forward. And there it was. A twisted, nightmarish creature with a gaunt body, razor-sharp teeth, and sunken, glowing eyes grinned at her. "Hey there!" The monster's voice was low and eerie, like something crawling straight out of hell. It was Error Heat Blast, also known as the Error Blast. "Ah!" Frightwig screamed, terror flooding her body. Her knees buckled as she collapsed to the ground. The snakes in her hair lashed out, hissing violently as they bit toward the creature. The Error Blast raised his claws, then slashed downward like a storm of blades. Bang! 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 Each strike tore through the snakes with terrifying speed. He advanced step by step, a demonic grin twisting his face. "And no! Don't come any closer!" Tears streamed down Frightwig's cheeks. Fear overwhelmed her, her vision went white. And she fainted. The ground darkened beneath her as she lost control of herself entirely. The Error Blast sneered. "Pathetic." He stepped past her and turned toward the next criminal. "You're up." The acid breath roared in anger and spat a spray of sizzling acid. "Monster! Let's see how you like being melted alive." The green liquid shot straight at the Error alien, but he didn't move. He stood perfectly still. "Ha! Let's see you stand after this." Acid breath jeered. Just as the acid hit, a flash of blood-red light engulfed the figure. In his place stood a diamond head-like alien, its body sharp and crystalline, with a single multi-pupilled eye glinting coldly. The acid splashed across him harmlessly, washing off the dust without leaving a mark. What? He transformed on his own. Acid breath's eyes widened in disbelief. Ethan, now in Error Diamond Head form, grinned. "Not bad, Error Watch. Not bad at all." The Error Watch's unique ability revealed itself. It could sense danger and automatically shift the user's alien form to counter any threat. Just like Ultra Instinct, it reacted faster than thought. Ethan charged forward, shrugging off the acid breath's desperate sprays, and drove his crystal fist square into the villain's face. Bam! The acid breath dropped instantly, unconscious. 2 down. Ethan turned his gleaming head toward the last one, the thumbskull, and smirked. "Guess that leaves you. Damn you!" The brute snarled, swinging his hammer. "Let's see you block this." He slammed it down, but Diamond Head's forearm transformed into a shimmering crystal shield. The blow rattled the ground, sending shockwaves through the air, but the shield held firm. The brute grinned savagely. "Ha! My strength's not so bad, hey!" Ethan's form flickered again, another red flash. In the next instant, standing before the thumbskull was a monstrous, four-armed alien with 6 glowing eyes, a terrifying fusion of raw power and precision. Ethan cracked his knuckles. "Triggered my next form. Lucky you. T3 forms? That's cheating." The brute's eyes widened in panic. Boom! 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 4 massive fists blurred through the air, striking faster than the eye could follow. Each hit landed on a weak point, precise, brutal, unstoppable. The thumbskull staggered, blood spurting from his mouth, before crumpling to the ground in a heap. "All three," Ethan said calmly, lowering his fists. "Taken care of." He finally understood how overpowered the error watch really was. Its aliens might look unstable, but when paired with its adaptive system, it was nearly unstoppable. Ding! Mission complete. Plus 10 reward points. Ding! Mission complete. Plus 10 reward points. Ding! Mission complete. Plus 10 reward points. The cheerful chime echoed 3 times, and Ethan chuckled to himself. He tied up the 3 defeated crooks with an iron chain and shifted back into the error blast form, racing toward the clown house. Inside the clown house, bright lights blazed across the stage as laughter and cheers filled the air. The audience roared with delight as Sampiso, a fat clown wearing a magician's hat, performed one trick after another. Laughter echoed through the hall. But faint streams of shimmering light began to drift from the crowd, gathering beneath the stage. Their smiles grew stiff. Their eyes dulled. Zombozo's grin twisted into something dark. "Perfect. I'll drain every last drop of your emotion." He chuckled to himself, wondering idly. How much did those 3 idiots outside manage to steal, I wonder? Then bang, bang, bang. Footsteps echoed from the entrance. Zombozo frowned. More guests. His eyes narrowed toward the doorway. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Zombozo's crushing defeat. Do you still have a second phase? At the entrance of the clown house, a tall young man in beige sportswear walked in, his slicked back hair glinting under the stage lights. Ethan's eyes swept across the audience. The crowd sat motionless, faces blank and glassy-eyed like lifeless puppets. Among them, he spotted Grandpa Max, Ben, Gwen, and Mark, all staring vacantly at the stage. Beside Gwen was an empty seat. His seat. Ethan's gaze shifted to the stage, where Zombozo the clown in a magician's hat was performing with an unsettling grin. Good. He's far enough from Grandpa Max and the others. Ethan exhaled slowly. That means I can transform without worrying about anyone getting caught in the crossfire. His last bit of hesitation vanished. Hey, kid. Zombozo's painted smile twisted into a sneer as he reached into his hat and pulled out a throwing knife. Are you here alone? Whoosh. The knife flew straight toward Ethan's chest. But before it could hit, the error watch on his wrist pulsed with crimson light activating on its own. Flash! A blood-red glow engulfed him, and in an instant, a bandaged figure wearing a golden pharaoh's crown appeared where Ethan stood. The error mummy raised his head slowly, revealing fanged teeth between torn wrappings. The flying knife pierced into his chest, but instead of cutting, it sank into the soft bandages and fell harmlessly to the floor. What? A mummy! Zombozo's eyes widened in terror as he stumbled backward. You're done, the mummy rasped, his voice low and menacing. Wait. Zombozo chuckled nervously, hands trembling. Sir Mummy, my mistake. I didn't know you liked disguising yourself as a kid. Ha ha ha. Ding. Mission issued, Evil Clown Zombozo. Objective, defeat Zombozo, a circus performer who hides a dark secret and wields strange, powerful abilities. Reward, 15 points. Ethan frowned beneath the wrappings. Only 15 points? Lame. He cracked his knuckles. You're not even worth the effort. Zombozo's eye twitched. I tried being polite, and this is how you repay me. He flung a barrage of knives toward Ethan. The mummy's bandages whipped outward, intercepting them one by one. Clang! 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 Each strip of cloth struck like tempered steel, deflecting the blades effortlessly. It seems one isn't enough. Ethan smirked and unleashed more bandages, twisting 2 together into a whip. It lashed across the air, the sound cracking like thunder. Zombozo blocked desperately, but the blows came faster and faster. He was driven back step by step until his heels hit the edge of the stage. Fall down! The mummy's chest heaved as a dozen more bandages exploded from his body, striking all at once. Whip crack! Zombozo screamed as the blows sent him crashing to the floor below. He looked up, trembling, his body covered in welts. You're not even human. If I wasn't worried about hurting the audience, Ethan growled, you'd already be ash. Enough. Die. Zombozo roared in desperation, pulling several Molotov cocktails from his hat. He lit them and hurled them onto the stage. Boom! Boom! The bottles burst, igniting the wooden floor. Flames roared across the stage, swallowing the mummy and spilling toward the crowd. Burn! Burn to death! Zombozo shrieked, laughing madly. Bandages and fire don't mix, do they? I win! But a massive eruption of fire burst upward from the inferno. And through it stepped a blazing figure with a flaming skull and glowing eyes. It was Error Heat Blast. He slammed his hands together, summoning a towering wall of fire that curved like a protective barrier around the audience, blocking the spreading flames. Nice try, Error Blast said, his voice a guttural rumble. You've got tricks, but so do I. Zombozo stumbled backward, panic in his painted eyes. Why you can switch forms too? That's impossible. He yanked a fire extinguisher from his hat and aimed it at Ethan. But before he could pull the trigger, flash! Another pulse of red light. The flames vanished, replaced by the ghastly silhouette of Error Heat Blast's shadow form, the Star of Terror. He appeared right beside Zombozo, grin full of razor teeth. Here, let me help you with that. He grabbed the extinguisher, spun it around, and pressed the nozzle directly at Zombozo's face. PSSSSHHHH. The gas blasted out full force, covering the clown's face with white frost. Zombozo gagged, coughing and stumbling back as Ethan kicked him to the ground. Still feeling funny, clown, the Star of Terror sneered. Zombozo's voice cracked as he screamed, if I absorb the power from the clown machine, I'll never lose to you. Oh! Ethan tilted his head. You've got a second stage. Why yes. It's still experimental, but I'll risk it. Zombozo's hands shook, his voice trembling with both fear and madness. Where's this machine of yours? Ethan asked calmly. Zombozo's eyes darted toward the floor. Ethan grinned. Underground, hey. Then I hope this dance of yours is worth the effort. The error watch pulsed again. Another flash and the Star of Terror's body warped into the massive, six-eyed form of Error 4 arms. Let's finish this. He slammed his fists down with earth-shaking force. Boom! The impact shattered the stage, opening a hole beneath Zombozo's feet. The clown let out a pitiful cry as he plummeted into the underground chamber below. What a pathetic freak, Ethan muttered. Humiliated again and again. Ding! Mission complete. Plus 15 reward points. Ethan exhaled in relief. Mission complete. He quickly turned his attention to the dazed audience. One by one, he carried Mark, Ben, Gwen, Grandpa Max, and every other person out of the burning tent. Even with the wall of fire holding back the flames, it wouldn't last forever. I may not be the perfect plumber, he said under his breath, but I still protect people. When the last person was safe outside, Ethan looked back at the blazing clown house. The fire roared high into the night sky, reflecting in his crimson eyes. A grin tugged at his mouth. Zombozo, he murmured, ready for phase 2. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Ethan, amazing you lasted 8 minutes. That. A soft voice called out to Error Blast. The snake-haired woman's pale face was full of fear and pity as she spoke humbly. These people's emotions have been taken away by Zombozo's clown machine. If we destroy it, we can save them. Error Blast turned to look at the fry twig-like woman, about to ask, why are you telling me this? But she quickly continued in the same humble tone. Please, don't kill us. Yet. Acid Breath beside her nodded desperately. Thumbskull was still unconscious, his fingers twitching slightly, as if reacting to the chaos around them. The three of them were trembling in terror. Aeroblast's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed. Fine. But can you untie me? It's too tight. The snake-haired woman raised her head, her messy snake locks swaying as she tried to look pitiful. Please. Get lost. Don't push your luck. Aeroblast barked, refusing instantly. The woman froze, then quickly nodded in obedience. With a flash, Aeroblast moved again, appearing beside Ben. He grabbed Ben's wrist, opened the Omnitrix, and selected Ghost Freak. A green flash burst out and the ghostly alien emerged, blinking in confusion. It only took a few seconds for Ghost Freak to regain focus. What happened? Aeroblast quickly explained everything and said firmly, I'll handle the clown. You stay here. Leave it to me. Ghost Freak said confidently, puffing out his chest. This ghost, he's incredible, whispered Acid Breath in awe. He can disable the Joker machine just like that. Aeroblast didn't stay to hear the rest. With another flash, he vanished at high speed. The clown house had turned into a blazing inferno. Ethan stopped outside, raising the error table screen expectantly. Error table, who do you recommend I use to deal with Zombozo's second stage? Click. The screen popped up, showing error X. Ethan went silent. You've gotta be kidding me. Click. He manually rotated the screen to Big Chill instead. A flash of eerie blue light enveloped him, his body transformed into the spectral, ice-winged alien. Cold mist spread from his form, freezing the flames in his path. Big Chill glided effortlessly through the burning debris, reaching the stage and spotting a huge pit below. His wings folded into his cloak as he dove down through the passage. Along the way, he dodged traps, a spray of cold darts, a clown alarm clock, hidden lasers. Each time, the error table flashed a warning, allowing him to avoid every danger with precision. It felt just like having observation haki activated. Finally, Big Chill phased through the last wall and emerged into a vast underground laboratory bathed in red light. At its center stood a grotesque machine glowing crimson, the clown machine. A thick tube connected it directly to Zombozo. You forced me to do this. Zombozo snarled, pulling a controller from his pocket and slamming the button. The tube convulsed, channeling energy into his body. His muscles bulged. His clothes tore. Dozens of twisted faces formed all over his skin, each showing a different emotion: joy, rage, sorrow, madness. He had become a living thousand-faced demon. Mission triggered, the clown Zombozo second stage, the thousand-faced demon. Objective: defeat Zombozo and recover everyone's emotional energy. Reward: 30 points. Big Chill nodded slightly, his tone calm. Not bad. I'll admit, you look powerful. Who needs your approval, freak? Zombozo roared. All the faces on his arms howled with fury, and he threw a punch that shook the lab. The blow rushed toward Big Chill, but the error table made the call. In an instant, Big Chill vanished, replaced by a towering Humungusaur, pitch black and radiating raw power. The Humungusaur caught Zombozo's punch head-on. What? Zombozo's eyes widened. The error Humungusaur's muscles surged, matching Zombozo's size and strength. Strength contest. The massive Humungusaur grinned. That's my specialty. With a thunderous roar, he spun and hurled Zombozo over his shoulder, sending the villain crashing into the far wall. Damn it! Zombozo coughed blood, glaring with wild fury. Dozens of faces on his arms fired blasts of energy like arrows, striking the Rex from all directions. Let's see you defend against this. A red flash answered him. The error Eye Guy appeared, his body covered in countless eyes, each firing precise laser beams that struck Zombozo directly. The beams intensified, exploding across Zombozo's body. Ugh! I'll kill you! Zombozo screamed, unleashing a storm of emotional energy. Then, the form shifted again into Error Amphibian. The electric alien's tendrils crackled with blue lightning as he absorbed Zombozo's attack completely. Thanks for the charge, Amphibian smirked. Now take it back. He released a massive electric surge that blasted Zombozo off his feet. The villain barely stood before Ethan switched again, turning into XLR-8, who blitzed him with blinding speed. Zombozo swung the clown machine like a weapon, but Ethan transformed into Diamond Head, smashing it apart with one swing. For the next 8 minutes, Zombozo experienced pure despair. Every time he attacked, Ethan transformed into a new alien, the perfect counter each time. Punch after punch, blast after blast, until Zombozo was completely drained and broken. The clown machine lay in ruins. Zombozo fell to the floor, trembling and laughing weakly through tears. Ha, ha ha, you monster, just finish it already. How can someone this cruel still be human? Ethan, in his error blast form, lowered his claws and sighed. Honestly, you're not bad. You're the first opponent who's managed to last 8 minutes against me. He smiled faintly. Well, almost seriously. Mission complete. Reward, 30 points. Error Blast reached out, grabbed Zombozo, and carried him out of the collapsing base. Later, Zombozo and his 3 surviving subordinates were arrested and taken away by police. The townspeople gradually recovered, laughing and crying with relief. Max watched from a distance and exhaled deeply. Ethan held back this time. No casualties. That's good. Still, before being taken away, Zombozo and his gang had looked back at Ethan with eyes full of madness. That night, everyone stayed at a small town inn, finally able to rest in peace. Chapter 38, Chapter 38 Ghost Girl and Ethan's team up. What is the inversion watch? It was midnight. Ethan woke up on time, still alert and full of energy. His mental endurance far exceeded that of a normal person. He reached for his Omnitrix template selector and spoke calmly, "System, initiate today's template." Ding! Congratulations, host! You've obtained the new Omnitrix template invasion watch. Description: a demonic entity has invaded your Omnitrix and will attempt to take over your body, replacing you. Hey! Ethan froze, then immediately said, "Nope. Cancel that. Switch to the Love Watch." He didn't know what the Invasion Watch was, but it definitely didn't sound good. Ding! Love Watch template activated successfully. A soft pink glow enveloped his wrist as the watch transformed into a cute, heart-themed design. Ethan leaned back against the bed with a small smile. Much better. The next day. By morning, the group had arrived in a new city and spent the day exploring museums. By evening, they reached the last one, an old, dimly lit building filled with dusty exhibits and sleepy atmosphere. An elderly tour guide droned on about ancient artifacts as Grandpa Max, Gwen, and Ben listened politely. Meanwhile, Ben was busy making faces at an old tribal mask hanging in the air. "Hey Ethan, do I look like a caveman yet?" Ethan raised an eyebrow. "That mask hasn't been cleaned since it was excavated. You sure you wanna get that close?" "Ew, yet, forget I said that." Ben recoiled instantly, waving his hands. As they bantered, Gwen approached confidently. "The guide's about to talk about the spellbook's origin. Bet I already know everything she's gonna say." Ethan smiled. "All right, Professor Gwen. We'll follow your lead." Gwen's grin widened. "Finally, someone appreciates genius." Ben snickered. "You mean someone tolerates it?" "Ben Tennyson." Gwen's voice echoed across the hall. The tour guide reached a display case containing a massive ancient tome. Gwen puffed up proudly, ready to show off. But suddenly the entire room tilted. Whoosh! Everyone floated upward, pinned to the ceiling by an invisible force. I have a bad feeling about this, Grandpa Max muttered. Yeah, Ethan replied dryly. The enemy probably feels the same way. He raised his wrist, summoning his watch. The love watch shimmered with a pink glow. Ding! Mission triggered. The evil magician's corpse awakens. Objective: stop the zombie from stealing the Akamita spellbook. Reward: 20 points. A blood-red mist poured into the museum, condensing into a pale old man in crimson robes. He clutched a staff, eyes glowing with feral hatred. That's our guy. Ethan twisted the dial. Let's go, Flash Star. A flash of pink light filled the room, and when it faded, a female speedster alien appeared, sleek, fast, and sharp-eyed. Ethan blinked. Is it just me, or does that suit have a lot of physics? The female speedster tilted her head. What? Before anyone could react, the robed corpse growled and turned toward her. Ethan quickly improvised, a speed girl, attack. She gave an okay sign. On it. Then, with a flicker of pink light, she vanished, reappearing right in front of the corpse and unleashing a flurry of blows. Bang! 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 The undead magician staggered helplessly under the assault, spinning like a top. Enough, he roared, slamming his staff into the ground. A dark golden blast exploded outward, sending Speed Girl flying. Speed Girl, back off! Ethan shouted. The corpse turned toward him, snarling. You dare command my opponent, little human! He raised his staff again and the gravitational field inverted, slamming Ethan toward the floor. But Ethan's face remained calm. As he fell, Speed Girl dashed forward and caught him midair. He coughed lightly, quickly standing up from her arms. Thanks for the catch. The corpse chanted in an ancient tongue, his necklace glowing, his staff spewing fire. A torrent of flames surged toward them. Ethan and Speed Girl split, dodging the inferno. Ha! You think you can hide? When I'm done burning your master, you'll hurry. Before he could finish, Ethan charged straight at him, dodging through the flames with impossible agility. Oh, you want to die fast, the corpse sneered. His robe sleeves extended like tentacles, slashing toward Ethan. Ethan rolled, slipped past them, and drove an uppercut into the corpse's chin. Crack! The old man's head snapped back, eyes bulging. What kind of punch is that? Before he could recover, Speed Girl appeared behind him, driving a high-speed palm strike that sent him crashing into a glass display. The Akamita spellbook tumbled out of the case. The corpse reached for it. But Speed Girl caught his wrist and twisted. He howled in pain and tried to strike her with his staff, only for Ethan to kick it right out of his hand. Now it was a full-on 2-on-1 brawl, Ethan and Speed Girl beating the undead sorcerer into submission. I was wrong. The old man's eyes rolled as his body went limp. Ben stood frozen. This is insane. I just watched a human and an alien tag team a zombie wizard. Correction, Gwen said flatly. A pink alien. Grandpa Max crossed his arms, impressed. This is the first time I've seen Ethan fight before transforming. His form's not bad, reminds me of myself back in the day. He smiled faintly. Good kid. We're the best duo. Speed Girl said brightly, high-fiving Ethan. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, 20 points. Ethan smiled with satisfaction. Yeah. Fighting alongside an alien feels pretty great. Later that night, police arrived and found the unconscious corpse still clutching the spellbook. After several failed attempts to pry it free, they loaded both him and the tome into the van. Meanwhile, Ethan and Speed Girl quietly slipped away before they could be questioned. When the group regrouped in the rust bucket, Gwen frowned. Where's Ethan? Don't tell me he ran off with that alien girl. Ben snorted. Wouldn't blame him. Outside the police station, officers were struggling to move the still-bound corpse when a girl with long grey hair and ghostly pale skin floated into view. She was stunning, otherworldly. Before the police could react, their eyes glazed over. They dropped into a trance. The ghost girl crossed her arms. There. No interruptions. Ethan stepped out from the shadows, smirking. Appreciate it, ghost girl. Now, let's get what we came for. 2 cokes. Sugar-free, she said lazily. Deal. She floated down to the corpse, her ethereal tentacles slipping from her sleeves to remove the handcuffs. The noise woke the zombie. What happened? Is the beating over? Ethan cracked his knuckles. Not yet. Moments later, the night echoed with the sound of the old man's terrified screams. When it was over, Ethan emerged wearing a crimson robe and carrying the staff and spellbook. Several enchanted stones hung around his neck. Ghost Girl floated beside him, sipping her coke. You really went all in. Back at the rust bucket, Grandpa Max sighed heavily. So let me get this straight. You attacked the zombie again to stop him from escaping with magical weapons. Ethan smiled innocently. Grandpa, I'm a plumber in training. Dangerous artifacts need supervision. At least you didn't kill him this time, Max muttered, shaking his head. Progress. Ethan grinned and laid the magical loot on the table. All right, who wants to pick something cool? Ben shrugged. Pass. Gwen, however, eyed the relics thoughtfully. That night passed quietly until midnight struck again. Ethan sat up, speaking in a low voice. System, how many reward points do I have? System, 100 reward points available. Perfect. Between the Zombozo fight and the zombie mission, he'd earned plenty. Use them. Strengthen my body. Ding. Physical enhancement complete. 100 points consumed. Ethan's muscles expanded, then compressed tightly, forming a lean, powerful physique, strong, but still graceful. He took a deep breath. System. Open personal panel. Host, Ethan. Physical level, beyond human. Spirit, beyond human. Genetics, human, resistant to alien DNA. Skills, advanced martial arts, expert marksmanship. Abilities, full level Omnitrix, Gen 1, Love Watch, prototype. Reward points, 0. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. Then came a chime. Ding. Your Love Watch, prototype, has expired. Acquiring new Omnitrix template. You've obtained the Reversal Watch. Ethan blinked. Wait. Reversal. The screen flickered with a strange, mirrored glow. Something tells me this one's going to be trouble. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, First Experience with the Reversal Watch, Epic Enhancement of Upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the Omnitrix template. The Omnitrix template obtained is, Reversal Watch. Reversal Watch, all alien DNA within this Omnitrix has been corrupted. However, this isn't necessarily a weakness. It doesn't reduce combat power, but reverses each alien's abilities instead. Reversal ability, hey. Ethan raised an eyebrow, a grin tugging at his lips. Sounds interesting. Let's do this. A flash of green light spread from his wrist as the new Omnitrix formed. Its dial was cracked, scarred, and battle-worn, a corrupted mirror of the original. I hope you won't disappoint me, Ethan muttered, lying back on the bed with anticipation. The next morning, the rust bucket stopped in front of a massive water park, glittering under the sun. Ethan and Gwen, both in swimsuits, enjoyed the rides together. Gwen kept brushing against him, her eyes occasionally trailing down to his chest. Are muscles really that fascinating? Ethan thought helplessly, glancing down at his sculpted build. Even passers-by stole second looks. Hey, Ethan. Let's try the next ride. Gwen said excitedly, tugging his arm. He nodded. It's a pity Ben can't join. These rides have strict height limits. Ben had wandered off earlier, grumbling about boring height rules. Just then, a loud whoosh echoed overhead. Yo! Look who's the coolest guy in the park! Ben swooped through the sky on a hoverboard, grinning like a maniac. The crowd gasped in amazement. His stunt was flashier than any attraction in the park. In a quiet corner, a bespectacled man snapped a photo. The Forever Knights will pay big for this hoverboard tech, he muttered greedily. Half an hour later. As the group left the park, Ben stayed behind to clean his hoverboard. Out of nowhere, several men in dark suits rushed in. A cloth pressed against Ben's mouth. MMPH. In seconds, he collapsed. Target secured, one of them said, slinging Ben over his shoulder. You're not taking the board, another asked. Idiot. We're not here for that toy. We're here for the Omnitrix. The other's eyes gleamed. And rumor says, there's another kid with one. A dark laugh followed. Double payday. Parking lot, sunset. The huge lot was nearly empty, just the rust bucket and a few staff vehicles. Ethan leaned against the van, scanning the park entrance. Ben's taking forever. Maybe he flew off too far, Grandpa Max said, concerned. Before they could go looking. Hey, brat! A shout came from the gate. A man in bronze armor raised his blaster and fired. Boom! The laser struck Ethan square in the chest, exploding in a cloud of smoke and shredded cloth. Got him, the warrior sneered. Ethan! Gwen screamed, rushing forward. But through the haze, a shadow moved. Ethan stepped out of the smoke, unharmed, his combat suit torn but intact, muscles tensed. Even the warrior froze. What the hell? Ethan glared coldly. That blast cost me an expensive shirt. He slammed the Omnitrix dial. Click. A surge of unstable green energy erupted. A mutated upgrade, etched with blood-red circuitry, emerged with a snarl. His armor glowed like living metal twisted with corruption. Oh no, he transformed. The warriors fired again, lasers filling the air. Ding! Mission: Warriors of the Forever Knights defeat the attackers. Reward: 5 points. The corrupted upgrade didn't flinch. Instead, his crimson eyes flashed and every laser gun in range jerked out of its owner's hands. What the? The guns turned on their wielders. Ah! A hail of energy tore through the squad. Ethan's upgrade form grinned. So that's it. He muttered. Reversed ability. Instead of fusing with machines through contact, he could now control any nearby tech remotely. And not just one, multiple targets at once. An epic enhancement. One warrior tried to flee, limping toward a car. Ethan extended a clawed arm. Blood-red lightning leapt to the vehicle, which roared to life, spun around, and smashed the fleeing man off his feet. The others froze in horror. Ethan, standing amidst the wreckage, his red circuits pulsing, looked down coldly. As long as there's tech around, you can't beat me. Chapter 40, Chapter 40, Reversal Watch. Alien X appears. Ding! Congratulations, host, mission complete. Host obtains 5 bonus points. Ethan slowly lowered his hands. The huge parking lot was a complete mess. There were soldiers who'd been struck by cars, others half buried under fallen streetlights, and some blasted apart by laser cannons. In short, chaos. Only one warrior remained alive, tightly bound by broken laser gun parts, as if trapped inside a mechanical prison. Now, answer me. Ethan's voice was cold as he glared at the soldier. Where's Ben? What did you do to him, members of the Forever Knights? Only one organization mixed alien technology and medieval-style weaponry. The Forever Knights. Damn, you know who we are. You one of the plumbers from Earth," the soldier snarled. "I'm warning you, this kind of brutality violates the rules of the Heavenly Alliance." Bang! Ethan's expression didn't change. He twitched a finger slightly. The magnetic field around him pulsed. The old, battered car revved to life and rolled forward menacingly. The soldier's eyes widened in panic. "No, no, wait!" "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream echoed through the lot before silence returned. The car stopped inches from the soldier's face. "My rules are my rules," Ethan said flatly. "Need me to repeat that? I'm from the Forever Knights' branch base. We were ordered to capture that kid's Omnitrix. The base coordinates are..." The warrior stammered out the location. "Good." Ethan snapped his fingers. The metal shards tightened around the soldier, sealing over his face. Death by suffocation, at least it keeps things neat. Without another glance, Ethan turned and climbed back into the car. Inside, the air was thick with tension. Ethan's voice was calm but heavy. "I got the information. The ones who abducted Ben are from a criminal group called the Forever Knights. Their branch base is in the suburbs. They know Ben can transform," Gwen said, her expression dark and worried. Max looked toward Ethan, their eyes meeting for a brief, charged moment. Even Max had to avert his gaze from the intensity in Ethan's eyes. "I'll handle it," Ethan said quietly, though there was a dangerous edge to his tone. Then, as his transformation timed out, his alien form dissolved, returning him to human. The old car roared forward toward the suburbs. Suddenly, another vehicle screeched to a stop, blocking their way. I know where the Forever Knights' base is," shouted House, gripping the wheel tightly. "Let me take you there." Ethan narrowed his eyes. "It's impossible for them to be hiding in the water park. You leaked Ben's location, didn't you?" "Yeah. It was me." House confessed, guilt twisting his face. "But I thought they only wanted the hoverboards. I didn't know they'd take the kid." He clenched his fists. "So now, I'm going to make it right. I'll help you find him." He slammed the accelerator and sped ahead, leading the way. Ethan's eyes followed the car ahead, the murderous light in them fading just slightly. Inside House's car, his heart pounded so hard it hurt. He'd seen Ethan kill the warrior without hesitation. Now, he had to prove his usefulness or he was next. "I don't care about the Forever Knights anymore," House muttered under his breath. "I'm more afraid of Ethan." The Forever Knights' branch base stood like a fortress in the suburbs. A Western-style citadel surrounded by open fields and dense forest, forming a natural wall. Ethan stepped out from the shadows of the trees, staring at the fortress and the patrolling guards. Ding! Mission issued, Forever Knights branch base. Mission: you've located a branch base of the Forever Knights. Will you destroy it, or merely defeat it? Reward: 20 bonus points. Ethan smirked. Only one option: total destruction. "Ethan, I'm ready," Gwen said, wearing a magic robe and a pendant filled with glowing stones. "These weapons, they resonate with me. I can actually use them." She'd been studying the alien artifacts all night and it showed. She was a natural prodigy. Max, wearing his old plumber uniform and carrying a heavy laser rifle, chuckled. "Well, as a retired plumber, it's only fair I carry a little firepower for self-defense." "Reasonable, reasonable." House muttered weakly, sitting on the ground in despair. He regretted everything. Why did I ever tell them about Ben's watch? "Grandpa, Gwen." Ethan's tone turned serious. "This mission involves Ben's safety. I'll go all out. Please stay out of the fight. I don't want to risk hurting you." "Hurt us, accidentally," Gwen whispered, a chill running down her spine. Just how strong was Ethan, really? Even Max swallowed hard. "Trainee plumber, hey?" "Not exactly." House shut his eyes in frustration. Please, don't tell me more. I've heard enough. Whoosh. Bang. Ethan pressed the Omnitrix's faceplate, twisting it until it locked onto a silhouette. Alien X. He smirked. Reverse watch form, maybe Alien X doesn't need permission to go all out. It was his second time using this alien. His first gamble. Whoosh. Bang. As he slammed the dial, blinding light burst from the Omnitrix. Standing before them was a figure that radiated both divinity and chaos. A godlike being with immense power and unreadable eyes. Inside his mind, Ethan faced two enormous faces, the alien judges of the Reverse Watch. They stared at him silently. "Come in," Ethan muttered. "Let me through. Vote now. We unanimously approve. We unanimously approve." The faces shouted in unison. Ethan grinned. "Then I vote yes, let me wield the power of the Alien X. Judgment complete. Access granted." "Awesome." Whoosh. Alien X's eyes snapped open. He moved slowly at first, then faster. "What's wrong with him?" Gwen asked, confused. Before anyone could answer. Whoosh. Bang. Alien X took off like lightning, sprinting straight toward the fortress, every muscle brimming with manic energy. "Oh my god!" A warrior barely turned before he saw it, the insane, grinning alien charging at him full speed. Bang! 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 Alien X's fists flew faster than the eye could see. Before the first punch even landed, the warrior's body disintegrated into molecules. Yet Alien X kept punching hundreds more times, unstoppable. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Damn it! Someone's breached the base. Who is he? Take him down! Dozens of laser cannons opened fire. Beams of energy streaked through the air as Alien X danced among them. Every movement, every dodge, every punch was graceful, like a ballet performed inside a storm of destruction. His expression was pure exhilaration. Every cell in his body screamed with joy. It turns out, the Reverse Watch's version of Alien X had inverted more than his power. The God of Judgment had become a hyperactive force of chaos. The two consciousnesses approved him so quickly because his manic energy couldn't be contained. "It feels so good!" Alien X shouted, leaping high into the sky. He crashed down with divine power exploding around him. He was the freest, wildest, most unstoppable being in the entire multiverse. The freest man alive. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Professor Paradox. Bang! The moment Alien X landed, divine energy erupted from his body, locking onto every warrior in sight. Each punch shattered enemies into clouds of disintegrating molecules that scattered in the wind. He could have ended it instantly. But Alien X's hyperactive energy didn't allow him to finish the fight that easily. Note: this ADHD refers to pure hyperactivity, not the medical condition. "What's wrong with Ethan, Grandpa?" Gwen asked in shock. Mark stared, equally stunned. "Maybe, the alien DNA's too strong. It's affecting his personality." He watched as Alien X shattered another enemy with one casual blow. Bang! Another hit another warrior, reduced to glowing dust. Ethan's alien form turned toward the massive fortress ahead. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless Alien X appeared around the fortress, each one moving faster than light, tearing the entire structure apart piece by piece. The enormous base began collapsing in on itself, shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the fortress, the soldiers dropped to their knees, gazing in terror at the unstoppable being before them, a god wrapped in chaos. And as Alien X finished dismantling the fortress, he annihilated the remaining guards in a single, blinding wave. Some tried to resist. It didn't matter. Within a minute, only the first floor of the fortress remained, and a handful of warriors stood guard over Ben, who was tied to an operating table. "It's your turn." Alien X roared, leaping forward. Under the terrified gazes of the guards, he struck once, turning them into vapor. Ethan! Ben gasped, his voice trembling. That's gotta be your strongest alien form. Alien X ripped apart the chains binding Ben. Run! I can't hold this form much longer. Oh, okay. Ben stammered, grabbing his hoverboard and darting out of the collapsing building. The moment Ben escaped, Alien X's entire body ignited with power. A blinding explosion of light consumed the fortress and everything within it. Ding! Mission complete. Host gains 20 bonus points. Was it over? Not even close. Unable to stay still for a second longer, Alien X screamed into the sky and blasted off like a comet, tearing through the atmosphere. He streaked past Vilgax's warship, leaving shockwaves that sent alarms blaring throughout the fleet. What was that? Vilgax's soldiers cried out as the energy trail vanished into space. But Alien X didn't stop. He raced across planets, through asteroid belts, even past Azimuth's base on Galvan Prime, leaving the entire galaxy trembling. He could go anywhere. Do anything. He couldn't stop, not even for a moment. Somewhere in the multiverse, an old man tapped his cane against the shimmering fabric of reality. He was calm, refined, and impossibly ancient, a traveler of timelines and dimensions. He mused, adjusting his hat. The human in this universe turned into Alien X while hyperactive. I've never seen an Alien X this unhinged. Professor Paradox's expression shifted from curiosity to concern. I should take a closer look. Let's just hope this isn't another contaminated timeline. And with that, the professor opened a glowing portal and drifted toward Ethan's universe. Bang! Alien X crashed down to Earth like a meteor. As he hit the ground, the transformation timed out. Ethan rolled across the dirt, groaning as the Omnitrix flickered back to normal. The less anyone sees of that reverse form Alien X, the better, he muttered darkly. Forget hyperactivity, that alien was pure chaos. He'd nearly self-destructed from the energy surge. Never again. Ethan brushed himself off and rejoined the others. Max was already driving the rust bucket back toward the city while updating Plumber HQ about what happened and arranging for House to sign a dozen confidentiality forms. During the ride, Max finally explained everything about the plumbers and their mission. Surprisingly, Ben accepted it right away. Gwen knows magic, Ethan and I can transform. So Grandpa being part of an alien organization just makes sense. He grinned. We're basically a family of weirdos. I didn't know you were a trainee plumber, Ethan, Gwen said, her eyes shining with admiration. Ethan smiled, pulling a silver trainee badge from his bag. For now. Maybe one day I'll make it official. You're amazing, Ethan. Ben said excitedly. I want to train with you, become stronger. And so, the rest of the day was spent sparring. Ben transformed into alien after alien, while Ethan countered with his reverse forms. Diamond Head's opposite, the Coal Warrior. XLR8's reverse, the Burrowing Titan. And several others. The two pushed each other to the limit. Gwen sat nearby, studying her spellbook, runes glowing around her hands. Max smiled, cleaning his laser rifle in the rust bucket. A proper plumber should always have a sidearm for when transformations aren't enough. He chuckled. Should have done this years ago. By nightfall, everyone gathered for dinner and rest. Midnight. Ethan sat up in his bunk, checking the reverse watch's data. Ugh, can't afford any upgrades yet, he sighed. Then, give me a new template. Ding! Congratulations, Host Omnitrix template acquired, Original Omnitrix. Original Omnitrix, the prototype connected to the number 10. 10 forms, 10 minutes of transformation time. Ethan frowned. Seriously? Replace the original with the Love Watch template. Ding! Template replaced successfully. The familiar heart-shaped watch shimmered onto his wrist again. Ethan smiled faintly, glancing at the cabinet where Max's laser gun rested. I think I've figured out how to power up this watch. Now I just need someone strong enough to test it on. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Forever Knights' base, a new figure stepped out of a teleportation beam. He wore golden armor and a mask, radiating authority and menace the Forever King. He scanned the barren wasteland that used to be the branch base, frowning. Navigator, are you certain this is the right location? I ordered a jump to the sub-base, not the middle of nowhere. This is the right place, Lord Forever King, one of the soldiers stammered, drenched in sweat. But, the base, it's gone. The Forever King stared silently at the empty expanse before him. Every molecule of the fortress had been vaporized. Not even debris remained. What in the cosmos? He whispered. What kind of being did they provoke? Now it made sense why contact had been lost. No survivors. No trace. Just annihilation. Author's note. Watches like the Reverse Watch and Error Watch that can unlock Alien X forms are incredibly rare and powerful. Their strength far surpasses standard or even enhanced watches like the Love Watch, so don't underestimate the difference in power level. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Turning the Love Watch into a Fusion Watch. In Ben 10, chaos was nothing new. There was always a chase, a shootout, or an explosion somewhere. Today was no different. On a busy downtown street, sirens wailed as police cars pursued a stolen truck. The criminals behind the wheel smashed through traffic barriers, narrowly avoiding capture. Ha! We're rich, boys. The driver cackled madly as he sped through an intersection. Yet, a blur of blue lightning suddenly appeared in the passenger seat. It was XLR8 and he turned his head with a grin. Tom, since when did your voice sound so weird? Wait, my hair. Before the driver could react, XLR8 kicked him out of the truck, bringing it to a screeching halt. The criminal stumbled to his feet, pulling a pistol in panic. Whoosh! A small fireball flew by, melting the gun instantly. Don't mess around, said a soft voice. A slender, fiery woman descended gracefully, standing on a swirling cloud of flame. Her eyes curved into a smile. I helped Ben take down the robbers. Ethan will definitely praise me. Hey, Heat Blast Girl, let's check what's inside this truck. XLR8 said excitedly. He flung open the back doors, revealing hundreds of boxes of ice cream. A familiar old rust bucket rolled up behind them. Ethan stepped out, frowning. What's taking you two so long? MMFFF. Heat Blast Girl raised her head and before Ethan could react pressed her fiery lips against his in a deep kiss. Ethan jumped back, blushing. Hey! What are you doing? I've got a mouth ulcer, you can't do that. Woo! She looked pitifully at him, cheeks puffed. I was trying to give you ice cream. But it melts when I touch it, so I put it in my mouth first. I was going to feed you, master. Ethan twitched a little. I don't like ice cream. Heat Blast Girl was definitely the most intense of his alien companions when it came to love. Wait a second, where was Ben? Ethan hurriedly opened the back door. Inside, Ben Tennyson was huddled in a corner, shivering with a blanket wrapped around him. Empty ice cream boxes were piled high around him. He had caught a cold from eating too much ice cream. Ethan sighed, picked Ben up, and loaded him back into the rust bucket. Grandpa Max drove them into town, stopping by an herbal medicine shop to pick up a traditional remedy. Soon, the entire van smelled bitter and earthy. I've studied a bit of this town medicine, Max said proudly. After drinking this, Ben's cold will be gone in no time. Ben pinched his nose, grimacing. Ugh! I hope so. Unable to handle the smell, Ethan stepped out for some fresh air and decided to take a short walk through town. The area wasn't big, he reached the end quickly. Just as he turned to head back, a commotion caught his attention. A congresswoman was giving a speech to a gathered crowd, pointing toward a decrepit apartment building. "This old building must be demolished." She didn't finish. Buzz. 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 A massive swarm of insects burst from the building, darkening the sky. A disheveled man emerged from the doorway, his eyes wild. "Don't touch my home!" At his words, the insects swirled protectively around him like living armor. The system's mechanical voice rang in Ethan's mind. Ding! Mission triggered, the bug monster's swarm army. Objective: defeat the bug monster and his swarm. Reward: 15 bonus points. Ethan smirked. Perfect. Let's test my theory. The rust bucket rolled up behind him. Grandpa Max leaned out the window. "Ethan, Ben's too sick for this one, it's all you." "Got it," Ethan said, activating the love watch on his wrist. A holographic display opened before him. His partner, the Transformer girl, appeared with a shy smile. "Ethan." Ethan grinned. "Same deal as always, let's transform." "Right." She pressed her hand over his watch, and a burst of pink light surrounded him. Circuits and DNA patterns flowed across his armor until he stood transformed, a futuristic warrior clad in dark green energy plating. "Is this Ethan's new battle mode?" Gwen gasped, watching from the van. Ben and Grandpa Max were both speechless. "That's awesome!" Ethan's right arm ignited with the power of heat blast, while his left arm morphed into a laser cannon enhanced by the Transformer girl's upgrades. Dual ability mode fusion combat. Ethan had effectively created a mini fusion omnitrix. He soared into the air on jets of flame, facing the swarm. "Let's light it up." He raised his right arm, fire burst forth, engulfing the sky. His left arm's laser cannon fired into the flame, splitting it into a blazing web of molten light that swept across the swarm. Boom! The explosion tore through the air, scattering the insects like black rain. "What is he, a Ultraman?" a bystander shouted. The bug monster growled. "You'll pay for this. Kill him." Thousands of insects surged toward Ethan again. Ethan crossed his arms, smirking. "Big mistake." Whoosh! A pillar of laser-empowered fire erupted around him, forming a swirling inferno that blasted through the entire swarm. A flaming mushroom cloud bloomed above town. The insects were vaporized instantly. "You monster!" the bug man screamed, his body mutating, skin tearing, wings sprouting, and eyes multiplying. He transformed into a grotesque fly creature. "Perfect," Ethan said coolly. "A monster like you deserves a Ultraman Special Specium Ray." He lifted his arm. Switch Diamond Head's power. Crystalline energy formed a wall of shining diamonds before him. Ethan leveled his cannon at it. Fire! The laser blasted through the crystal wall, accelerating it like a railgun projectile. It pierced through the bug monster, turning him into a crimson mist before crashing into the old apartment, obliterating it completely. Silence! The crowd stared, jaws dropped. Ethan lowered his arms, exhilarated. His fusion theory had worked. He could now combine alien abilities simultaneously. Soon, he could even face Vilgax head-on. Ding! Mission complete. Reward: 15 points. As he prepared to leave, fans surrounded him. "Wait! Handsome knight, let's take a picture." "Ultraman, you're amazing." Ethan chuckled awkwardly, posed for a few photos, and then escaped. By nightfall, the city's headlines were full of his pictures. The press had given him a new name: the Ultraman. That night, Ben went to bed early to rest. Ethan also turned in but woke up at midnight, sweating. "I dreamed I was fighting Vilgax." He checked his watch just in time to hear the system's voice again. Ding! The Love Watch, initial version, has reached its limit. The love watch on his wrist disassembled itself, fragments floating in the air. Time for a new template, Ethan murmured. Hopefully, it's a good one. Ding! You've received the Omnitrix Template Comprehensive Evolution Model. This Omnitrix includes Advanced Master Control, Self-Protection Mode, and Enhanced DNA Sequencing. However, it's prone to glitches. Ethan smirked. So I get to use 16-year-old Ben's watch against his 10-year-old nemesis, hey? System, you've got a wicked sense of humor. He clenched his fist. Fine. Let's go all out. Meanwhile, somewhere in deep space, a massive door hissed open aboard a warship. Steam billowed out as Vilgax emerged from a training chamber, his tone icy calm. Prepare the fleet. We're going to Earth. Yes, Lord Vilgax, a robotic soldier replied. Vilgax flexed his claws, eyes gleaming with terrifying resolve. That brat, what can he possibly use against me, now that I've surpassed every limit of my species? Chapter 43, The Grav Attack appears. It was still daylight, a perfect time to sleep in. Ethan rubbed his eyes, his expression complicated. Why did I dream about Vilgax again? I give up. Before he could take another nap, Ben suddenly rolled off the bed with a scream. Oh, great! No sleep for me. Ethan, Grandpa Max, and Gwen all looked over in concern. Gwen, however, seemed more like she was watching a comedy. I dreamed of something weird. Ben said, jumping up. It was Vilgax. The one Diamond had mentioned. He said he was coming to kill me. Ethan blinked. Actually, I dreamed about him too. And he looked like a weird guy with a flower-patterned face. Ah! Then there's no time to waste. Ben shouted, eyes wide. We've gotta head to Mount Rushmore right now. The plumber's sub-base is there, we can grab weapons. Grandpa Max immediately sat up, fully awake. That's right. Let's move. Grandpa, honestly, Gwen said with confidence, looking at Ethan. Even the ruler of the Milky Way couldn't beat Ethan. Well. Max hesitated. He knew Ethan was strong, unbelievably strong, but Vilgax, that name still sent a chill through him. The memory of Vilgax's crushing aura lingered in his mind. Still, Max said firmly, it never hurts to be prepared. He slid into the driver's seat, and the rusted old RV rumbled to life. Everyone else got up, washed, and quickly grabbed breakfast. After eating, Ethan lifted his upgraded Omnitrix, a sleek, full-faced version, and began chatting with Gwen and Ben about the different watch models. Time passed quickly as they talked, and the old rust bucket rumbled along winding mountain roads toward Mount Rushmore. Then, suddenly, through the dusty window, smoke was rising from the distant city skyline. Ethan, it looks like there's an attack. Ben exclaimed, wide-eyed. Gwen frowned. That's too much of a coincidence. It has to be a trap. Vilgax wants us to show up. Grandpa. Ethan's eyes narrowed. We should go check it out. If it's Vilgax, I want to see for myself. But we're not prepared. Max gripped the steering wheel tighter, staring into the smoke. When you're a plumber, there's no such thing as being fully prepared, Ethan said, his tone firm. If we waited until we were ready, countless lives would be lost. For a moment, Max looked at him with pride. His eyes grew wet. He's a true plumber now. So be it, Max said with resolve. Apprentice plumber, and 2 non-staff recruits gear up. We're saving those people. In the city, the streets were chaos. Small combat drones swarmed the air, firing lasers that tore through cars and buildings. Flames spread across the roads, a living hell. An elderly woman stumbled through the smoke, clutching the hand of a terrified little boy. Behind them, a burning wall of fire closed in. A laser beam ripped through the air, aiming right at them. Whoosh! A crimson blur flashed past. A gust of wind carried the two to safety down another street. Standing tall, cloaked in a blood-red robe and holding a glowing staff, Gwen lowered her hood. Hurry, get out of here. Thank you, young lady. You're a real hero, the old woman cried as she and the boy ran off. Hearing that, Gwen's heart warmed just for a second. Whoosh! 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 The sound of engines, more drones flying straight toward her. Gwen gripped her staff, eyes sharp. Hey, nerd! You just got called a hero, don't hog all the glory. A booming, fiery voice echoed overhead. Heat blast soared through the sky on a blazing trail, flames billowing behind him. He swooped down, hovering over the drones, his fiery tail wrapping around them like a whip. Flame! Burst! With a clenched fist, Heat Blast ignited a chain reaction boom. Boom! Boom! Dozens of drones exploded in waves of fire. Not bad, dumb fire, Gwen said, smirking. I train with Ethan every day. Heat Blast said proudly, folding his arms. Then a robotic voice echoed around them. Omnitrix signal detected. Omnitrix signal detected. Dozens more drones appeared from the alleys, surrounding the two. They raised their cannons, locking on target. That's a lot, Heat Blast muttered. Gwen lifted her pendant. Don't worry. I've got my lucky charm. It'll protect us. But then... Omnitrix signal detected again. The drones suddenly turned their sensors toward the end of the street. Boom boom! A massive, reddish-brown sphere crashed into the ground, dust exploding around it. The sphere unfolded, revealing a creature made of solid rock with glowing red energy in his chest and massive arms that looked like they could crush tanks. Gravitack! Heat Blast blurted out. Ethan had arrived. Ding! Mission detected, Vilgax's mechanical army attack. Objective, destroy more than 20 enemy drones. Reward, 10 points. The Gravitack smirked, here to give me free points again. The drone's cannons charged up, but before they could fire, the Gravitack raised his claws, deep purple energy swirling between them. Gravity pulsed outward like ripples in a pond. Gravity field. In an instant, the entire street bent under crushing force. The drones twisted midair, slamming into the ground like tin cans. He flicked his claws. Gravity. Bumper cars. The drones shot up again, smashing into each other in a spectacular chain of explosions. One move and they were gone. Heat Blast stared, jaw dropping. Ethan's insane. I've still got a long way to go. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, 10 points. The Gravitack lowered his arms slowly, eyes scanning the burning city. So, Vilgax, where are you? Come out already. High above, nearly 1,000 meters in the air, a massive spherical ship floated silently. A soldier turned to his master. Lord Vilgax, are you sure? Vilgax stood at the open hatch, his tendrils drifting in the wind. I'll go down myself. Wait here for my victory. With that, he leapt from the ship, plunging toward the city below like a meteor. 2 Omnitrixes. I'll take them both. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Blocks activate the Blocks Gundam mode. Ding! New mission, the strongest being in the galaxy Vilgax. Objective, Vilgax, Overlord of the Galaxy, is approaching with the intent to take everything from you. Defeat or destroy him. Reward, 80 points. Inside the swirling smoke, Gravitack, Ethan's form, tensed, scanning the area. Only 80 points, he muttered, a little disappointed. Diamond Head, Tetrax, and 6-6 each gave 50. System, ding. Each 10 points equals a level increase in enemy combat power. Vilgax just isn't that strong. Ethan raised an eyebrow. In a universe packed with overpowered aliens, maybe the self-proclaimed overlord of the galaxy wasn't as unstoppable as he claimed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A searing gust of wind rolled in, carrying intense heat. "Look up, Ethan!" Heat Blast shouted. "Whoa, that's a huge guy!" Gwen gasped, eyes wide with shock. Vilgax was descending from the heavens like a meteor, sparks streaming off his body from atmospheric friction. Gravitac looked up calmly. "You really had to make such a flashy entrance." He raised one claw. "Sorry, I don't allow that level of arrogance." Fwoom! A beam of deep purple gravity shot upward, locking directly onto Vilgax. "Hey!" Vilgax froze midair, body paralyzed under crushing gravitational force. Then, crash! With a wave of Gravitac's arm, Vilgax was hurled across the street like discarded trash, smashing through a row of cars. Wait, he just threw him away like that. Heat Blast gawked. Max, Gwen, and Ben all stared as if they'd seen a ghost. Gravitac brushed the dust off his claws. "Relax. That was just a toss. If I was serious, he'd be gone." A low, guttural growl rumbled from the smoke. Vilgax climbed up, not a scratch on him, fury in his eyes. "So, you're the one who's been interfering with me again and again." "That's right," Gravitac smirked. "Name's Ethan. Tennyson can live," Vilgax snarled, "but you must die." "Excuse me." Heat Blast blurted, then roared, "You're not laying a tentacle on Ethan." He hurled a massive fireball at Vilgax. Gwen followed with a burst of mystic flame, but the attacks barely singed the warlord. "Stand down," Grandpa Max ordered. "Let Ethan handle this." Heat Blast and Gwen withdrew, regrouping with Max at the edge of the ruins. Now only Ethan and Vilgax faced each other in the wrecked street. Vilgax's heavy footsteps cracked the pavement. "Your gravity tricks are interesting," he said coldly. "But they can't hurt me." He kicked off the ground and launched himself forward, faster than a missile. Gravitac raised his claws, swirling gravity between them. He'd been training every day for months, mastering alien forms, experimenting with Omnitrix variants, and pushing limits far beyond the normal watch users. "Let's see you handle this." He thrust both claws forward. Gravitational singularity. A massive vortex erupted, swallowing Vilgax whole. Vilgax froze again, body locked midair as debris and shattered cars spiraled toward him like a tidal wave of metal. "Got you now, takoyaki, octopus dumplings," Gravitac grinned. Vilgax roared, thrashing, "This field can trap me but not hurt me." "Useless." Gravitac's smile deepened, "Heh heh, then let's add something. Gravity harmony universal pull." The gravitational field pulsed and every shard of metal accelerated to supersonic speed. Boom boom boom. Sonic cracks echoed as fragments smashed into Vilgax like meteor strikes. Within seconds, his armor split and blood sprayed. The self-proclaimed overlord was being shredded by debris, torn apart by his own battlefield. Max's eyes went wide. He's playing with Vilgax like a toy. Heat Blast clenched his fists. I've gotta train harder. I'm not letting Ethan leave me in the dust." Gwen stared in awe. "Overlord of the galaxy? If he can't get past Ethan, he shouldn't call himself that." Gravitac tilted his head. "Hey! Didn't expect you to survive that." His genuine surprise only enraged Vilgax further. "You mock me? I've been training non-stop, breaking every limit just to defeat you." Vilgax's muscles bulged grotesquely. His body swelled several times larger as tentacles erupted from his back and arms, a monstrous hybrid of his classic and evolved forms. "Second form." Gravitac murmured, impressed. "Didn't see that one coming." "For you." Vilgax roared, smashing through the gravitational field. "Now I'll tear you apart with my bare hands." Gravitac sighed softly. "You've become a monster, so let's see how you like fighting one." Flash! The Omnitrix lit up. "Way big?" asked Max. "Feedback? Please be feedback." Ben grinned. No matter what he turns into, Gwen smiled, Ethan will win. Light exploded and a massive gorilla made of colorful building blocks took shape. A blocks? Heat Blast stared. That looks kinda lame, not gonna lie. Even Vilgax laughed. That's your next form? Pathetic. But Ethan didn't respond. The blocks slammed his fists into the ground, and the earth shook. Countless vibrant blocks rose from the debris and snapped together at blinding speed, forming a towering mech that loomed over Vilgax. A Block's Gundam. Blocks stood at its core, eyes glowing through the cockpit. Now! The Gundam moved with a heavy rumble, cocking its massive fist. Let's see how you like basic combat in Gundam mode. Wham! The Block's Gundam's punch landed like a meteor, sending Vilgax flying and spewing blood in mid-air. I attack in Gundam form. Blocks roared, charging forward with another blow. Blocks Gundam inspired by Ben Tennyson's legendary Four Arms form. A form built for relentless close combat brawling. Once it starts, the enemy can't break free from the basic assault cycle. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Vilgax's crushing defeat. I'm going to kill you! Vilgax roared furiously, slamming his massive fists down on the Block's Gundam like a storm of meteors. Blocks darts. The Block's Gundam unfolded its palm, and countless blocks spun out, forming razor-sharp Block's darts. Ethan gripped one tightly. It looked like a shining shuriken and slashed straight through Vilgax's tentacles. Erg! Vilgax howled, his monstrous voice echoing across the battlefield. Pain. Excruciating, soul-tearing pain. He had never felt such agony before, and today, it had happened again and again, all because of the same human. Block's Night Kick. The Block's Gundam leapt high into the air and smashed its foot into Vilgax with a thunderous roundhouse kick. The Block's form was notoriously difficult to control. In the original stories, Ben barely managed to handle this alien properly. But Ethan? He was different. With the creativity of a veteran anime fan and gamer from his past life, his imagination could bring any alien's potential to life. The Block's Gundam evolved rapidly, forming new shapes with dazzling speed. Ultraman. Armor Hero. Kamen Rider. All the legendary Earth heroes, brought to life through the power of imagination and blocks. For Vilgax, it was pure torment. Every strike from the Gundam was a new nightmare. Every transformation defied reason. He finally realized this so-called building block Gundam had a power beyond measure. Each attack was more incredible than the last. And his imagination? Limitless. Heat Blast, now reverted to his base form, fell to the ground, trembling with excitement. Kamen Rider, Armor Hero, Ultraman. What kind of stuff does Ethan even think about? He's insane in a good way. Compared to that creativity, even classic alien battles seemed boring now. Grandpa Max crossed his arms and exhaled deeply. Honestly, it's impressive Vilgax lasted this long. The same intergalactic tyrant who once terrified the entire Plumber Corps now looked utterly pitiful before Ethan. I won't lose. I am the overlord of the galaxy. Vilgax, covered in wounds, kept throwing punches out of sheer pride. Oh, you're still this stubborn. The Block's Gundam sighed. Fine. I'm getting bored anyway. Let's end this in one move. One move. Vilgax's eyes widened in disbelief. You think you can kill me in one hit? A blinding flash erupted as the Gundam's blocks exploded outward, reassembling into a towering figure that pierced the clouds. Vilgax froze. What kind of monster is that? The colossal giant looked down at him with a grin. Vilgax, you're about to meet the Vilgax Happy Man special attack. He crouched, raised one massive finger, and said, Dodge. Vilgax growled in rage. A finger? You think you can? Boom. The colossal giant flicked his finger. A shockwave ripped through the battlefield. Vilgax's eyes bulged as his body twisted grotesquely. He was sent flying, vomiting blood as he crashed miles away completely unconscious. "You really can die in 1 second, Ethan muttered coolly. Ding! Mission complete. Host receives 80 reward points. Ethan's eyes lit up. Nice. The colossal giant pumped his fists. And that's how you take out the galaxy's biggest crybaby. He started toward Vilgax's crash site. Better finish him off before he regenerates. Crash. A high-speed aircraft suddenly slammed into the battlefield, creating a massive explosion that swallowed the entire area in fire. Inside, a cybernetic alien gritted his teeth and shouted, "Lord Vilgax promoted me. I won't let him die." The aircraft dived straight into the flames. Boom! The explosion consumed everything. When the smoke cleared, a small drone emerged, grabbing the severely wounded Vilgax and dragging him into orbit. The mothership shot away at supersonic speed, escaping in total disgrace. Inside the ship, Vilgax snarled, his eyes blood red. "You fool! I didn't need anyone to save me." Later, on a mountain road, a flash of green light faded as blocks returned to Ethan's human form. He leaned against the rust bucket, panting. "Ethan, let it go," Gwen said softly. "Either Vilgax burned up in that fire or he ran off. We'll never find him." "I know." Ethan sighed. "Just feels like an unfinished fight." After the explosion, he'd saved Grandpa Max and the others, then scoured the city for any sign of Vilgax. Nothing. No trace. No body. Ben clenched his fist. "If that smelly squid shows up again, we'll just beat him down again." Ethan chuckled. "Yeah, and I'll collect even more reward points." He opened his system interface with a thought. Host, Ethan. Physical fitness, human peak. Spirit, beyond human limits. Genes, human DNA, resistant to alien fusion. Skills, martial arts, firearms mastery. Abilities, full-level Omnitrix, Love Watch, Prototype. Reward points, 130. "Thanks for the bonus, Squid Face," Ethan grinned. "Whatever comes next, I'll crush it." Grandpa Max wiped sweat from his brow. "When I write your plumber internship report, nobody's going to believe this." He could already picture it, the wildest report in plumber history. They camped near the mountains that night. The sky was peaceful, stars twinkling quietly. But Ethan couldn't sleep. He stared at the ceiling of the rust bucket, smiling. 130 points. Should I save them or spend them? He decided to wait, better to save up for something powerful. Just then. Ding! New mission, the Peeper in the Shadows. Objective, a mysterious being is watching your every move. Find them. Reward, 10 points. A peeper. Ethan muttered, standing up. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous smirk forming on his lips. He quietly opened the rust bucket door. The moment it creaked open, a ghostly, chained figure floated out. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, The Error Omnitrix Universe. Confirmed. On top of the mountain, Professor Paradox, known here as Dr. Contradiction, let out a long breath of relief. "Not only is this universe not contaminated," he said, eyes gleaming with fascination, "it's astonishingly powerful. There exist 2 Omnitrixes here and the wielder of one is beyond extraordinary." A glowing projection appeared before him, replaying the scene of Ethan's colossal giant blocks obliterating Vilgax in an instant. "This young man's power isn't his only strength," Paradox murmured. "He possesses something Ben doesn't. He's not the traditional selfless hero, he's more like a moral vigilante. It's been a long time since I've seen someone like that." He smiled faintly, tapping his cane. "Brother Ben, could he one day surpass you?" The thought made him chuckle softly. But then his expression turned grave. It's time to visit the corrupted timeline to see what's really happening there. A pulse of golden light shimmered from his cane, condensing into a radiant sphere. Paradox pointed forward. Hey! A cold voice cut through the silence. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared beside him. Ghost Freak. I just came up here for some peace and quiet, Ghost Freak hissed. And I end up finding a stalker spying on me. But then he froze, recognizing the man in front of him. Professor Paradox. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, plus 10 points. Ugh! Paradox flinched in surprise and reflexively swung his cane. Whoosh! A burst of golden light struck Ghost Freak, tearing open a glowing portal behind him. Before Ghost Freak could react, the pull dragged him inside. The portal closed instantly. Paradox clutched his chest, gasping. A ghost, at night, on a mountain. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Then his eyes widened in horror. Oh no! I sent him into a corrupted world. Ethan, don't die in there. Inside the corrupted universe. Ghost Freak spun helplessly in a cosmic whirlpool, tumbling through chaos until he shot out of a rift. Swoosh! And landed hard on a deserted street. He phased invisible, scanning the area cautiously. What is this place? The ground was scattered with human remains, some still wearing plumber uniforms. The surrounding buildings were half destroyed, windows shattered, walls clawed apart. The air reeked of death. From somewhere ahead came a sound, faint, broken singing. Ghost Freak floated toward it. At the intersection sat a blood-covered man, young, wild-eyed, wearing a tattered plumber jacket. He held a guitar in trembling hands, strumming it with manic energy. Haha, this is hell! He muttered, voice trembling, then started playing a frantic tune. The smartest being in the universe. A machine built to destroy it all. Just to erase existence. Error detected. Error detected. The music was chaotic, distorted, haunting. Ghost Freak frowned. That melody, he'd heard it before. Then the man screamed, veins bulging, fingers thrashing across the strings. The story begins with a watch from space. It chose him, brought endless pain and slaughter. It's too cruel, someone end this suffering. The lyrics pierced Ghost Freak's mind. And something deep inside him clicked. This is the theme song of the Error Omnitrix. His memories surged back instantly. He shot into the sky, looking down over the city, and froze. Everywhere, wreckage. Burned out vehicles, toppled helicopters, countless corpses. Scattered among the bodies were bounty posters, each one depicting horrific variants of familiar aliens. Error, error, wrath. Error, 4 arms. Corrupted XLR8. Ghost Freak's voice dropped to a whisper. This is the Error Omnitrix universe. He looked at the ruins below. This city was massacred. That musician went insane after seeing the truth. A chill crept through his veins. This place is pure hell. A golden rift opened behind him. Professor Paradox stepped out, scanning the devastation with grim eyes. Ethan, it's dangerous here, he said quickly. Come back with me. I'll explain everything once we're safe. Ghost Freak reappeared beside him, silent but tense. Paradox smiled faintly. Good, you're listening. He turned to reopen the portal. Ding! New mission, a tribute to the legendary hero locomotive, the Terror Star. Objective: stop the Error Wrath, who is imitating the locomotive and slaughtering citizens. Reward: 20 points. Ghost Freak narrowed his eyes. Error Wrath, an Error version alien. This could be huge reward points, but also death. He hesitated until his gaze fell on the mangled bodies of innocent civilians. A quiet fury rose within him. He turned back toward Paradox, his voice cold as steel. I don't know who you are or what this place is, but whoever did this, I'm going to take them down. You're strong, Paradox warned. But he may be stronger. I don't care. Ghost Freak's voice deepened. I'll kill him. A flash of green light. Ethan transformed into clockwork. Clockwork. Paradox whispered in awe. You're not thinking. I'll rewind time itself, Clockwork said firmly. He can't escape me, not through space, not through time. He raised his arms, golden energy swirling between them as time itself began to flow backward across the ruined street. Paradox watched, stunned. He's not just good with brute force aliens, he's a genius with complex ones too. Clockwork's mechanical voice boomed. Time. Rewind. The golden waves expanded across the city. Destroyed buildings mended. Dust reversed its fall. And all of the time energy converged at one point. Far away, Error Wrath, a monstrous, twisted alien, raised its claws over a terrified girl. But suddenly its arm froze mid-swing. Wah! The creature roared, struggling against invisible force, but time itself held it prisoner. The girl scrambled away, sobbing, as the beast was yanked backward through the streets like a rag doll. Clockwork lowered his hands and clenched his fist, locking onto the direction of the time distortion. Paradox's expression tensed. Wait, you're going to fight it directly. Just watch, Clockwork said coldly. Ben and the others trusted me before. I hope you can too. Paradox fell silent. Whoosh! The golden current of time dragged the Error Wrath forward right toward Clockwork. The monster sneered. You think you can stop me? As they collided, Clockwork's form flickered and was replaced by the towering ultimate Humungosaur form. The beast didn't hesitate. One mighty punch. Boom! The Error Wrath's body shattered, bones snapping as it flew backward, howling. Ethan smirked, his voice echoing from within the colossal alien form. I already studied the Error Omnitrix, you fool. Your danger alerts can't fool me. Clockwork was just a decoy. He cracked his knuckles. Now it's my turn to break you. A/N, the beloved multiverse arc begins. Next up, Ethan battles across timelines, taking on the Error Omnitrix and joining the grand multiverse war. Stay tuned, and show your support if you love this arc. Chapter 47, Author's Note for Readers. Hello readers! I want to let you know about my Patreon account, patreon.com/shadow_demon_007. By joining, you'll get access to more fanfictions and novel stories than I can post here on Web Novel. Unfortunately, due to the 20-story limit, I can't share all my content here, but on Patreon, you'll find more fanfics, full stories, and my upcoming original novels. To welcome new members, I have a special gift waiting for everyone who joins. Here's something fun. Comment in this post the fanfic name, chapters 1 to 80, you want to read. I will wait for 2 days to collect your votes. The fanfic name with the most comments will be uploaded completely for free on Patreon within 2 weeks. Plus, Patreon members will get early access to exclusive fanfics, sneak peeks of my upcoming novels, and bonus content not available anywhere else. So don't wait, join my Patreon at patreon.com/shadow_demon_007 and comment the fanfic you want to see next. Thank you all for your amazing support. By shadow_demon_007. Chapter 48, Chapter 47, The Error Aliens, just Ethan's point machine. Boom! At the very moment the Error Wrath was about to crash into the ground, his figure twisted midair and landed steadily instead. Without even flinching, he snapped his broken bone back into place with a sharp click before turning and sprinting away. Running off to slaughter innocents again, hey! Damn spawn, Ethan growled under his breath. Professor Paradox's voice rang out behind him, that watch doesn't just control Ben, it twists his mind. It turns him bloodthirsty. Unless someone has an iron will, it's impossible to resist the urge to kill. Ethan clenched his fists. No one dies while I'm here. He stomped the ground. A burst of light. In an instant, XLR8 appeared, the air splitting as he launched forward like a blue lightning bolt tearing through the streets. Two figures, one black, one blue, sped down the ruined road, their clash like streaks of energy in the night. Still chasing me? The Error Wrath snarled, glancing back with fury as the distance between them rapidly closed. It's time to end this. Ethan's expression hardened. His visor slid shut, lightning crackling at his feet. Then boom, his body erupted into blinding blue light. His legs blurred into pure electricity as he accelerated, leaving behind a trail of afterimages that swarmed the Error Wrath like an army of phantoms. Wrath froze. What the? Before he could react, the army of XLR8s attacked from all sides, unleashing a storm of kicks and strikes that cracked the air itself. He tried to dodge, but the barrage was relentless. Ribs shattered, teeth flew, and his body was flung around like a rag doll. Ethan's XLR8 was simply on another level, faster, sharper, more lethal than any speedster before. You forced me into this. The Error Wrath's face twisted in pain and fury. I won't kill again, but I'll fight you to the death. A dark crimson light erupted around him, twisting his body into the monstrous form of the Error Humungusaur, a grotesque parody of Ethan's own transformation. Ethan stopped, narrowing his eyes. Error Humungusaur, hey! Then it's time to get serious. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, plus 20 points. New mission, Bloodthirsty Demon, the Error List. Defeat every corrupted alien. Each victory earns 10 points. Ethan smirked. So every time I beat one of his forms, I level up? Sounds like a good deal. He tapped his Omnitrix. A flash of green light. And now, Ultimate Humungusaur stood tall. Both titans charged forward, their fists colliding midair with an earth-shattering bang. Ethan didn't even flinch. His punch sent shockwaves through the ground. The Error Humungusaur's jaw shattered, blood sprayed as he was hurled backward. Every Error alien is inherently unstable. Professor Paradox muttered in awe. And combined with Ethan's raw power, the difference is night and day. Ethan didn't stop. He advanced like a walking earthquake, each step another devastating blow. Muay Thai knee strike. He slammed his knee into the creature's chest. Bones cracked. The Error Humungusaur's eyes rolled white as he fell, trembling. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, plus 10 points. The corrupted body glowed red again, morphing into an Error heat blast. The flaming being hovered in the air, fireballs swirling in his hands. Ha! You think you can touch me, bug? Ethan didn't even respond. He switched forms again, green light flaring as he became Jet Ray, slicing through the air with sonic booms. Whoosh! Bang! Ethan's tail whipped through the flames, slashing Error heat blast from the sky. He didn't let up strike after strike, his tail cleaving the air like a battle axe. Why won't you die? Screamed the Error heat blast in agony. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, plus 10 points. The flames dimmed. Another transformation, this time into a corrupted ultimate atomic alien, radiating unstable nuclear energy. Oh, you wanna play that game? Ethan grinned. Then let's play. He transformed into Ultimate Atomix, his body glowing with stable, controlled radiation. Both raised their hands, twin beams of atomic light collided in a roaring explosion. The shockwave ripped through the street, but Ethan's energy beam quickly overpowered the Error version, swallowing it whole. Even if you switch to XLR8 or Humungusaur, I'll just do the same, Ethan smirked. Whatever you become, I'll beat you at it. Professor Paradox could only stare. He's using the entire Error list as a training dummy. The battle raged on. Ethan transformed over and over, Diamond Head, Four Arms, Big Chill, Cannonbolt, each form tearing through its corrupted twin like paper. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, plus 10 points. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, Plus 10 points. Over and over, the chime echoed like music. The error alien once feared across universes was now nothing more than Ethan's personal point machine. And tonight, he was collecting everything owed. Chapter 49, Chapter 48, Rogue Tactics of the Error Alien. Ethan awakens the War Watch. No one knew how much time had passed. But one thing was certain: Ethan had just earned another 60 reward points from annihilating the error alien. Adding that to his previous missions, he now had a grand total of 80 points. Now, the error humungosaur stood before him, a pathetic sight. His face was swollen like a pig's head, his mouth toothless, and bruises covered every inch of his body. He looked less like a warrior and more like a victim of prolonged torture. Ethan, now in his XLR8 form, crouched low, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He was loving this fight. Round 2, he muttered, ready to dash. But before the battle could even start, the air warped with a flash of blood-red light. Ethan tensed immediately, his instincts screaming. That aura, don't tell me it's Error Alien X again. The light faded. And standing there was a clockwork, but horribly mutated. His chest cracked open, revealing a warped face beneath, and the gears on his head twisted into a sickle. He looked every bit a nightmare. Without a word, the error clockwork raised both hands. Whoosh! Bang! Time energy exploded outward, hitting Ethan like a tidal wave. Clockwork! Ethan barked, and in an instant, transformed into clockwork himself, his golden aura of time power clashing with the corrupted energy head-on. The air rippled violently as both time fields collided, warping reality itself. But then the error clockwork grinned, twisting his palms mid-air. His attack curved unnaturally, snaking around Ethan's defenses and trapping him inside his own time vortex. Ethan's eyes widened. He's taking the hit on purpose, trading injuries for injuries. The warped clockwork cackled, his voice glitching. You're too strong for me to kill, so I'll just trap you instead. Drain your power bit by bit until you break. Professor Paradox watched in horror. No, the error clockwork's creating a time prison. Ethan, you have to break out fast. But inside the swirling vortex, Ethan's golden light struggled to stay stable. You think you can outlast me? The error clockwork hissed. Then let's see who survives time itself. The vortex roared louder, compressing. Ethan gritted his teeth, tearing at the flow of time itself. My control over time is stronger than yours. He clawed open a small gap, his golden energy burning bright. But then the error clockwork's headgears began spinning backward. Click! 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 Each turn made his body melt slightly, collapsing piece by piece, but he didn't stop. If it costs me my life, I'll still trap you. The blood-red power of time surged, sealing the vortex again. Professor Paradox gasped. He's burning his own existence just to keep Ethan locked away. Ethan cursed under his breath. You maniac! And then his voice dropped low. Guess I'll stop holding back. A green flash filled the vortex. When the light faded, standing there was Alien X, the god of punishment himself, cloaked in divine energy. The error clockwork froze in terror. Oh no! But before he could move, the red power surged again. Crack! The entire vortex shattered as a blinding explosion of blood-red light consumed the battlefield. Then silence. Ethan reappeared, his armor gone, standing amidst the dust. The omnitrix on his wrist sparked, and disintegrated completely. Crack, crack, click. The broken device fell apart into digital dust. For a moment, no one moved. Then the error clockwork began to laugh wildly, hysterically. Ha ha ha! You're finished. The watch is gone. Professor Paradox's face paled. Oh, Azimuth, help us! The Omnitrix really broke this time. The corrupted clockwork's eyes gleamed. Now die, human! He lunged forward. But Professor Paradox moved faster, blocking the blow with his staff. Ethan, go. Run while you still can. I'll hold him off. And then... Ding! Comprehensive evolution template has expired. Would you like to permanently store it in the ability pool? Ethan blinked. Expired? It's already midnight. He smirked. Fine then. Give me today's template. Ding! Template acquired, War Watch, prototype of the Omnitrix. Description, created by Azimuth to weaponize DNA. Every transformation is a born warrior. Every cell is built for battle. Watch will calibrate to the host's strength. Ethan's grin turned razor sharp. The War Watch, hey? Perfect timing. An orange glow ignited around his wrist, forming a brand new device sleek, angular, and pulsing with primal power. The War Watch. Click, click, whir. The screen spun wildly, scanning and recalibrating to Ethan's enhanced DNA. Ultimate evolution, loading. Unlocking additional DNA strands. Outer God line successfully integrated. Full permissions unlocked. The voice echoed through the battlefield like thunder. Both the error clockwork and Professor Paradox froze, stunned. What kind of watch is that? Professor Paradox stammered. The corrupted clockwork's eyes widened with dread. His power just spiked off the charts. Ethan opened the War Watch's screen, his expression cold and certain. Click. War mode, engage. An inferno of orange light burst outward, shaking the very fabric of the world. The War Watch had awakened. And Ethan was done playing games. The fan-favorite War Watch returns. If you're loving the multiverse and the Error Alien arc, keep showing your support. Let's keep the battles coming. Chapter 50, Chapter 49, War Mode. Alien X, just call him the War God. Snap! The War Watch's screen dropped with a thunderous click, flaring with violent orange light. It was a transformation unlike anything Professor Paradox had ever seen before. What kind of terrifying energy is this? The error clockwork froze, not daring to even breathe. As the blinding glow faded, a figure stood tall where Ethan once was. It was Alien X, but far more imposing than ever before. His physique was monstrous, chest muscles so massive he couldn't even see his feet. His arms looked like twin cannons, and divine energy burned in his eyes. His chin glowed with golden light like a holy beard, and the ridged spikes across his shoulders resembled the fins of a war shark. This wasn't the Alien X anyone knew. This was something else entirely. That's not Alien X, Professor Paradox whispered, eyes wide. That's the War God. The error clockwork's eyes flashed red, and his body twisted. In an instant, he too transformed into Error Alien X, though his form was thinner, weaker, like a starved reflection of Ethan's power. Ha! You may rely on judgment to boost your strength, but I don't need it. The Error Alien X grinned wickedly, his claws sparking with divine energy. You're finished. He charged forward, launching a flurry of blazing punches at Ethan's towering form. Professor Paradox gritted his teeth, powerless to intervene. Even if the enemy was weaker, Ethan's transformation, any wrong move could collapse his DNA entirely. But Ethan didn't move. His eyes were closed. Within him stretched a vast, star-filled realm, a cosmic warfield where two mighty figures loomed before him. One was a towering god clad in heavy crimson armor, holding a sword and shield. Human, the voice boomed. I am Ares. To earn my strength, you must embrace the will of endless battle. The other was cloaked in black, wielding a massive scythe dripping with dark light. I am Hades. Accept my curse of death in this battle, either you kill your enemy, or you die yourself. Their voices merged as one. Swear your oath, mortal, and we shall become your power. Ethan took a deep breath. Under normal circumstances, he might have refused. But now, facing the Error Watch, there was no choice. He smiled faintly. Then I accept. Light exploded. Ares and Hades roared in unison, their divine consciousness merging into Ethan's body. Boom! 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 Error Alien X's punches struck like meteor storms, pounding against Ethan's unmoving body. The ground split. Time warped. Professor Paradox panicked. No, Ethan. I'll get help right now. But before he could finish, Error Alien X lunged in with fangs bared, aiming straight for Ethan's neck. At that instant, home! The war god's eyes ignited, glowing with fiery golden light. A terrifying aura burst outward, shaking the entire battlefield. Error Alien X froze mid-bite. Bam! Ethan slammed his forehead, beard and all into Error Alien X's skull. Blood sprayed. The Error Alien X flew back, crashing through the dirt. You just said. Ethan's deep voice rumbled. Who did you say was going to die? The Error Alien X wiped the blood from his mouth, furious. Damn you! He unleashed everything he had, divine energy flaring like a red supernova. Ethan grinned savagely. Then let's see whose war ends first. He vanished in a flash, teleporting faster than thought, and appeared behind the Error Alien X. Thousands of orange afterimages filled the sky, each throwing a devastating punch. Bang! 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 Every blow shattered space itself. Every strike crushed another layer of Error Alien X's resistance. Finally, the afterimages merged into one and Ethan delivered a single, godlike punch straight to the enemy's chest. Kill! 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 His roar shook the heavens. The Error Alien X screamed, his fangs cracking, his form unraveling. Ethan didn't stop. He kept punching, driving his fists forward through blood, light and divine wreckage until the entire battlefield burned orange. From orbit, Professor Paradox could only watch in horror. Ethan, take it easy. We're here to destroy the Error Watch, not the entire universe. But it was too late. Reality itself began to warp. The universe shuddered under the clash of two Alien X. Planets collapsed. Stars imploded. Then, above them the outer gods appeared. How dare a mortal abuse the power of the outer gods? Such insolence cannot go unpunished. Leave him to me, the warrior of gods and demons. Dozens of divine beings descended from the void, surrounding Ethan's raging form. Boom! With one last blow, Ethan vaporized the Error Alien X completely, scattering his body into red mist. He looked up slowly, eyes burning like twin suns, staring at the gods above. Are you scared? Professor Paradox, look what your shapeshifter has become, the gods thundered. Professor Paradox fell silent, overwhelmed by helplessness. And then Ethan roared. If you've come for a fight, then stay and fight me. He surged upward like a comet, divine energy flooding across the cosmos. The gods recoiled in shock. The fighting spirit in his body had reached its peak. Ethan was gone. Only the war god remained. Ah! This guy's insane! Run! The gods screamed as the war god charged into them, his laughter echoing across the shattered universe. Chapter 51, Chapter 50, Professor Paradox in a trance and war feedback. Hey! Ethan, still half asleep, rolled over. Then suddenly, he sat bolt upright on his familiar floor mat, staring around the dark, battered RV. Wait, wasn't I fighting the Error Omnitrix? How the heck did I end up back here sleeping? So, everything just now was a perfume. Ethan paused, then slowly lowered his gaze to his wrist. There it was. The Omnitrix, no, the modified war watch still firmly attached. Right. That part wasn't a perfume. He remembered destroying the Error Omnitrix, then a few enemies appearing afterward. But who they were, and what happened next, nothing. His memory was blank. Also, Ethan pushed himself up, and his muscles immediately screamed in protest. His jacket was shredded, but the plumber's system-generated combat suit underneath was completely intact. System, how many reward points do I have now? Ding! The host currently has 250 reward points. Already 250? That fast? Honestly, that number feels illegal. Ethan got professed, moving carefully, and quietly stepped outside the RV. He needed answers. Click. The door opened then shut softly behind him. Under the moonlight, Ethan spotted a familiar figure leaning against a tree. Professor Paradox. But unlike usual, he looked exhausted, clothes torn, expression strained. Ethan, you woke up sooner than I expected. Professor Paradox, what happened? After a long silence, Paradox finally answered. After you destroyed Error Alien X, you were found by a patrol from the Celestial Sapien Tribunal. And then, you went berserk. Ethan froze. Celestial Sapiens. Are they going to come after me now? In the original timeline, Ben only drew their attention because he accessed Alien X to save the universe. Did this mean he had now become a problem too? Paradox let out a breath, almost laughing but clearly stressed. I think. His eyelid twitched. They won't dare come looking for trouble with you. So relax. But also use the power of Alien X, as little as humanly possible. Ethan scratched his cheek, helpless. Yeah, got it. One day, he'd control Alien X level forms without losing his mind. Maybe he'd even unlock a perfected form, like some kind of ultimate omnitrix of love or something ridiculous. Who knew? Professor Paradox straightened his coat. Ethan. Thank you for what you did. I'll conceal your universe as best as I can to prevent unnecessary visitors. After saying that, he turned and faded away as quietly as he had arrived. His expression was complicated. If Ben Tennyson was a warrior, Ethan was practically a full-scale war general among shapeshifters. A terrifying one. One that required careful handling. The parallel universe trip is officially over. Ethan stretched and headed back inside the RV. Time to rest. Tomorrow, Grandpa Max's road trip continues. Back to normal life. He slept through the night and woke up early. The morning went smoothly. Nothing happened. Until nightfall. Grandpa Max drove the rust bucket along a quiet highway, neon lights flickering in the distance as they neared the city. Ethan sat in the passenger seat, staring out at the passing night scenery. Everything seemed peaceful. Woo woo woo. A police car sped past them. Ethan and Ben exchanged a look. No words needed. Whoosh. Ben slammed the door open and jumped out mid-profile as stink fly. Ethan sighed, hands in pockets. Really, Ben? Come on, Ethan. Don't chicken out now. Stinkfly grinned. Ethan pinched the bridge of his nose, then climbed onto Stinkfly's back. Whoosh. They ascended, following the police sirens. Meanwhile, inside the RV, Grandpa Max wrote something carefully and slid it into a fax machine. Observation report, Apprentice Plumber Ethan. To be submitted to Plumber's HQ. The report was packed with recorded incidents. At a warehouse entrance, police cars had gathered. The manager nervously explained. There's a violent alien inside. Please, you have to catch him. Alien. The officers stared at the warehouse. Inside, deep growling echoed. Suddenly. Crash. A window shattered and a dark figure darted past. Panic spread instantly. Bang. Stinkfly landed with Ethan at the loading area. Roar. A small alien barely half a meter tall bared its teeth at them. Stinkfly stared. Then. PFF ha 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 ha. He burst into uncontrollable laughter. The alien twitched offended. Ding. New mission issued. Null void criminal, Destroyer Star. Objective, capture Destroyer Star, a null void escapee now on Earth. Reward, 5 reward points. Roar. Destroyer star lunged claws sharp and aimed at Stinkfly's throat. Oh crap! Before the alien could strike. Bam! Ethan punched it directly in the jaw, launching it into a pile of crates. Expression flat. Ben. Stop laughing and handle it. On it. Stinkfly flew forward, firing slime shots. Destroyer star fired energy blasts colliding, exploding, filling the area with smoke. It smirked thinking victory was near. Then. Swoop. Stinkfly burst through the smoke and tail whipped it into the concrete. Boom. Easy. Ding. Mission complete plus 5 reward points. Ethan smiled slightly. Good. Suddenly. Zap. A blue laser shot through the air and expanded into an electrified net, slamming Stinkfly to the ground. What? Hey! Who's there? Footsteps echoed. An elderly plumber stepped forward, armed and confident. Aliens belong in custody. His cold stare shifted to Ethan. Oh? Another human-looking alien. Ethan didn't blink. I hope you can handle what happens when I transform. He slammed the war watch. Selected form, feedback. High voltage sign, war feedback online. High voltage sign. Chapter 52, Chapter 51, Feedback, the Eternal God. Ben's affirmation. A boiling orange light surged from Ethan's body, forcing the old plumber to step back and raise his laser rifle cautiously. Before him stood Feedback, towering nearly 2 meters tall. The energy plugs on his hands gleamed like metal gauntlets, his head tentacles crackled like electric whips, and every inch of his muscular body radiated power. His fierce, glowing orange eyes locked onto Phil, the plumber veteran. Phil swallowed hard, suddenly feeling like prey before a primeval predator. He hastily reloaded and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! 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 A barrage of laser blasts shot toward Feedback. Yet! It's Feedback! Ben yelled excitedly from the side. He's gonna absorb the energy and counterattack. Oh no, he can absorb energy. Phil froze, panic flashing across his face as he watched. But Feedback didn't move to absorb the energy at all. Instead, he simply crossed his arms. Boom! The blast struck his body harmlessly as his head tentacles lashed out, slicing through the lasers like lightning. With another flick, he shattered several more laser bolts. What the? Phil's eyes widened in disbelief. He broke them. The energy's too weak, Feedback said coldly. It's not even worth absorbing. I'll just crush it instead. He tilted his chin upward arrogantly, electricity crackling around his arms as his tone grew bold and commanding. He was above it all. Too proud to even absorb trash energy. Wah! Stinkfly burst free from the net that had trapped him earlier, flying straight to Feedback's side, eyes shining. You're so awesome, Feedback. I'm your biggest fan. Ding! New mission, Old Plumber Phil's unreasonable demands. Objective, Old Plumber Phil has attacked a mysterious alien without reason. Teach him a lesson. Reward, 5 reward points. Feedback smirked and took a step forward. Listen up, old man. I won't even use my hands or feet. If you can stop me, then I'll let you go. Are you kidding me? Phil roared, reloading again and firing a flurry of laser blasts. Boom! 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 Feedback's tentacles whipped out, slicing the blasts apart. The plugs on his tentacles gleamed like blades as they shredded every energy wave with ease. He kept walking forward, effortlessly dodging split laser beams as if they were nothing. That all you got? His tone dripped with arrogance. Phil frantically swapped parts and energy cells on his gun, firing every kind of round he had, but none of it made a dent. He couldn't even scratch the alien. This was absolute dominance. I feel like even Vilgax back in the day wasn't this terrifying. Phil muttered, drenched in sweat, backing up against the wall. Bang! Feedback stood right in front of him, grinning darkly. Boom! He lifted one hand and drove a charged plug straight into Phil's chest plate. The impact shattered the old plumber's uniform, and the remaining force sent Phil flying across the room. Ding! Mission complete. Reward plus 5 points. Feedback lowered his arm and said calmly, "You calm now." Phil groaned from the ground. Who hits someone first and then asks if they're calm? Forget it, Ethan, Stinkfly said, landing beside him. Besides, this old guy's acting weird. He might be a plumber too. Feedback shrugged. You got ambushed, but if you say stop, I'll stop. Your call. When standing up for someone, you had to respect their decision, otherwise, it just made things worse. Just then, Grandpa Max entered the warehouse, saying as he walked, "Ethan, Ben, I heard there was an alien here. Should I contact Plumber HQ to apprehend him?" Max. Phil's head shot up. Max blinked, then smiled in recognition. Phil. Ha, long time no see. What's going on here? Ethan blinked. Oh no, they knew each other. Outside in the parking lot, Phil put on a new plumber suit and sealed Megawatt into his trunk. He turned to Max with a stiff smile. "Max, I won't stay and chat. I need to call HQ and send Megawatt back to the null void." "All right," Max said with a laugh. "Seems you and Ethan got to know each other the hard way." Phil's expression twitched. He turned toward Ethan, muttering, "Kid, you might be strong, but you're still just a probationary plumber. Show some respect next time." Ethan ignored him completely. Phil's eye twitched, but he said nothing more and climbed into his vehicle. As the rust bucket rolled out, Phil chuckled to himself. "Max, you're still driving this old thing? You know we senior plumbers can afford luxury cars now." "Haha, I'm used to it," Max said casually. Phil's smirk faded once they were gone. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, muttering under his breath. "I don't get it. 2 kids, both with Omnitrixes, what is this, a 2-for-1 sale at Walmart?" He winced at the pain from Feedback's punch, anger burning in his chest. Even if you're a probationary plumber, you should show respect to your elders. Brats these days. Inside the rust bucket, Ben fumed. Ethan caught Megawatt. And what's wrong with being a probationary plumber? He's saved tons of people already. Ethan leaned back in his seat, calm as ever. "Ben, if someone badmouths you, either ignore them and move on like I did or tell them off and forget about it. No point dwelling on it. Keep remembering it, and you're just letting them live rent-free in your head." Ben nodded slowly, trying to take it in. But Grandpa Max's expression turned serious. "More importantly, I'm worried about how Megawatt escaped. He was imprisoned in the null void by the plumbers. Someone must have released him." Ethan frowned, remembering pieces of the old storyline, Kevin, Vilgax, and the others. But Phil's part, that was blurry. The car fell silent for a long moment. Then suddenly, bzzzzzt. The radio crackled to life. "Max!" Phil's panicked voice came through. 2 massive Vulpimancer creatures just showed up at a food plant. "I can't handle them alone, I need backup." Ethan smirked. "That old guy's definitely up to something. No doubt about it." Public address loudspeaker important update for all readers. As promised, I've uploaded the full fanfic on Patreon completely free to read. You can now join my Patreon and enjoy all the chapters without any paywall. Link symbol Patreon, patreon.com/shadow_demon_007 Sparkles creator, shadow_demon_007. Your support means a lot, even if you're joining for free. Come hang out, read early updates, and enjoy the fanfic. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, War Wrath appears the strongest alien on the battlefield? A large food processing plant stood deserted on the outskirts of town. Though long abandoned, strange noises echoed from within like the low growls of a beast prowling in the dark. An old, beat-up car rolled to a stop at the entrance. Grandpa Max, Ethan, and Ben stepped out, cautiously making their way inside. Within the factory, two massive beasts several meters long clawed and sniffed around the conveyor belts, searching for leftover meat. They were full-grown vulpimancers, also known as wild mutts, savage alien predators. Ben narrowed his eyes. Wild mutts, this is gonna be rough. The beasts suddenly lifted their heads, eyes glowing as they spotted the intruders. Rrrah! Their roars shook the metal walls as they charged. Ben slammed down on the Omnitrix. In a flash of red light. 4 arms. The towering red-skinned Tetrahmand emerged, roaring even louder than the beasts he faced. Why does this big guy always have to compete with the monsters? Gwen groaned, covering her ears. Ethan frowned slightly. It's been a while since the system gave me a mission. Don't tell me these things are too weak. To him, this was barely a warm-up. Come on then. 4 arms bellowed, smashing his 4 fists into the charging wild mutts. The beast's claws scraped uselessly against his thick skin. 4 arms overpowered them with ease, tossing them like rag dolls. Grandpa Max frowned. Strange. Wild mutts are cunning hunters. Why are they just charging in like that? It was almost comical every time Ben used 4 arms, his enemies seemed to forget strategy and just brawl. Ethan smirked. That's his specialty, brute force over brains. But suddenly... whoosh! A strange light flared outside the factory. Ethan, Ben, Gwen, and Grandpa Max turned. A massive gate had appeared out of thin air, swirling with dark energy. What is that? Gwen gasped. Grandpa Max's expression hardened. That's a null void gate. You can only open one with a null void projector. We've been lured here, the wild mutts were bait. Ethan's eyes narrowed. Then there's only one person crazy enough to pull this. He tapped the orange war watch on his wrist. Philosophy. Bang! An orange light erupted. Standing in its glow was a towering humanoid tiger, black fur, white chest, blood-red eyes, and a championship belt gleaming around his waist. War Wrath. Even 4 arms turned to look at the newcomer. The tiger alien raised his gaze toward the null void gate. Hat. I'm free. He grinned, his fangs glinting. Guess I'll kill everyone in sight. Figures began pouring from the gate. Scarred Tetramans, blazing Pyro Knights, winged dragon-like creatures all escaped convicts from the null void. In the shadows, Phil watched with a smirk. Perfect. If the War Wrath wins, he'll be too weak to continue. If he loses, I clean up the mess. Either way I win. Ding. Mission issued, null void criminals. Mission objective, defeat every criminal from the null void, knockout or eliminate. Reward, 2 points per enemy defeated. The tiger alien growled, muscles tensing. A bunch of trash, not even worth $5. Trash. The convicts erupted in fury. Fireballs, boulders, and energy blasts rained down on him all at once. Tiger hunt. War Wrath dropped to all 4s, moving in a blur. He dodged every blast and lunged forward, claws flashing. Rending claw. A Pyro Knight screamed as the tiger ripped through him like paper. Such insane power. One of the convicts gasped. But he can't fight all of us forever, another shouted. They charged as one. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. War Wrath stomped, sending a shockwave that knocked several off balance. Then he pounced again, tearing through the mob with unrelenting ferocity. Ding! Mission complete plus 2 points. Ding! Mission complete plus 2 points. The system's voice echoed non-stop as the tiger mowed through enemy after enemy. Phil's grin faded. This can't be. A brutal Starion that's strong? He's supposed to be savage, not tactical. Blood splattered the ground. Alien corpses piled up. The tiger's black fur gleamed red in the light. But the fight wasn't over. More prisoners poured from the gate, stronger ones this time, and surrounded him. Ethan clenched his fists. He's holding on, but he's outnumbered. Phil smirked again. Perfect. Once his strength fades, I'll strike. But then... boom! A blinding orange aura burst from the tiger's body. His muscles expanded, his eyes blazing crimson. He roared, shaking the air. The prisoners froze. What the hell? He's getting stronger. It's like, he powers up from pain. The tiger bared his fangs. As long as my fighting spirit burns, I'll only grow stronger. Every strike against him only fueled his rage, his power multiplied with every blow. He wasn't just strong. He was unstoppable. Public address loudspeaker: important update for all readers. As promised, I've uploaded the full fanfic on Patreon completely free to read. You can now join my Patreon and enjoy all the chapters without any paywall. Link symbol Patreon, patreon.com/shadow_demon_007 Sparkles creator, shadow_demon_007. Your support means a lot, even if you're joining for free. Come hang out, read early updates, and enjoy the fanfic. Chapter 54, Chapter 53, Legendary Plumber Ethan. Boom! A surge of fighting spirit erupted. The speed of the war wrath form was incredible, a blur of motion slicing through the alien prisoners like lightning. Puff! Puff! In a series of brutal blows, Ethan took down the aliens one after another like a predator tearing through prey. The once vicious prisoners who had given the plumbers so much trouble now fled in terror, scattering like a flock of frightened sheep. Ethan charged after them relentlessly, a lone figure against a horde. Phil watched in disbelief, his legs trembling before he finally collapsed to the ground. "Move, you useless legs!" he muttered weakly. "Tch." Gwen clenched her fists, anxiety flashing across her face as she watched Ethan's overwhelming ferocity. Max, however, looked more amused than alarmed. "Ethan, those prisoners are already serving life sentences. Why are you wiping them out?" Ethan grinned faintly. "It's fine. I'm fine. Brothers, let's head back to the Void Zero realm." At the gate to the Void, a few new alien prisoners emerged only to freeze in place when they saw Ethan's bloodthirsty glare. One by one, they silently retreated back into their cells. Soon, not a single prisoner dared to move. Staying locked up suddenly seemed far safer than facing the wrath of the war wrath. Ethan paused, surveying the battlefield littered with unconscious and battered aliens. He had taken down over a dozen, maybe even 20. "That's not enough," he growled, eyes fixed on the gate as if ready to leap inside. "Oh no! He's coming in! Run for your lives!" The Void Realm erupted in chaos as alien prisoners scrambled to escape. The terrifying tiger-like alien was coming for them. Tch! Gwen leaped into the air, her magical pendants glowing brightly. She extended her arms, channeling her mana into the space ahead. "Break the wind," she commanded. Bang! A fierce gust swept across the field, halting Ethan in his tracks. 4 arms landed beside Max, his expression tense. "We can't let him enter the void." Max's eyes darted around. Phil must be nearby with a catapult, otherwise, the gate couldn't stay open. "Let's find him and close it." The 3 of them split up. Within moments, Phil was caught, the catapult seized, and the gate sealed shut. Phil groaned, glaring weakly. "Max, get that maniac trainee away from me." "Me?" A calm, teasing voice echoed behind him. Ethan had returned to his normal form, hands in his pockets, staring Phil down coldly. "You want me away? Fine. I can always throw you into the void instead. Phil immediately shut up, pale as a ghost. Just then, the roar of engines filled the air. Several plumber vehicles pulled up, and armed officers in combat uniforms jumped out, moving swiftly toward the group. Phil's eyes lit up. Finally! They're here to save me. Ethan's gaze darkened. If these plumbers were really here for Phil, things wouldn't end well. Max, however, stepped forward calmly. You've arrived. Yes, Senior Max. The leading young plumber saluted, then turned to Ethan with genuine respect. Headquarters received your evaluation report and sent us immediately. Evaluation report. Ethan blinked in confusion. The plumber nodded. All trainees are monitored and assessed. Your report reached HQ an hour ago, and after verification. He paused for dramatic effect. The higher UPS have decided, Ethan, you're now a full-fledged plumber. You're also being awarded the legendary plumber medal, granting you authority over standard plumbers. Behind him, a pair of officers opened a small chest, revealing a dazzling golden medal. Legendary plumber. Phil nearly fainted. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Me? He casually took the medal. Cool. I'll take it, but I'll stay a trainee for now. Wah, the young plumber stammered. You're refusing the promotion. Ethan shrugged. I just want the medal. Every plumber present was left speechless. Who the heck refuses a promotion but keeps the medal? Max simply chuckled. Phil, meanwhile, lowered his head in shame. He might have bullied a trainee before, but not one powerful enough to crush him and outrank him. The plumbers took Phil away, retrieved the void projector, and promised Ethan a few extra rewards. He just smiled and waved them off. Later that evening, back in the old rust bucket, they enjoyed a peaceful dinner. Ethan, Max said between bites, you earned that medal mainly because you defeated Vilgax. That's a huge deal. Vilgax, hey. Ethan smirked. Gwen, if Vilgax comes back, I'll let you handle him. You can earn your own legendary plumber medal. You got it. Gwen replied with a grin. Max nearly choked on his sandwich. At this rate, Vilgax was becoming a legendary medal generator. Whoever beat him got promoted. Dinner ended with laughter. Everyone drifted off to sleep until midnight. Ethan awoke to a familiar digital chime. Ding! The host's war table has expired. Keep it permanently in your ability pool. Confidence surged through him. Last time, he hadn't even dared ask for the cost. But now? System, he said calmly, how many reward points for the war table? After the system responded, Ethan smirked. Accepted. Receive my Omnitrix template for today. Ding! Congratulations! The host has obtained the Omnitrix template, Love Watch, Advanced Version. Chapter 55, Chapter 54, An Upgrade for the Little Broken Watch? A new alien appears. Love Watch, Advanced Version. A Love Watch with expanded permissions. Its DNA storage is no longer limited to 10, now including wild vine, feedback, and even way big, and evolved forms. It now supports a compact hexagonal Omnitrix configuration. Was this a coincidence, or the system's clever setup? The last war table template had expired, leaving him with only the original Love Watch. But now, the advanced version had arrived stronger, sleeker, and filled with potential. This is exactly what I wanted. Ethan grinned and said firmly, System, activate the Love Watch. A strange warmth wrapped around his wrist as the heart-shaped watch reformed, locking snugly into place. He flipped open the display. Bayou. The screen cycled through familiar holograms: Ghost Girl, Flame Girl, and then the newcomers, Way Big and Feedback. Ethan's eyes lit up. With these, only the cosmic-level entities could rival his current lineup. System, how many reward points do I have now? He asked, trying to keep his excitement in check. Ding! Current reward points, 300. He had started with 260, then earned 40 more after taking down 20 enemies. 300 points, enough to upgrade the watch again, maybe, he mused. If I can find a few high-value bounties tomorrow, I'll be set. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, the kind of look predators gave when spotting fresh prey. The next morning, Yellowstone National Park, USA. A geyser erupted with a thunderous hiss, spraying boiling water across the rocky plain. The rust bucket carefully maneuvered around the steaming craters before parking beside a calm forest stream. The air was crisp, birds chirped above, and deer grazed nearby. The scenery here is amazing, Gwen sighed, admiring the tranquil landscape. Yeah, Ethan agreed, equally impressed. Ugh! I hate this thing. Ben's voice broke the peace as he furiously tapped on his Omnitrix. Ethan blinked. Ben, don't tell me you're pressing it randomly again. No. I'm being careful this time. But it's jammed just like that knockoff game console I bought. He smacked the Omnitrix repeatedly in frustration. Ethan sighed. You really have a gift for breaking priceless alien tech. Snap. Suddenly, the Omnitrix screen flickered, releasing a sharp green flash. Hey? Could it be unlocking a new alien? Ethan muttered. Whoosh! The emerald light surged outward, and in an instant, Ben was replaced by a hulking electric alien, Feedback. Oh? My body feels huge. Feedback exclaimed in confusion, before losing his balance and rolling down the hill like a giant coil of wires. Ben! Gwen and Grandpa Max shouted together. Ethan crossed his arms, unimpressed. That little broken watch, no, the Omnitrix still finds new ways to cause chaos. Without hesitation, he tapped his own love watch. Wild Vine, let's go! Call out! A pink shimmer burst forth as his new alien form materialized, a tall, elegant plant-based being. Her dark green body glistened under the sunlight, covered with slender vine-like tendrils and rooted feet. Venus flytrap leaves sprouted from her shoulders, and her long hair was woven with delicate flowers, framing striking pink eyes. Wild Vine, assist me! Ethan commanded. The alien smiled gracefully. Please, call me Princess Vine, she said, adjusting the blossoms in her hair with poise. Ah! Feedback's panicked screams echoed as he tumbled through the forest, bouncing off rocks and trees while geysers exploded behind him. Princess Vine tensed. Cracks formed along her back as seed pods began to sprout. Ethan, get ready! Her vines lashed outward, gripping tree trunks as she swung forward with perfect rhythm. Ethan followed suit, launching pods to anchor himself to the canopy. Together, they soared through the forest, weaving between geysers and steam clouds in pursuit of Feedback. Bang! 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 Princess Vine extended her vines in rapid succession, creating a giant net across Feedback's path. Within seconds, the electrified alien was caught, tangled in the living trap. Success! Ethan cheered, pumping his fist. Princess Vine chuckled, giving him a triumphant high five. But her expression quickly soured when she saw petals scattered across the ground. Ah! My image, she cried, flustered yet still elegant. Ethan laughed softly. Don't worry, Princess. I'll help you fix it. Feedback rubbed his head, looking sheepish. Sorry. Guess I kinda wrecked your garden theme. Ethan smirked. Relax. We'll find new flowers. Maybe this time, ones that don't explode. Suddenly. Boom! A fiery meteor blazed across the sky, crashing into the forest with a deafening explosion. The ground trembled, the trees swayed, and every plumber instinct in Ethan's body went on high alert. He turned toward the smoke with narrowed eyes. Looks like our next bounty just landed. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, Ethan in Crisis? Watch-loving, Owner protection mode activated. Boom! A blazing meteor tore through the sky and slammed into the ground, shaking the forest with a thunderous explosion. Trees were uprooted, and shockwaves rippled through the air. Ethan, Princess Vine, Grandpa Max, and the others sprinted toward the crash site. In the middle of a smoking crater lay a massive crimson meteor, still sizzling from re-entry. Snap! Snap! Tentacles burst from its cracked surface, writhing into the open air. Then, with a deafening crack, the meteor split apart, revealing a monstrous, dark purple insectoid alien within. "What is that thing?" Ethan muttered, eyes narrowing. Feedback clenched his fists. "I'll go check it out." He curled into a ball and rolled straight toward the crater. Bang! 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 The creature slammed its tentacles into the ground, burrowing deep like roots. Its enormous, tendril-filled maw devoured the surrounding earth, draining energy from everything it touched. "This is the Supreme King!" Princess Vine gasped, her expression darkening. "A cosmic parasite capable of draining an entire planet's life force in minutes." "Supreme King, hey!" Ethan's jaw tightened, and a cold grin spread across his face. "Any king who sets foot on Earth gets dethroned by me." Before anyone could respond, a spaceship descended through the smoke. Its hatch opened, and 3 aliens floated down on circular hoverboards. The one in front, a humanoid wearing flowing white robes and glowing blue eyes, spoke in a calm, chilling voice. "Urblana, the Supreme King has awakened. All who stand in his way will be destroyed." "How can you even hear us from up there?" Feedback shouted. The white-robed alien tilted his head. "We hear what we need to. You, however, won't hear anything once the Supreme King consumes this world." Beside him, a burly alien hefted a massive axe and glared directly at Princess Vine. "I'll deal with the plant girl myself." At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Ethan's mind. Ding! Mission generated, 3 followers of the Supreme King. Objective: defeat the 3 followers to prevent planetary destruction. Reward: 15 points. Ethan smirked. Challenge accepted. Without hesitation, Princess Vine lashed out, her vines whipping toward the axe wielder. He met her strike head-on. "Break, little vine!" Clang! The axe and vines collided, locked in a violent struggle. Princess Vine's eyes narrowed as thick roots spiraled up her arms, bulging with strength. With one mighty swing, she sent the axe flying backward. Bang! At the same time, Feedback charged the white-robed alien with an electric tackle, but his attack was deflected by a glowing blue energy barrier. Meanwhile, a smaller 6-armed alien zipped down from his hoverboard and pointed at Ethan. "You the boss around here? Then fight me yourself." Ethan cracked his knuckles. Gladly. He leapt into the crater, landing with enough force to shake the ground. The alien lunged, but Ethan scooped up a fistful of dirt and hurled it straight into his opponent's face. "Ugh, dirt!" the alien yelped. Ethan didn't waste a second. He grabbed the alien and launched a flurry of punches. "Ah! Stop hitting me!" the alien screamed, shielding his head. Grandpa Max blinked in disbelief. Ethan really is a legendary plumber, he can turn mud into a weapon. Suddenly, Gwen's voice pierced the air. "Grandpa! Look out!" The ground beneath them cracked open as giant withered tendrils erupted from below. They coiled around Ethan and the 6-armed alien, dragging them down into the pit. "What's happening?" Ethan struggled, but the plant-like binds tightened like iron cables. "The Supreme King is awakening," the trapped alien shouted, panicked. "Once it starts draining energy, it'll take control of the planet itself." Ethan's expression hardened. Princess Vine sensed the danger and dove into the pit, vines lashing out. Feedback rolled in behind her, sparks flying. Grandpa Max joined them, shouting for Gwen to stay back. The white-robed alien and the axe wielder smirked until they realized the 6-armed alien, their ally, was also trapped. "Serves you right," Ethan muttered through gritted teeth. Princess Vine smashed through the withered vines with a series of sharp blows, while feedback blasted away chunks of earth. But the creature's power kept growing, its energy surging like a black tide. "Enough!" Ethan roared. "If you're willing to risk your lives for me, then I'll do the same for you." He stopped struggling, letting the vines tighten, then slammed his hand onto the love watch. Beep! 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 A burst of unstable pink energy erupted from the device, blasting outward with unimaginable force. The pit glowed as wave after wave of radiant energy shattered the tendrils, shaking the entire forest. Princess Vine's eyes widened. "Wait, that signal he's activating the watch's owner protection mode. All the forms are responding." A tsunami of pink light flooded the crater. From within the glow, several familiar silhouettes appeared, feminine, powerful, and furious. The light faded. Standing around Ethan were Flame Girl, Ghost Girl, Speed Woman, and even a female version of Way Big, each radiating power and attitude. Flame Girl cracked her knuckles. "Who are you creeps supposed to be?" Speed Woman zipped past the enemies in a flash, her eyes burning with challenge. "Guess we're doing this the hard way." The female Way Big slammed her fists together, shaking the ground. "No one threatens our host." Ethan blinked in disbelief. "The watch's protection mode summons all the female aliens." Before he could finish the thought, a pained voice called out. "Next time, don't summon me in daylight." Ghost Girl snapped, rushing into his arms, her outfit still smoking from sunlight burns. Ethan caught her gently, guilt flashing in his eyes. Sorry. My bad." The battlefield fell silent for a moment as the dust cleared. All eyes turned toward Ethan, now surrounded by his army of fierce, glowing alien heroines. The forest trembled under their combined power. The Supreme King had awakened. And the Love Watch had chosen to protect its owner at any cost. Chapter 57, Chapter 56, The Element Watch makes its first appearance. The six-armed alien stared blankly at the scene before him, all four eyes wide, his mouth hanging open. "Why are there suddenly so many people here? What is this, some kind of movie set?" Feedback stood frozen for a second, the black tendrils on his arms twitching as faint energy sparks crackled along his body. "You've gotta be kidding me." He looked around, then grinned helplessly. This escalated straight into a team battle. Gwen Tennyson glanced at Ghost Girl, a trace of jealousy flashing through her eyes. "Gwen, calm down, she's just Ethan's partner. That's all." Only then did Grandpa Max finally relax a little. "We should be stable now." Not far away, the white-robed alien and the muscular alien exchanged a quick glance. Without hesitation, both activated their flying devices and tried to escape. "Everyone!" Ethan raised his voice sharply. "Don't let the two trying to run get away." The moment his words fell. Whoosh! Bang! Flame Girl, engulfed in roaring flames, hurled out two blazing fireballs, instantly smashing the flying devices beneath the alien's feet. At the same time, Speedy Woman, XLR-8, shot forward like a blue lightning bolt, slamming straight into the falling muscular alien. The alien didn't even have time to hit the ground before being kicked, punched, and flung back into the air repeatedly by Speedy Woman's terrifying speed. As for the white-robed alien, female supergiant, Way Big, calmly raised a single finger and pressed downward. Splat! Like crushing an ant. The white-robed alien was dead on the spot. Just like that, in less than 10 seconds. The so-called three-man Divine Stick group was completely wiped out. They had just set a new record for the fastest defeat imaginable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward acquired, 15 reward points. Ethan let out a long breath as the system notification echoed in his mind. "Hey Ethan!" Feedback suddenly spoke up, staring ahead with a serious expression. That thing's still absorbing energy. He pointed at the massive figure in the distance. And not slowly, either. The Supreme King continued to draw in power, its body pulsing ominously. Ethan, Transformer Girl said quickly, the protection mode only has a few minutes left. You need to make a decision now. Ethan nodded and turned to Female Supergiant. Female Supergiant, attack the Supreme King directly with brute force. I already tried that earlier. Feedback shrugged. It didn't even flinch. Boom. 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 Female Supergiant raised her massive fists and began pounding down mercilessly, hammering the Supreme King again and again. She stood like an absolute monarch, raining destruction from above. The Supreme King trembled violently. The ground cracked, shockwaves rippled outward, and even the entire Yellowstone Park shook. Watching this, Feedback swallowed. Okay. I take it back. He folded his arms. That's not brute force, that's an execution. Violence could stop the Supreme King. It just needed enough violence. Under Female Supergiant's relentless assault, the Supreme King suddenly sprouted countless writhing tentacles. Its head tore free as it let out a piercing, rage-filled scream. Ding! Mission issued, terrifying Supreme King. Mission objective: the Supreme King's energy absorption has been interrupted. Enraged, it seeks to kill everyone present. Destroy it. Mission reward: 15 reward points. The Supreme King had triggered a new mission. Rumble. Its massive mouth opened wide, releasing a terrifying surge of energy that blasted outward. Speedy Woman, Flame Girl, Vine Princess, and the others immediately retreated. Feedback leapt back as well, tendrils bristling. Whoa, nope! He shouted. That output's way above my intake limit right now. Ethan, however, remained where he was. He calmly raised his love watch, aiming it directly at Transformer Girl. Watch me work. Whoosh! Transformer Girl instantly enveloped the love watch. Pink light burst forth as Ethan redonned his DNA armor. The violent energy wave surged straight toward him. Ethan, are you sure about this? Ghost Girl's voice trembled slightly. I'd rather get sunburned than buried alive. Don't ask. Ethan's voice was firm and unwavering. Either leave now or trust me and stay. There was something absolute in his tone. He pulled Ghost Girl close with his left arm and extended his right. Click click click. The DNA armor reshaped itself, transforming into a massive cannon-like arm with plug-shaped ports. The Supreme King's energy slammed into it. Absorb. Ethan clenched his fingers. The cannon arm began absorbing the violent energy head-on. The Supreme King's output rapidly weakened. While Ethan's armor swelled, glowing with overwhelming power. The Supreme King froze, staring at him in disbelief. Feedback stared wide-eyed. Yeah, okay. He laughed sharply. Guess you're the energy sponge today. Energy cannon. Ethan smiled. He raised his arm and fired. A devastating beam of condensed energy blasted straight into the Supreme King. At the same time, Flame Girl unleashed a raging inferno. Princess Vine hurled explosive spore bombs. Speedy Woman delivered high-speed strikes from every angle. All the alien girls attacked simultaneously. Except Ghost Girl. Even as a so-called king, the Supreme King was completely overwhelmed, torn apart by layered attacks until it was utterly annihilated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward acquired, 15 reward points. As the system's voice faded, Ethan turned toward Ghost Girl, standing amid the fading glow of battle. Trusting me wasn't such a bad idea, right? Of course not. Ghost Girl replied, trying and failing to hide her embarrassment. You didn't even need to ask. I already knew how reliable you were. That's why I never thought about running. The moment she finished speaking, her face flushed slightly. Damn it, why am I blushing? Ethan chuckled, about to tease her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pink light flared as the alien girls were recalled into the Love Watch, ending their protection mode. Ethan's DNA armor faded, returning him to normal. If only it could last longer. If it lasted any longer, Gwen muttered, crossing her arms, I'm pretty sure she'd be glued to you. Feedback laughed. Hey, after we're done here, check my gear later, yet. He grinned, watching you absorb and fire that much energy just gave me a few ideas. Everyone look what I found. Grandpa Max's excited voice rang out. Everyone turned to see him standing inside a deep crater. Fresh earthworms. The battle forced them up from underground. He smiled proudly. Dinner's settled. Later 12 a.m. Ethan woke up right on time. Ding! The host's Love Watch, Advanced Edition, has expired. Would you like to permanently retain it in the ability pool? Ding! Detected, host already owns a Love Watch. Partial fee waiver applied. Price. Ethan answered without hesitation. Love Watch, Advanced Edition 200 reward points. 200 points. Expensive but worth every single one. The Love Watch's potential was terrifying. Purchase. Ding! Congratulations! The Love Watch, Advanced Edition, has been permanently added to the ability pool. Oh right! Today's template. Ethan didn't forget. Ding! Successfully claimed an Omnitrix template. Template acquired, Element Watch. Element Watch contains 5 elemental Ben 10 style aliens. Each alien corresponds to a different element. Transformation duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown required after use. Most battles won't even last the full duration. Ethan's eyes lit up. Another absurdly powerful watch. Element Watch. The Element Watch is a brand new concept, original elemental aliens with unique abilities. Let's see how far this can go. Author's note. I've created a second web novel account under the name shadow_demon_007A2. So far, I've already posted 9 different fanfics, including works from High School DxD, Shin-Chan, Dragon Ball, Marvel, Ben 10, Pokemon, and Versatile Mage, with more on the way. If you enjoy my stories, please visit the new account, give your support, and add the novels to your library. It really helps a lot. Thank you for reading and supporting my work. Shadow_demon_007. Chapter 58, Chapter 57, Kevin escapes from prison. The Element Watch shows its power. It was a scorching summer afternoon. The sun beat down mercilessly, and people were drenched in sweat. Still, a long line had formed outside the biggest video game store in town. Ethan, Ben, Gwen, and Grandpa Max stood among the crowd. Ethan turned the golden, hexagonal element watch on his wrist, mumbling, "Only 5 elemental DNAs? That's outrageous." Gwen crossed her arms, exasperated. "So we came all the way here early in the morning, stood in this heat, just so Ben could buy a video game." "Hey, not just any game," Ben replied, eyes gleaming. "Rampage Sumo X. The ultimate fighting game of the year. This is sacred." Ethan sighed. "You're hopeless, Ben." Gwen waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it, Ethan. Let him wait in line. Why don't we go cool off somewhere? Maybe the bookstore." Ethan smiled faintly. "Compared to that, how about ice cream?" Gwen's eyes lit up. "Now that's the best idea you've had all day." The two walked down the street together, chatting casually as they searched for an ice cream shop. Police sirens blared in the distance, patrol cars racing by, but neither of them thought much of it. Soon, they found a cozy little shop and sat inside, savoring the chill of the air conditioning and the sweetness of cold ice cream. When it came time to pay, Ethan pulled out his card. Gwen protested softly, "You paid last time, let me do it." Ethan shrugged. "Don't worry about it. I've got more money than I can spend anyway." Gwen froze. Rich people are so annoying. After finishing, they grabbed 2 extra cones, one for Ben and one for Grandpa Max, and started heading back toward the game store. That's when it happened. Boom! A thunderous explosion ripped through the air. "Wait, what's happening? Run! Aliens!" People screamed and scattered as chaos erupted. A massive red alien with 4 bulging arms flew out of the game store, smashing into the street and creating a crater. "No way!" Gwen's eyes widened. Ben turned into 4 arms just because of the line. She sighed dramatically. "We literally brought him ice cream." The 4 arms alien turned his head toward Gwen, eyes narrowing as he spotted Ethan beside her. His face twisted into a feral snarl. From inside the store, another figure emerged, a sparkling, crystal-skinned alien wielding a heavy, diamond hammer. It was Diamond Head. "Stay back, Gwen!" Diamond Head shouted. "That's Kevin. He broke out of prison and he's using 4 arms DNA to rob the store." "Kevin?" Ethan's expression darkened. "Already escaped? And he's mastered Tetra-Mand DNA too." Kevin grinned wickedly. "That's right, Ethan. I awakened the alien DNA you thought you destroyed. This time, I'll kill Ben first and then you." With a roar, Kevin swung all 4 fists at once, unleashing a barrage of devastating blows. Diamond Head countered instantly, forming a massive crystalline mech around himself, a diamond golem, towering and gleaming. The two clashed violently, each blow shaking the street. "Guess Ben's been training," Ethan muttered, watching calmly. Gwen smiled proudly. "He's grown a lot. Not bad for a knucklehead." The two of them stood side by side, quietly observing like proud parents watching their kid grow up. Grandpa Max ran over, shouting, "Ethan! If you don't stop them soon, they'll wreck the whole street." Ethan sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah. Guess it's time." He tapped the element watch, cycling through its 5 elemental icons. "Can't have people thinking we're an alien demolition team." With a click, he selected wind element and slammed down the dial. Bzzzt. A golden flash of light erupted, brighter than the sun. Gale force winds spiraled through the street. When the light faded, everyone froze. Ben blinked. Where'd he go? 4 arms and Diamond Head were about to clash again when... whoosh! A white-grey whirlwind appeared between them, twisting into a humanoid form. It was an alien with a lean, tall frame, his body made entirely of swirling clouds and air currents. He wore only loose shorts and slippers, with pitch-black circles around his eyes and a mischievous grin on his face. "What the heck is that thing?" Kevin blurted out. Diamond Head's crystal eyes widened. "A wind elemental." The alien yawned lazily, voice carried by the breeze. "Can you two tone it down a bit? You're wrecking my airspace." Kevin snarled. "You think you can stop me?" The wind alien stretched out one hand toward Diamond Head and the other toward Kevin. Both scoffed until the alien's arms began expanding, stretching, growing. In seconds, his left arm was larger than Diamond Head's entire golem body, while his right hand spun into a miniature tornado. Wind crush! The gale exploded outward. Kevin was swept off his feet, spiraling into the air with a scream, while Diamond Head's golem cracked under the sheer pressure. Grandpa Max's jaw dropped. That alien's body elastic, air-based, and able to expand at will. That's a Gopetton alien. A legendary species. Ethan, now the storm elemental, smirked, feeling raw, unrestrained power flow through his body. This strength, it's unreal. The wind howled louder and louder, his energy radiating like a hurricane. "With this power," he said softly, his voice echoing through the gale, "I might just surpass even the strongest alien forms yet." Chapter 59, Chapter 58, The Invincibility of the Wind Element. Ethan. Diamond Head, still reeling from the fight, recognized the maxinks on the storm alien's body. His crystal armor dimmed as he stammered, You haven't even entered war mode yet. Why are you hitting me? You need to chill out." The storm alien grinned mischievously, palms gathering pressure. The air around him roared, compressed wind detonated outward, shattering the supposedly indestructible diamond mech. Diamond Head crashed helplessly to the ground, like a toy tossed aside by an angry child. From above, Kevin plummeted like a meteor, slamming face first into the pavement with a sickening crunch. Ding! Mission: Kevin's comeback, triggered. Objective: Kevin has drastically increased his power and seeks revenge. Show him the true meaning of legendary strength. Reward: 20 points. The storm alien smirked. Not bad, Kevin. You've actually improved, and even managed to piss me off right away. Time to earn some reward points again. I'll surpass you, Ethan. You bastard! Kevin roared, slamming his four hands together to unleash a massive crimson shockwave, tearing through the street like a blast cannon. The storm alien's grin only widened. His body stretched, arms bending like rubber, and he launched his fist forward, meeting the shockwave head-on. Boom! The two forces collided, equal in strength at first. Kevin's expression twisted in disbelief. Impossible! My forearms can't overpower his single punch. Bang! The storm alien's arm expanded again, transforming into a colossal, wind-charged rubber limb. With a single punch, he obliterated Kevin's shockwave. Kevin's jaw dropped. Four hands can't stop him, and he's using just one. Before he could react. Boom! The massive fist crashed into Kevin like a freight train. Storm Giant Pistol. The punch landed with hurricane force, launching Kevin into the sky like a ragdoll. His last thought before blacking out was bitter disbelief. I wasn't one-shot this badly last time. He vanished into the clouds, twinkling like a distant star. The storm alien lowered his fist, a wild grin spreading across his face. Not bad. Not only am I made of air and rubber, but I can use wind to inflate my body or limbs at will. That means... He clenched his fist, wind swirling around him like a cyclone. I can use third-gear moves and manipulate wind for attacks. He laughed proudly. Simply invincible. Ding! Mission complete plus 20 points earned. Ethan, still in his storm alien form, grinned even wider. Hey, Ethan! Diamond Head stumbled over, his crystalline face still cracked. You, just punched the guy into orbit. Hey! Ethan looked up. Kevin was still flying, now reduced to a faint star in the blue sky. Damn! Ethan muttered. Guess I overdid it. A single punch had sent Kevin clear out of sight. He was that strong, like a real-life Gear 5 Luffy. I'll go after him now, Ethan said with a grin, ready to blast off. But before he could... Wee-oh-oh-oh! Wee-oh-oh-oh! Police sirens echoed as patrol cars and armored vehicles surrounded the block. Suspect identified. The escaped convict, Kevin Levin, has been spotted here. We've been searching for him since the breakout finally found him. Dozens of armed officers jumped out, weapons drawn. A blonde, battle-hardened man in tactical gear stepped off an armored vehicle, followed by a squad of elite soldiers. In seconds, Ethan and the others were surrounded. Everyone, the storm alien said, smiling faintly. Time to go. He stretched out both arms, wrapped them around Ben, Gwen, and Grandpa Max, then... Whoosh! A roaring gust swept them off the streetcar and all vanishing into the sky. Captain Steve watched the old RV disappear, veins popping on his forehead. Damn it! Don't let me run into you again. One officer whispered nervously, Sir, that didn't look like forearms, Kevin. Steve scowled. Then it must have been Kevin's alien brother. They're all freaks. Later inside the rust bucket. Ben stared dreamily at the element watch on Ethan's wrist. Oh my gosh, Storm Alien is so cool. And your watch looks amazing right now. Thanks, Ethan said, chuckling. But there's a downside. It's way too easy to knock enemies out cold. Makes it hard to catch them alive. He crossed his arms, sighing. I still wanted to squeeze a bit more money out of Kevin. Gwen typed rapidly on her laptop. Found something. Kevin escaped from the city prison 3 days ago. Not only that, he freed a group of inmates. That's why the streets are crawling with cops. Max frowned. We need to find him before things get worse. Ben tilted his head. Wait, aren't the special forces already investigating Kevin? Ethan shrugged casually. Yeah, but why not make them work for us? Gwen blinked. You mean, the squad we just escaped from? Ethan smirked, pulling a sleek phone from his bag. Moments later, the RV door opened and Captain Steve stood outside, looking pale as a ghost. He saluted stiffly. Yes, sir. We'll fully cooperate with your investigation into Kevin's whereabouts. Ethan nodded coolly. Good. I've sent you my contact number. Keep me updated. Our Plumbers Association will be watching closely. Steve gulped. Why yes, Supervisor. He marched back to his team, face red with frustration. He wanted revenge, but not against someone who outranked him and had a direct line to the Plumbers' top command. Inside the RV, Ben and Gwen stared at Ethan, speechless. They were only now realizing just how different Ethan truly was. Grandpa, Gwen said softly, turning to Max, when you were investigating Vilgax before, why didn't you ever use authority like that? Max smiled bitterly. Your grandpa's old-fashioned. He believes in handling things with his own 2 hands. Ethan said nothing, leaning back in his seat. He wasn't like Max. He held the legendary plumber medal, currently in active service, his rank second only to the commander himself. That's why Ethan never resisted power. He used it. And with it, he could eliminate chaos before it spread. A legend's mission wasn't to fight small battles. It was to take down bosses. Plumbers HQ. Because of Ethan's involvement, the entire plumber organization was now mobilized. Every operative coordinated with Captain Steve's task force to locate Kevin's signal. Kevin Levin, the boy who once escaped prison, was now being hunted by the very legend who defeated Vilgax. And when Ethan, the legendary plumber, was after you, there was no place left to hide. Author's note: new Patreon tier, Story Seeker, 18+. I've added a new Patreon tier called Story Seeker, 18+. This tier is intended for adult readers, 18+, and includes mature themes and smut content. Please join only if you enjoy this type of material. What this tier includes: everything from the lower tiers. Access to the same fanfics and original novels. Exclusive 18+ smut chapters available only here. If you're looking for more mature content and exclusive adult chapters, this tier is for you. Hand pointing right, join here, patreon.com/shadow_demon_007. As a bonus, I've also uploaded a free fanfic for this month today for all readers to enjoy. Thank you for your continued support. Blue Heart. Chapter 60, Chapter 59, Metalman vs. Lightningman. The strongest appears. Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. As the sun set, the golden light reflected through the windows of a romantic French restaurant. Ethan calmly enjoyed the meal before him, slowly savoring the rich taste of foie gras. Ethan, Kevin wasn't killed by your punch, was he? Why haven't we heard anything yet? Ben asked nervously, frowning. Ethan dabbed his mouth with a napkin and spoke casually, relax, Ben. If there's any update, the special unit will let us know. If they can't find him, that's their problem. They're not going to take action on their own, right? Grandpa Max wiped the sweat off his brow. Just then, Ethan's phone began to ring. He pulled out a special plumber communicator and answered it calmly. "Everyone's been knocked out except me. Kevin told me to call you to the power plant. He said if you don't show up, he'll kill everyone." It was Steve's voice, filled with panic and despair. "I see. The power plant, huh? I figured that's where he'd go," Ethan said flatly. "But in the face of absolute strength, it's meaningless." He stood up, wiped his mouth clean, and headed for the door. The others quickly followed him out of the restaurant. The moment they stepped outside, the lights around them flickered and then went completely dark. The entire city's power grid had just crashed. Inside the power plant, rows of generators sparked and failed one after another. High above the facility, a young man floated in midair, his body surrounded by violent blue lightning that crackled uncontrollably around him. "Ethan!" Kevin's eyes burned with rage. "I'm going to fight you." He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as more electricity surged through him. "Steve! I know you're hiding somewhere. Tell Ethan to come now, or I'll fry you where you stand." All around him, soldiers lay unconscious, electrocuted by stray lightning bolts. Kevin didn't know how long he could hold out, but he was ready to go down swinging. Steve's heart pounded. It had already been 10 minutes. "Ethan, can you make it in time?" he muttered. Suddenly, whoosh! An old RV came speeding down the road toward the power plant. But this wasn't any ordinary RV. Rocket boosters fired from its rear, and wing-like stabilizers unfolded from the sides, making it glide like a jet-powered landship. No one would have believed it was a rusty old vehicle. "Kill!" Kevin didn't recognize the RV, but that didn't stop him from raising his hand and launching a thunderbolt the size of a tree trunk. Just as the bolt was about to strike, whoosh! A blue blur zipped forward, knocking the RV out of harm's way in the nick of time. The blur skidded to a halt. It was XLR-8, his visor glinting under the flickering light. "I'm here to get everyone out," XLR-8 said coldly. "Kevin, I'll leave the rest to you, Ethan." The RV door opened. And from within, a new figure stepped out, its body made of golden, shifting metal. "You should call me Metalman." The Omnitrix symbol gleamed faintly on his chest. "Mission detected, God of Lightning Kevin. Objective, defeat Kevin, who has absorbed a massive amount of electrical energy and surpassed even Diamond Head. Reward, 30 system points." "Kevin," Metalman said coldly, glaring at the glowing figure in the sky. "Cut the talk." Kevin thrust out his hand, sending a torrent of electricity straight toward him. Metalman smirked, raising his right arm as a magnetic field began to form. Metal parts from the wrecked generators around him shot toward his arm, fusing into a massive steel gauntlet. He swung it upward. Boom! The metallic fist collided with the bolt of lightning, the impact shaking the air itself. Metal and electricity clashed, locked in a blinding stalemate. This was the power of the metal elemental Metalman, combining magneto-like magnetism with the Omnitrix's limitless adaptability. This time, Kevin roared, his hair sparking with light, "I won't lose." He raised his arms, calling more electricity from the sky. Thunderclouds rolled overhead, and countless bolts began to rain down on Metalman like divine punishment. Magnetic field, activated. Railgun burst. The golden circuits across Metalman's body glowed brighter as his mechanical arm disassembled into dozens of high-speed rail cannons. Boom! 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 The cannons fired metallic projectiles upward, meeting Kevin's lightning in midair, turning the entire power plant into a battlefield of thunder and steel. Steve could only watch in awe. Only now did he realize why even the top plumbers treated Ethan with such respect. Because that boy, no, that thing, was a walking nuclear weapon. "Die!" Kevin screamed, lightning surging wildly from his body. Metalman countered, every move radiating precision and power. "Really? Ethan muttered through his alien form. You think you can match me? He spread his wings. Massive metal constructs formed from his own body and shot into the sky. Kevin clenched his fists, forming lightning into fist-shaped blasts, hurling them one after another. Metalman's arms transformed again, this time into dual plasma cannons. Wayam! Twin beams of crimson energy tore through the air, colliding with Kevin's electric fists in a deafening explosion that lit up the night. Even Grandpa Max, watching from afar, was speechless. Ben! Kevin's power, it's beyond anything we've seen. Even Vilgax wasn't this strong. Ben's jaw tightened. Yeah, but Ethan's still stronger. The sky burned blue and gold as the two fought, lightning clashing with laser and metal. But then, Kevin grinned wickedly. Chains of electricity burst from his hands, binding Metalman's limbs. Metalman countered, conjuring metal restraints of his own, locking Kevin down. For a moment they were deadlocked. Then Kevin smirked. Rise! A hidden surge of electricity erupted from the power plant beneath them, striking Metalman directly. Ethan! Ben, Gwen, Max, and Steve all screamed. Kevin laughed maniacally. Got you! You think I wouldn't plan ahead? The entire power grid detonated in a storm of lightning. But then, a calm, almost amused voice echoed through the smoke. Thanks for that, Kevin. Kevin's face froze. The lightning began to flicker, then shrink, fading into Metalman's body as his form grew darker and more menacing. You just helped me discover something. Metal-type Metalman can absorb electricity. The golden glow on his body turned deep red. The second stage, activated. The air trembled as blood-red circuits spread across his armor. Kevin's body locked up under the immense pressure. For the first time that night he felt fear. True, paralyzing fear. Metalman, Stage 2 activated. Author's note: new Patreon tier, Story Seeker, 18+. I've added a new Patreon tier called Story Seeker, 18+. This tier is intended for adult readers, 18+, and includes mature themes and smut content. Please join only if you enjoy this type of material. What this tier includes: everything from the lower tiers. Access to the same fanfics and original novels. Exclusive 18+ smut chapters available only here. If you're looking for more mature content and exclusive adult chapters, this tier is for you. Hand pointing right, join here, patreon.com/shadow_demon_007. As a bonus, I've also uploaded a free fanfic for this month today for all readers to enjoy. Thank you for your continued support. Blue Heart.